Welcome, duelists, here to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Dortmund. We are so excited to be back with a brand new season after the World Championships that we had in August in Tokyo. We're very excited to be here. We have over 2,500 registered duelists all here ready to see who's going to be taking home that YCS Championship later this weekend. We have 2 whole days of coverage for you here on both the YouTube and the Twitch, so make sure you guys stick around for all that we have in store. Before we get into all of our feature matches, our Konami representative is going to have some words for our players.
Good morning, duelists. Welcome to YCS Dortmund 2023. It's a pleasure to be back to this wonderful city and to this hall as well. It's a pleasure to be hosting this event for you. Thank you. We'll be passing on to the head judge team so that they can make some announcements so that we can start all the exciting matches that we'll be having. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the show.
Thank you very much, Paolo. So, while the head judges have some announcements for our players, we're obviously going to show you a little welcome video, but we're also going to get you into our first feature match, which very excitingly features the YCS Dortmund 2022 winner, Vincenzo Orofino, against Filippo Pura. It's going to be a great opening match to see the previous champion coming back onto that stage. So we hope you guys enjoy seeing that in just a moment. But before that, let's take a look at a welcome video. Welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Dortmund. Let's introduce your coverage team. Ed Templar, Sebastian Lemka, Leonard Koenig, Tom Payne, Nadir Mazzoni, Marcello Barbary, This is your coverage team for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Dortmund. Don't go anywhere, we've got loads of great content coming your way. And here we are. We're kicking it off straight away with our round one feature match here at YCS Dortmund 2023. So in front of me, I have Vincenzo Orofino, our previous YCS Dortmund winner, versus Filippo Pura. This is going to be great. So gentlemen, we're going to do what we usually do. Can we do a dice roll to see who's going to be going first? Who would like to roll the dice first? Vincenzo is going to roll first. So that is a 12. Goodness me. Straight off. Okay, that's sick. Who's going to go first? Are you going to go first? Vincenzo is going to be going first. I'm going to hand you over to Nadir, Tom, and Marcello, who are going to be your wonderful commentating team for our round one feature match. Guys, welcome to YCS Dortmund.
Thank you, Ed, and hi everyone. Welcome to YCS Dortmund. As you mentioned, what a great way to start off a new season of Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm Marcello, and I'm here with Tom and Nadir. What a great way to start things off.
I'm really excited for this weekend. It's going to be a whole new Forbidden Limited list, so the first event of the new list. So a little bit of a change and shake-up, I suppose. You excited, Tom?
Yeah, I think I'm really excited. I think a lot of players are really excited. You know, we've had that Kashtira deck floating around for a long time now, and it feels like everyone can kind of breathe and maybe try out some new exciting strategies.
Like the graveyard.
No, but there are a lot of different decks, of course, and as we have gone through the players, we have a lot of duelists from all over the world and, of course, all over Europe. But obviously, before we jump into the first round, we do have what the rules for this event will be. So let's bring those up on the screen for you guys. As always, at least lately, we have 45 minutes best of 3, and we'll have 12 rounds of Swiss, followed by top 64, so we have a very long tournament ahead of us, and that means that it's gonna be very complicated for our duelists, most likely needing to win 10 out of those 12 rounds. It's quite a long journey, right?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have the exact player count yet, but I think we had something in the order of 2,500 players registered, so hopefully that will convert to maybe almost that many entering the event.
Got to get off to a good start with those tiebreakers. Important to win those early rounds. Make sure you've got yourself some good seedings, and that way, hopefully, a lot of people will try and make it to that all-important top cut spot.
Yeah,
so.
and it's a tough tournament to get to, and obviously we're gonna go through 9 rounds of this today, followed by 3 more tomorrow to that cut to top 64. But obviously, these duelists are competing first and most importantly for getting that YCS champion title that Vincenzo is holding. But what else? What are the prizes for this event? Let's bring up what they are fighting for. And this is a list of impressive prizes for the first place. Of course, the new ultra rare prize card, by the way, another versus Glutonia, which is a new exciting prize card, new exciting playmat as well for the top card. But of course, they also get their trophies, and some of the prizes we actually highlighted, so you can check on Instagram. We had a reel showcasing some of the prizes they are gonna fight for in this event. But now we can go back and actually analyze this first match ahead of us. As mentioned, Vincenzo trying to defend his title. Do you guys feel like he is going to have the pressure on himself to prove us that he was just a one-time wonder? What do you think?
He seemed very confident when we spoke to him. We saw him in the Master versus, well, you guys haven't seen the Master versus Caster yet, but we recorded that yesterday.
Spoilers.
No spoilers, okay. He seemed confident, he seemed happy when we saw him yesterday, so yeah, I think he's up for it.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely one of the stronger players and names to look out for, and he's playing a really interesting deck. I think it's something that people have missed, potentially. Something that people are excited to see return to an extent.
I would say especially, you know, our OCG enthusiasts from overseas will be excited to see this one in action, because I think it's quite rare in Yu-Gi-Oh! That you get to defend your title with the same exact deck that you played over a year ago, and that is Tier Element. So a deck we haven't seen a lot, mostly due to Kashtira Art being around, and now Vincenzo, as soon as the card is gone, will try to prove us that once again the deck is there. But to stop him, he has an opponent in front of him who is playing a deck that we couldn't see in action before at the European Championship, because most of the cards weren't there, and that is Chimera branded. What do you guys think of the deck?
It's a brand new type, Illusionist, as the I suppose most recent one was Cyberse, and now we've got a whole new type in Yu-Gi-Oh, and it's a fusion-based strategy, isn't it?
Yeah, illusions have this, all the illusion monsters so far at least have the effect that if it battles another monster, neither of them can be destroyed. So that can lead to some interesting things. I mean, having a monster that can't be destroyed by battle it can be annoying if it's on all the card types, but they have a really powerful interaction with all of the Chimera cards, as we're going to see.
So the idea is that you can put your opponent's monsters to 0 attack and deal a lot of damage with the boss monster of the deck, the classic sort of reiteration of the King of the Phantom Beasts.
Yeah, and regardless, it will be an interesting one as we jump into a fusion versus fusion clash here in round 1. But our duelists are ready, so let's start things off here at YCS Dortmund with round 1.
So you mentioned, Marcello, that Vincenzo will be defending with the same deck from last year, and here we are with tier limits getting to go first, and it's a whole different deck now almost, right? You have to play so many like different engines. He's playing some heroes in there to try and facilitate a Beatrice lines to send and perform a fusion summon. And of course, you know, when you lose so much consistency over a whole year with the Forbidden Limitless and the multiple iterations of that on tier limit, that is a very good start.
Consistency.
Clearly not.
Both of these cards are at 1, but that doesn't matter to Vincenzo. When you've drawn them, you've drawn them.
I think he'll be very happy to see Sharon plus Kelbeck, probably the best way to start off this tournament.
I think Filippo's just like, I thought this was, you know, 2023, but here you are. This looks like a 2022 opening.
Oh, wow, and we're also hitting a shuffler there. That's really strong. So the Hell Shaddoll fusion resolves as Chain Link 2, milling equal to the number of different attributes you control, and then, of course, Kelbeck hitting 5 more and getting that all-important King of the Swamp into the graveyard because, of course, there's no tier limit. Kit Kalos.
Yeah, we got a chance to interview Vincenzo, and as you could tell, he's playing full gas deck with only, you know, pretty much talent as his non-engine, and the rest of the deck is just straight up cards that make sense because he wants to prioritize, you know, sending cards off the top of his deck, and he really wants to hit those chain blocks as well in a field in which you expect Unchained to be very popular. When you face, you know, King Caesar, you really want to chain block the card by, you know, activating something else. And yeah, look at this. It's already impressive stuff by the Italian,
I love the nice little bonus that when you mill cards from your opponent's deck, that you get to see what they're playing kind of for free.
Which is huge.
Yeah, and there's now going to be no surprises. You can pretty much identify what Filippo's playing as well.
It just feels like classic tier limit at this point, you know. We've got the Sharon with the huge mills. We've got another shuffler into the graveyard with the Scream and the Rhino Heart sending. And of course, the shufflers are really good in this matchup because of the ability to put things like, as you can see here, the Goddess of the Third Eye that Filippo's running in the Chimera strategy, most notably to try and go for Dragoon.
Yeah, there's a lot of interaction with the graveyard, with the illusions. A lot of them want to be in the graveyard to use their effects. You can summon illusions from the graveyard with the Big Wing Baphomet. So yeah, having those shufflers is really helpful.
Yeah, and now obviously we get to go for a fusion summon. A lot of different options. As you mentioned, he's playing heroes in his decks, and it seems like the deck focuses a lot around Beatrice, one of your go-to cards, right, Nadir? So.
Yeah, no, beautiful to see that Beatrice is still being played. We've got Diviner of the Herald as our primary normal summon outside of Rhino Heart in this list, but of course not needing that in this line here. Oh, and there's the Denier being sent back from the hand.
What does that make?
I think it's the Dark hero, the Despondent.
Oh, he's going straight for that.
Yeah.
Beatrice, maybe.
Dangerous, sorry.
Yeah, the Dangerous, which can send the Malicious from the deck. And that gives you straight up access to Beatrice, so that's pretty good.
Okay, discards the Shaddoll Beast, but don't get too excited because it is a cost, and the Shaddolls do not trigger from that. But yep, there's Malicious being banished, especially another Malicious. Yeah, no, it's really cool to see here. This is probably, and it's important to pace yourself a little bit, I think, when you talk about tier limit, because while it is very exciting to watch like this, there are sometimes, I guess, hands where you don't open Sharon Kelbeck, right?
Honestly, I'm just so, it kind of makes me happy. Just some of the most iconic and favorite archetypes of Yu-Gi-Oh players throughout its history have been these dark effects which resolve in the graveyard, like Shadows, like Destiny Heroes, and like Telements, and we're seeing all of them in one deck.
We got a Guido.
Yeah, I was thinking he was going to go for a Tearlament. No, another 5 off the top.
Why would you send a Tearlament when you can send this, which sends a Tearlament and other stuff?
Fair enough.
It's more exciting to see what's in the box here as we check out the top 5 cards of our deck here, as well as milling the opponent out.
Let's see if Vincenzo... He does.
Oh,
so yeah.
Obviously. You always do.
It's
And
early.
yeah, that's... Wow, so strong. Even it's the Diviner, which is amazing because you can get it back potentially later on. So, wow.
Has he hasn't used Tearlament's Cashier yet, has he, either? So that's an extra couple of mils.
Yeah, and it's, as you mentioned, sending 10 cards off the top of your opponent deck just give you so much information, even for Game 2, if anything. So
it doesn't... Does it benefit Filippo a lot? He's got a few... I didn't quite catch what he was... I was too excited watching what Vincenzo was milling. I can see the Chimera Fusion, which is a card that can be added back, but only once you've already got Fusion in rotation. So that means you do need to Fusion Summon first. So you're going to need to find a second copy of that before you can start using it anyway.
So he might go, for Rule Callus. Let's see what he wants to do. Because obviously...
It just opens up so many options for you when you play King of the Swamp. And you know, Rule Callus is typically what you go into. Pretty easy to summon, but without Kick Callus, you know, you do have to play these substitution effects. But also, he does have access to Grapha.
It feels very difficult to do anything without King of the Swamp almost now, with Kick Callus being forbidden. You can't summon Rule Callus anymore without King of the Swamp or some other substitution effect.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to take these like strange lines where you like go into like a big like Kaleido Heart turn 1, typically know what you see, and then you can use the field spell to destroy your Kaleido Heart, brings itself back, sends another material. So there's a whole bunch of like different options available to you that sort of play around the removal of Kick Callus. And we go for a rank 4 here, Redoer. Most important effect of Redoer is that it detaches for effect, not for cost, like a lot of typical Xyz monsters. And that means when you send a monster by effect, the Shirin underneath it does get to fuse again on your opponent's turn. And I think there's another King of the Swamp still in the graveyard.
Yeah, so we think that will either be a Grapha or a Kaleido Heart.
Yeah.
But he picks up a monster, unfortunately, for Vincenzo, so not adding an additional effect to the Redoer. And let's see if Filippo is able to actually break this field. Yeah.
Should be a challenge. I was wondering, one of the cards that comes to my mind when you want to break fields is Super Polymerization, because we mentioned it's like a fusion versus fusion, so Super Polymerization is probably going to be really handy, but I don't know if it's featuring in either of the players' deck lists.
I do see a Prosperity, which is always nice to, you know, dig for something, but
yeah, there's good answers in the main deck that Filippo has, kind of being prepared for, I suppose, maybe the Pearly matchup. We see a lot of books in the main deck here, so perhaps potentially it could be worth trying to pick up a book here to try and force out a lot of these interactions of Beatrice and Rule Callus. Rule Callus especially negating the effect to special summon, which means that if we go for a Branded Fusion or a Chimera Fusion, Rule Callus will be able to prevent that. So we're going to start off here with a Kotal. This is the really consistent part of the Chimera engine. It's typically you wouldn't really think of fusion decks as, you know, a mechanic that really generates a lot of advantage, but every single one of these Chimera cards like floats as a material, gets you lots of pluses, and it's a really good little engine that people have been incorporating with the branded.
It looks like, though, Filippo's deck is much more dedicated to the Chimera engine.
Yeah, you usually just play like Branded Fusion, and then it is just a Chimera deck, really.
Yeah. I do worry sometimes this deck maybe doesn't have the same kind of recursive power. It's like really consistent and really explosive, but maybe in a sort of grind game, which, I mean, it's not really a grind game, I guess, but, you know, when you start comparing what the decks can do as a whole rather than just with their first 5 cards, the Telements might have an advantage.
Yeah, it's just a versatile archetype, isn't it? You've got like power, you've got defensive abilities, and one of the cool things as well about Tearlament is that it doesn't really put up, you know, a typical sort of negate style field. You have a lot of like different interactions. So here you can see he's using the Chimera Fusion after the Sulik negating the Gazelle, and now Rule Callus, just can negate the Chimera Fusion.
Is it really Tearlament if you're not at least Chainlink 4? That's the question.
for now he's also holding, I guess he could use the Scream afterwards as well, trying to send, you know, another name off the top of his deck. Let's see.
I mean, Scream would have had to have been triggered on the normal summon, right?
Do you like that we're not using Prosperity first? I feel like if you have answers in your deck like Eclipse, maybe it's worth trying to like fish that out before you commit.
We just... Oh, the screen's being sent
For the Rule Kalos.
Kalos,
And then,
okay.
yeah.
You're going to have to remind me. So Saliak can send a T element. It
No,
has to
any
send
monster.
Any
any
monster,
yeah,
okay.
any monster.
And Rokalos
Can
can
send
send
any
it
T
to any...
element,
Okay.
yeah. Card, yeah. But yeah, now the Rule Kalos is summoned back and plays back to Filippo, who needs to probably activate this Prosperity. But I think he might also be building the Brand Fusion. Let's see.
It looks like Vincenzo's playing with his graveyard a bit, so maybe he's got an effect that he wants to activate.
Yeah, he could use one of the Shufflers. He has the Beatrice and the Redoer still, so he has a lot of options. This is not done. Also, obviously, when you start things off with the Perle Rhino, you have even an additional interruption in the form of the field spell. So.
Yeah, I mean, it just synergizes so well with itself. The ability to fuse with the graveyard, it's almost like a free resource when you have that second hand. And the Perla Rhino is great synergy because as you return a card from your deck, from your grave to your deck,
Yeah.
you get to destroy a card. So lots of varied disruption in this deck. You have effect negates, you have special summon negates, and there's that graph I mentioned here.
Yeah.
He's destroying his own...
Yeah, so he can pick up a Havinous so that he can trigger it in response to... oh, he's going to go for Cash Tier.
Yeah, because basically you need a card in hand to trigger the Grafa.
I see,
thing.
I see. Yeah, I didn't see his hand was empty, but that makes a lot of sense.
No, very well played by Vincenzo. I mean,
Has he not got a Tailment and like a Tailment fusion effect to search rather than the cash? I mean, maybe there's nothing he wants to fuse into anymore.
Well, they're all limited to 1.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they were all.
He might have milled himself out there. But yeah, as long as you have a name or any card to discard off the Grafa, it's a really good disruption here because it makes it so that your opponent's effect becomes discard a card that your opponent controls, and then when the Cash Tier goes to the graveyard, you can mill 2 more.
Yeah, it's such an iconic like Dark World thing that make your opponent, like, because they all get bonus effects if they're discarded by your opponent, so you have to make your opponent discard cards from your hand. It's really cool.
Yep.
Yeah, not playing Silva here. That would be a little overboard. But yeah, it looks like the Prosperity is going to banish 6 for cost, and I think we're deciding whether or not to negate that on Vincenzo's side.
Do you negate this if you're Vincenzo?
Usually, but now...
Oh, lets it resolve. This is what I was worried about. You see, you got the Book of Eclipse off the top here. You know, that I think if we just led with the Prosperity...
I totally agree with you, yeah.
Yeah.
Because that would have actually been quite nice.
Yeah, it would have turned off a lot of the interruptions from Vincenzo, for sure.
We've got the Mirror Sword Knight in the pickup here, which is one of the best starters for this deck, but you know we've already committed to our normal summon. It just kind of opens up a lot of options for you when you have Prosperity. It's such a good card, being able to remove cards from your extra deck that, you know, 15 extra deck cards, kind of tight these days, but in different scenarios, like if you're going second, you're not going to use like a lot of those cards automatically, and then vice versa when you go first. So it doesn't really feel like it sacrifices too much, as long as your deck doesn't really rely on drawing. It's been very staple recently, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, we're seeing. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Pot of Prosperity was, you know, in one of the most popular cards this weekend. Maybe after Ash Blossom or something.
Yeah. So he's debating on taking that second Chimera fusion to try and actually get that engine rolling with all those illusion fusion monsters.
Is Grafa, can it negate quick play spells, or is it just normal spells?
I think it just negates anything, right? Let's bring that up.
No, it's just normal spell and
Just
trap.
normal
Normal,
spells.
okay.
Okay, so he will be able to sneak through his Chimera fusion.
So yeah, using both of the Gazelle and Baphomet here, they all have graveyard effects associated to them when you use them as materials, and that Chimera fusion can actually be added back to the hand as well. When you resolve this chain here, you can just try and do it again and try and maybe go for some sort of Chimera. And of course, in the end phase, you activate the effect to discard a card from your opponent's hand, but I don't know if you really want to be discarding Cash Tier.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I mean, I think you may as well activate it, because
it only mills 2, right?
Yeah,
what can go wrong?
Probably better that it's in the graveyard and gets its mill than is on the field. Yeah. And it's probably going to be discarded for Grafa at some point anyway.
So really important interaction here. You know, as we saw, we milled that Medora at the start of the turn, so Vincenzo's being able to put back the Kotels, which has a graveyard effect of protecting your cards from being targeted. And by putting these back here, we can further interact with this Beatrice if we have anything left to send, which Vincenzo has still been holding on to. So there's one more disruption still in the tank.
And the Grafa itself.
Yeah, of course, the Grafa still hasn't been used either.
Did Filippo mill a Mirror Sword Knight? Or not, maybe not.
Maybe
No.
not.
Yeah, probably would have been targeted by Vincenzo if that was the case.
They're actually sending back the Kelbeck, so maybe this Beatrice again feeling lucky, you know?
What a hero, you know, just mill 5, mill
Exactly.
5. He knows he's on the feature. Maybe if he was just not on feature, he'd just be like, "Oh, I'll just send it to him." But for the viewers at home,
Why not? Why not? And yeah, we do get to the sport. And yeah, let's see if he's gonna send this Kelbeck.
He's got to do it. He's got to do it.
He might do it.
Come on, Vincenzo.
Come on.
Doesn't want to check what's in the box here. He's being very safe and going directly for a few for a tier name. It looks like. Yep, there's the halfness.
Makes sense. He already played it, you know, kind of more risky in turn 1, so now he doesn't want to risk it anymore. It's this last interruption, I guess.
Yeah,
Alex,
presumably going to go for the last big fusion in his
Yep.
extra deck, being the Kaleido Heart.
Yeah, he's fanning through that Rhino and making Kaleido Heart one of the strongest of the deck. It's a return back into the extra. We can spin the fusion here.
Well, he's thinking about it. He's got the Beast, which could summon a Winder if he's running Winder. I don't know if he is.
most likely, I guess.
He wants the Kaleido Heart.
Yeah, he will Kaleido Art.
Yeah, he was actually fanning through 3 different options there, because if he'd sent back the Destiny Hero Dangerous, that could have been...
He's actually not
a
playing
threat of
Winder, actually. Just
really?
looking at this extra.
I'm wondering why you have the Beast in your deck if you're not playing Winder. That seems kind of... Oh, I think it's for his side deck, actually. So you can use Shadow Fusion. Okay.
Yeah, there's a Shadow Fusion, yeah, as you mentioned. We'll talk about the side deck in a bit. There's a lot of there's a lot of interesting
spice.
cards in Vincenzo's side here. And another shuffler being used. Here's the Keldo.
I like Filippo remembering Aliba. It sounds like such an easy thing when you say it, but I feel like there's often so many things going on with branded cards that Aliba is just often left in the graveyard saying, why don't you bring me back, please? You know, like
Which actually, I think makes you wonder whether Vincenzo should have sent that back instead of the Kelbeck, I guess.
Yeah.
And this way he could have kept his other shuffler in the graveyard, I guess. But
oh,
we do see the branded, but obviously it's
Graph
gonna
up.
send 2 more cards with his own. Okay, 2 King of the
that
well.
well-known branded fusion spell that discards a card from your opponent's hand.
Oh, and that's about it.
Scoops it up.
Vincenzo takes game 1. Well, what a great way to start things off here with Vincenzo, showing us that the deck is still as valid as a year ago, we could say. And wow,
it was just like a bit of a time capsule, that wasn't it?
sure.
We were just seeing, you know, the winner playing the same deck again, and it looked beautiful.
It's always exciting to see what's in the box when you hit those Aguidos and Kelbecks. But again, it's a long tournament, a lot of rounds to play, and sometimes you can, you see a deck like Tearlament pop off like that, looks really flashy, but can you do that for a whole tournament? That's sort of the big worry with this kind of glass cannon style deck, right?
yeah. We'll find out whether that's the case. On the other end of the spectrum, we could argue whether Filippo should have led with the Prosperity to, get the Book of Eclipse. Maybe it would have changed the game, but regardless, now they are gonna pretty much take a look at their side decks, and we can assume it's Filippo going first, trying to set up his Chimera combos. What do you guys think he might bring in for this matchup?
It looks like he's playing quite a hand trap heavy sort of deck here, and I don't know if I'd really say a lot of these cards are particularly amazing against Tearlament.
I was going to say, do you think you would have had a side deck plan for Tearlament going into this event? It's not really a deck that's been on everyone's radar. Like, it seems to be, I think a lot of players really love the deck, so as soon as their first opportunity to play it now, they're going for it. But it wasn't a deck that was popular before this event.
Fair enough. At the same time, I feel like Dragon Link, which is a popular deck, has some similarities with it. So maybe just thinking of Bestials, for example, they could be there for that matchup or for the mirror match in the case of Branded, and they've always been really good against tier. So we can assume
it's a good call because there are some Bestials in the side deck.
Okay.
The most important part of his side deck, I'd say, is the Bestials.
Yeah.
Redrew Worm. Quick effect when your opponent controls a monster, banish a light and dark, and anytime you activate a Tearlament to fuse in the graveyard, well, it acts as a body and a DD Crow all in one. So very powerful against Tearlament. But, going back to what you said about, do you have a side deck plan for tier? I feel like noticing that Arise Heart came off the list, and you know, if you follow the OCG at all, you see like through multiple different Forbidden Limited lists and iterations, tier limit has been around, and I think it's worth respecting in this tournament.
Honestly, I'm looking at Filippo's deck, and I think his side deck looks very geared towards the times he's going second. So maybe he's just so confident in his deck's ability going first that he's not siding. You know, so oftentimes you see players side decks, and maybe they've got, you know, if I go first against this deck, I'll side in this very powerful card against this deck like Anti-Spell, Fragrance, Dimensional Barrier, and so on. But he hasn't opted to run any of those cards, so maybe he's just so confident in his deck going first that he doesn't need a specific plan for Tillman when he's going first.
Yeah, makes sense. But for Vincenzo, as you mentioned already, he is not playing the Shadow Winda, and you did mention though that he's playing Shadow Fusions, and there is a reason for it, because there is another fusion, which is the Shikinaga.
There's another Shadow Fusion?
Yeah, you know?
I didn't know this.
I don't think we played it back in the day. It requires Nerf monsters, and do you know what's Earth in his deck?
Oh, I don't know. What could be Earth?
Yeah, let's find out. I say our player seems to be ready, so let's jump back into game 2.
All right, so Filippo gets to start this one off here, and it's looking like a 2-card combo that you really want to see. It's the Mirror Knight and the Branded Fusion, so we should be able to see the full start here. That's an Ash Blossom, but I don't know if you're too worried about that, because you do have your Chimera engine, which generates a lot of advantage in and of itself. Although, it must be said, Ash Blossom is extremely powerful against Branded Fusion.
Yeah, I really like the new addition of the Chimera cards, because beforehand, a lot of people's criticism of the Branded deck was, well, if you activate Branded Fusion and then you get Ash Blossom, it kind of sucks. But now you've got two really powerful effects that both demand your opponent has an Ash Blossom, and if you have both, they can't Ash Blossom both, and you can only use one per turn, so...
Yeah, it's Chimera Fusion acting as a decent replacement of sorts as we activate it here. Fuse away the Beast King Gazelle and the Baphomet from the hand, going into that Illusion monster here, activating all 3 in the chain. Loop a card out your opponent's hand, looping Tillman into the grave.
Having said that, like, there's nothing you can fuse, right?
Yeah.
At the moment. It's quite funny now, 2 for 2, Branded Fusion has just discarded a card from Vincenzo's hand. That's all it does so far today.
All right, yeah, so the Chimera Fusion can be added back as well after we've resolved this chain here, getting some advantage as well. Probably going to get the Kotal to the hand as well for follow-up. And the Chimera Fusion can be set as it's a quick play spell, and it means that you can fuse on your opponent's turn. And typically your disruption in this deck is something like the Guardian Chimera, but it's not the greatest disruption against tier limit with so many graveyard effects. Typically against, you know, other decks that require having some sort of a field presence, it's quite decent, but in a meta with Unchained, which gets destroyed, and you know, here in this matchup with tier limit, I wouldn't really say it's super favored.
Yeah, there's also the Mirror Sword Knight itself, which is a nice monster negation. I mean, if you're Filippo here, you've got to be pretty happy, right? Because Vincenzo's already lost the Ash Blossom. He's going to lose a further card from his hand, and you've got kind of everything you want. The branded, the Chimera combo is very compact. It's only one card, but it's...
Oh, wow!
Oh, that shouldn't be allowed.
Mali, Havness. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Do you think he'll fuse here? The dangerous?
Yeah, he's activating it. Okay, do we have something? Oh, it looks like
I mean, why not?
We're going to go for the dangerous, yeah.
Yeah, why not? The dangerous is... Yeah, but that was something else, yeah.
I mean, after the Kelbeck came down, that didn't seem... He could have negated Edge, possibly, with the Mirror Sword Knight. Can it banish itself from the field? I think it can. Maybe he just got a bit carried away. I mean, not that it's super... It's just a one Destiny Hero monster, but maybe negating the Kelbeck would have been a smart idea. It is a bit of a shame. It would be a shame to give up the Mirror Sword Knight, even so, because it can be tributed on your opponent's turn.
So the Sword Knight only negates cards that your opponent controls.
Oh, really?
So
okay. So he can't do that.
Yeah, unfortunately, putting it into the graveyard means that we can't use it there. So.
Yep, and now the dangerous. Yeah.
Very fortunate from Vincenzo there, hitting that Kelbeck. Let's see what we can do. Not too much to play through, just that Chimera Fusion with any potential Bestials and hand traps we may have picked up on Filippo's side here.
Do you think he'll start the turn with the Mirror Sword Knight, Filippo, maybe? Or hold it? He doesn't look like he's activated it yet, so...
activate it immediately just to get some
it.
advantage.
Well, I mean, because you want it in the graveyard, so you can you can negate either way if it's in the graveyard. So you might as well just put it in the graveyard. But it seems like he's waiting.
Ooh. Potentially doesn't want to turn on something like Thrust immediately, I guess. There's that Perla Rhino field spell, still at 3 copies, and gives you a decent amount of consistency in this deck. So happy to see Perla Rhino in his opening hand. Vincenzo, yeah, he's drawn pretty well.
For sure.
I mean, it was not only drawing the comeback, but having one of 4 to discard it, unless he also has the Magic Agido in his hand.
So we're going to get Sharon to the hand here, and Sharon just a really good card in Tearlament with the ability to special itself, be a level 4, as well as discarding for effect. Filling up that grave, one of the best starters here, and if we can hit anything, we could go for an early Perla Rhino pop, force out with Chimera Fusion potentially. Let's see what we're going to do. Yeah, so many options. You know, we've got the Mali in the graveyard. We can go for some sort of Beatrice play if we want to. Try and force your opponent's disruption out before you go into something like a Guido Kelbeck being sent with this Beatrice. Looks like that is what he's going to choose to do here.
It's just so cool to see Beatrice. This deck to me is just like I mean, it's a fusion deck, but it feels like a fusion of all of the cool archetypes of Yu-Gi-Oh, to be honest. We've even got Beatrice, which is, again, like one of my favorite cards, and probably one of yours as well.
She's okay.
She's okay, okay. She's not a proper Burning Abyss, huh?
So this again is why this is really amazing. The ability to send any card from your deck to the grave, right? Which is so many options and so many different possibilities that are open to you. You know, in terms of tech cards, we mentioned a little bit about his side deck, and again, there was like this big, powerful boss monster in Arise Heart. You know, keep talking about it, but it's so relevant because it was really preventing Tearlament from doing anything for, you know, the better part of this year. And here we see what happens when you have access to the grave.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see all the different strategies that players come up with this weekend. Yeah, as you say, now that they've got sort of more room to breathe.
All right, he is going to go for the Mirror Sword Knight, as you mentioned. Beast King Gazelle is, or Baphomet rather, is going to pick up the Chimera Fusion from the deck here, and gives you some options to go for a Chimera Fusion into the Guardian.
He's not added a Gazelle, so that should tell Vincenzo that all of the Gazelles are present either in his graveyard or hand.
And he's thinking about flipping this Chimera Fusion. Yep, he does.
Yeah, so this is the thing with 2 level 6s on the field. You don't want to have your opponent go into that Beatrice as a quick play effect. You wouldn't be able to destroy it on summon. And it looks like we do want to go for that now and prevent our opponent from doing anything with Beatrice. And of course, very importantly, Chimera draws cards. So there's a chance that we can maybe pick up a Bestial off of this as well.
Do you think he's worried as well that, you know, Vincenzo might have a Dante Pilgrim of the Burning Abyss if he destroyed a Beatrice?
That would be sick.
You know, there's hardly any, you know, there's a lot of room in the Tearlament's extra deck, I've always thought, you know.
Why not throw that in as well?
Why not chuck it in there?
All right. It's always fun to see fusion monsters in the extra monster zone, right? No link monsters required in this strategy.
No. Is there any, there's no polymerizations in Filippo's deck, right? There's one for Vincenzo.
No. He's just playing the Goddess, but yeah, I think you were alluding to the bonus effect of Chimera, weren't you?
It's surprisingly annoying. Like, not being able to target a monster is often like, there's often ways to deal with monsters that you can't target, but when that monster has 3,300 attack and defense, it can be quite a challenge.
Yeah. No polymerizations here, so we've just got the Mirror Sword Knight as our last line of defense after we destroy here with the Chimera. So we've used the 2 from the field. We're not going to draw 2, we're going to only draw 1 here. Yep. So it doesn't look like we're picking up a Bestial, unfortunately.
So are we thinking the dangerous and the malicious, or the dangerous and the field spell?
I think the both monsters are better, yeah. Let's see. We didn't know about this sharing. Okay, so he's getting to actually send 5 cards off to the. Oh wow!
Sorry, did you say 5?
I said 5. I said
did you
5.
mean 10?
We got a Guido.
Oh,
Trivikarma as well.
His deck.
And the Swamps.
Oh, but actually the rest of it,
names,
yeah,
though.
the rest of it might be a little underwhelming, to be fair. Especially because he has already activated the Perla Rhino.
Trippy Karma can also add Saliek in a pinch.
Yeah.
Anything that mentions Visa Starfrost, which I think is just Saliek and Pala Rhino in this deck.
Yeah, I don't think he's playing much of any other thing. Yeah.
Vanadium Field Spell, maybe. Is that allowed?
Tailwind Scream. Let's have a look. Does Scream mention Visa Starfrost? It does indeed.
Oh, it does. Oh,
Yeah.
he knows more than us.
Yeah.
That's good, because he's the one playing the deck for the event, so...
All right.
So he might have another chance actually at milling 3 more, I guess. For now though, he's gonna shuffle back his Kelbeck, so he wants to again go for 5 more.
He is truly like, you know, he's really giving the feature match a good show.
Yeah, for sure. And it's so important to mention that 30 minutes are almost down the line already, and this is quite important when we think about, you know, picking up and avoiding, you know, getting into a draw. You really don't want to start things off with a draw in round 1. So
Honestly, I've been so engrossed in this match.
Yeah.
If you asked me how long it'd taken,
Yeah.
I would not have said 30
I was
minutes.
gonna say, like, it feels like
same. Yeah.
time flies when you're having fun.
When you're watching tournaments, for sure. There can be a deck, like some deck, there is some benefit to winning. Like, it's fun to do big combos, but if you have to do it over and over again, and one of the things players loved about tournaments is kind of different every time because it depends the order you mill things and so on. But it's nice sometimes to have a deck where you can just kind of go through the motions and get that win without having to, you know, think too hard and in a reasonable amount of time over the course of a large event.
This was a very nice play by Vincenzo, essentially shuffling back one of his tiers so he can trigger his Perle Rhino to destroy his on-field Shearing, and this way he can fusion summon now.
He's pulling out all the stops.
Yeah. Okay.
So the
Kaleido?
problem is that we have the negate on the field of the Mirror Sword, so Kaleido Heart can be negated. Now, I'm just gonna check if this
Kaleido Heart
sword
targets, right?
yeah.
Yeah, so you can also negate it with...
But the thing is, it's buffed by the field spell, so you can just attack over the Guardian Chimera, right?
Mm-hmm. 35.
And then in Memphis 2, he activates the Scream. So still very well played by Vincenzo. And with one face down, if that's the Saliek, this could be a really good comeback.
Why didn't he activate the Saliek before fusion summoning? He would have got
The
some
Scream,
mills,
you
right?
mean? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, the Scream.
Yeah. Oh, well, the Scream was picked up as a search, right? So it was in chain, no?
Yeah, but he used the... he triggered the field spell to destroy his Sharon on the field. He could have done that after.
Yeah, potentially.
I don't know, maybe it was all part of a big chain link that I wasn't seeing, but I think he could have just activated the Scream first and milled a few more cards.
For sure.
All right, Filippo's still got a lot of cards in hand.
He's got a big hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's sometimes how Chimera works. You know, you generate so much advantage, all of the fusion materials replace themselves. So question is, do we have like a further push, though? That's going to be the issue here, especially into that one face down.
And he knows everything Vincenzo has. Oh, no.
The face
he
down,
didn't see
I
him
don't
at
think
the
it's...
side. Yeah, okay.
I mean, we could somewhat safely assume, but, yeah.
It's a guess. But yeah, it's either going to be something like that or impermanence.
Oh, no, he has like 7. Oh, wow. He also has a Call by the Grave.
I saw that as well.
Yeah.
The Call by the Grave on a Kaleido Heart is absolutely devastating.
That could be it, to be fair. If he forces it out, it's basically down to the Scream, whether it hits anything useful. Maybe that Kelbeck that he sent back, you know?
One of the things I found actually with the Chimera deck is you often have all these cards in your hand. You think, what do I actually do with them?
Yeah.
You know, you've got all these. You can use them as fusion materials. I mean, what do? You make a Guardian Chimera maybe. It doesn't feel like it does a lot,
much.
even with this many cards. You think you have a big pile of cards, you should be able to do a lot of
Just setting
things.
one.
I think that might be a fusion material. He's not.
Yeah.
Hopefully, he's not just setting.
Yeah,
a
no,
card.
obviously setting 2 fuse, but yeah. Yep.
So presumably he's setting it because he wants to summon a Guardian Chimera.
Makes sense. Yep, gonna use all of the monsters he is holding to for that second Guardian Chimera of the match.
Yeah, all these materials will trigger, get some advantage in the process, as well as go for the Chimera, which is most likely going to force out that
Yep.
back row.
This time around, it's the opposite one, so he wants to draw 2 and pop 1. Let's see. And yeah, it is the Salik. But as you mentioned, Tom, that call by the grave on the Kaleido will be devastating. Does he get anything? He does not.
Oh.
Wow.
He hasn't hit any names, right, other than tier cash this turn. And with milling so many cards, that's actually, well, that's the nature of the deck. Sometimes you just are unfortunate.
Yeah, because this would actually be really strong if it wasn't for the call by, but the call by just completely shuts down Vincenzo, and you can see him smirking a little bit because this hurts so much.
But Saliak also being negated by the... Oh, is it? No, it wasn't being negated. That cornfield was being added.
No.
I have to check. The cornfield... How do you say the second name? Coatl? Coatl?
Coatl, yeah.
It only protects from targeting when you control the...
You have to control it. It doesn't have to be in... The fusion you can add it so long as you have one in your graveyard, but this you actually have to control it.
Call by the Grave being the MVP, it seems like Vincenzo has only one more draw to stay in this game 2. Can he pull this off? To be fair, I can think of a lot of really strong ones, but...
You have to keep in mind, he's only got 11 minutes, so if he starts milling more Kelbecks...
Let's see.
Yeah, the timer is getting a little bit uncomfortably low at this point, and Vincenzo has to maybe sort of decide, is it worth conceding this to go into game 3 with an upper advantage, or do you try and win this one out with not too much left on the clock?
I don't think he gets to decide is whether this top deck does anything or not, He doesn't have any other play at the moment, so I guess only the Malish he is not. Yeah, okay.
What's the plan?
He can't trigger the screen here, can he?
No, he can at least... No, he can't, because he doesn't have a tier, but he can trigger the Perle Rhino.
Oh, I see. You can trigger Perle Rhino.
And you pop your own...
Saliak? I can't see what... Yeah, you can pop your own
Saliak
and then you get tier cash.
Yeah, and then you just mill 6. It's a good. It's a good plan.
It's a good plan. That's a plan.
Yeah.
Does
there has to be
have
something to
say
here
about the plan?
I don't think.
Doesn't look like it. We've just got the Chimera Fusion set, right, with Crossout.
Yeah, but Crossout doesn't do anything, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense to send back the Agido because your plan is just straight up milling 6. So.
Crossout's a strange card in this matchup, don't you think? Because you would really want it for like hand traps and disruption, and the idea is that you want to protect Branded Fusion, but if Branded Fusion isn't that important, then Crossout feels like it does not a lot against Tier Limit.
Yeah.
I feel like if the Branded Fusion was resolved, the game would have ended like last turn quite comfortably, because there would have been, in addition to all of this, a Mirror Jade in play, which would have added another Branded Fusion and so on. So I feel like if he'd had the Crossout during his first turn to negate the Ash Blossom, I think it would have been quite a sharp game for Filippo.
Let's see.
Yeah,
it all comes down to this.
Payoff. Yeah, this is really important. As you mentioned, this this mill here is the deciding factor for this turn.
But to be fair, 6 with that thin of a deck seems like it will be a very consistent mill.
All 3 are in the deck now, right?
You'd think so.
2, 3.
There's a Shirin, there's a Swamp.
And
early as well.
2 names.
2 fusions.
Okay.
That is really, really important. Now, of course, a lot of deck thinning was done here, but when you have Swamp on top of this as well, you're gonna have a lot of good options here. And we have to decide on Filippo's side, is it worth preemptively using this Chimera Fusion? But again, the Chimera Fusion, I mean, what can you really make here that hurts you?
Yeah, I don't know what's left in his extra deck. Maybe the Predaplant Dragos Tapilia doesn't feel like it does very much.
Yeah, just negating a monster is not super great when you've got the field control like this with the Perle Rhino. Although the Perle Rhino has been used this turn, admittedly, so that's not going to be an option.
But it's also nice that the Scream additional effect for the 500 it's huge.
Yeah, you'd think like that's just a nice little bonus effect, but technically there's a surplus of 1,000 attack on the field, right? Combined with Perle Rhino, so you can really like control the field just by going to the battle phase.
Absolutely. Like as Tom mentioned, dealing with the 3300 is one thing, but dealing with the 2300 is a whole different story. So. But yeah, he's forced to actually use this Chimera Fusion, it seems, and Not too impressive. Let's see.
Oh, is Chimera Fusion a beast? Is it a branded Chimera? Yeah, it must be.
You need a beast and a fiend, yeah.
So Guardian Chimera's a beast, I guess.
Oh, you only need one of them to be a beast or fiend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it works
Yeah,
out.
you need one beast and one fiend, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Baphomet's a fiend, and the
Guardian is a beast,
Guardian
yeah.
must be a beast, yeah.
It is. Yeah.
It feels like you're downgrading a little bit, to be honest. The monsters got a lot smaller.
So you get the resource loop here, but the question is, are you going to have another turn?
Yeah, this is impressive stuff from
So,
Vincenzo.
Establishing the Rukalos as well as the Grapha, really, really powerful, but I don't think we have a card in hand, and I'm not sure if we can actually generate a card in hand. At some point, I suppose the Rukalos could maybe activate to send a Sulik on the future and then get a card that way for the Grapha. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves here as we go and summon out Kotal.
I mean, the graph is also just huge, right?
It is massive, yeah.
And there we go. We move to the battle phase with that cross out face down. Doesn't seem like Filippo can do much. And now...
Oh, but
yeah,
something
the
I
illusion.
mentioned a while ago. Yeah, the illusion being unable to be destroyed by battle, incredibly useful here. I thought, yeah, in my head, I was just kind of autopilot. You just attack, get in for a lot of damage.
Oh, but that's not a lot happening there. Set pass.
I love this. It's just like the equivalent of old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you just set a
another
scurry,
field
but
spell. Normal
a
summon
top
Rhino
deck.
Heart, send, mill 3. Yeah, Vincenzo is seeing blood in the water here. That is an incredible top deck.
Yeah.
And 3 copies still. It's crazy. Like, Pearl Rhino is just such an incredible card in this deck.
Yeah, this is huge. As you mentioned, the illusion really paying off, but now so much that Vincenzo can do.
There's a Hell Shaddoll fusion here, which I think mills 4.
how many different attributes are there? There's a
Dark,
wind,
water,
dark,
so
water.
3, I think. Wow. Yeah, the Shaddoll monsters can act as a bit of a nuisance in your hand when you draw them, but oh boy, does it feel good to hit them in situations like this.
Do you think Filippo set another illusion monster?
Most likely, I guess. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, he's ahead by 2,800, so his plan was probably, trying to get the win
I
that
love
way.
this plan. It's excellent.
Yeah.
Just like, I'm just gonna wall up with indestruct. You have to come up with a destruction effect each time.
Yeah.
He's got the King of, what's the full name? I want to say the King of the Phantom Beast. It's got more of a name than that.
Would you like me to address him by his title?
Give me his full name.
Chimera the Illusion Beast, and then Chimera the King of
Chimera
Phantom
the
Beast.
King of Phantom Beast. Okay, so he can bring back another illusion monster. That's all I was. Oh, maybe it doesn't actually. Maybe it has to bring back a beast or a fiend. I think it'll probably get negated by a Raw Callus anyway.
Yeah, exactly. All right, there's Malicious and Havness being returned.
Vincenzo summoning like every fusion in his extra deck.
Yeah, he's going to summon back the one he just shuffled the previous turn, so...
Is this really the crossover we asked for? Heroes, Dart Worlds, tier.
Oh, wow.
Oh, goes for the back row, okay. Interesting.
Want to play it as safe as possible, but now, yeah, he needs to find a way to deal with these illusions.
Yeah, does he have? What's a good way of dealing with them?
Good question. I'm looking at this extra deck here. It's like...
What links has he got?
I guess he's playing Dark, most likely.
He's got Dark, he's got Underworld Goddess.
Okay.
Nothing really strong to take out here. Baron would be really good, but we don't have tuner access.
I love the idea of using Underworld Goddess, this card that players have included
Liquid Illusion.
to get rid of the most difficult monsters.
Yeah.
And then you just say, oh yeah, but I also need it to get rid of my opponent's monster that can't be destroyed by battle.
Okay, genuinely, I'm looking through this, and I am struggling to see ways to attack through illusion monsters, especially when Vincenzo's on 5,200 life points here. He's behind, and there's like just over 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that is some panicked extra deck fanning there.
There are times you just think, wow, okay, look at my field. You have to concede, opponent. Like, this is my field. Like, what are you going to do? But no.
Yeah, he has
Dragos
another...
Stapelia. Okay, that does do the trick, I think.
As long as that other set
As
card
long
isn't
as the
another
other set.
illusion.
I think it is, I think it's going to be another Cornfield Quart, because you incidentally add
Well, it looks like he's going for a rank 4.
Okay.
Okay. Zeus?
This is desperate.
Yeah.
What's going on here? Yeah.
Please-
Does he run Dragos to Palio?
Should do.
Maybe he does not, actually.
Oh wow, actually doesn't. Yeah. Favoring the Mud Dragoness, but like the extra deck is just so tight here.
Yeah.
I mean, the Underworld Goddess feels necessary because of Pearly. Abyss Dweller really important, making turn 1 against Unchained. Diviner makes sense. Baron, sorry, makes sense with Diviner. Cross Sheep, I suppose, is maybe like greedy per se. Sprint is important because you can send Merly. So this is one of the issues with a pile like this. Like you find that in situations, you could probably opt to play like 20 extra deck cards if you could.
Can't link away a Grapha. That's just, oh, that makes me upset.
As you might have noticed, we got 3 minutes of extra time, actually, as low play warning has been issued. Actually, to both players, so we got 6 in total, which makes sense, but now, yeah.
Could Vincenzo not have used the Mud Dragon to make his monsters dark and keep the Grapha and link away something else for the Dark Charmer, maybe?
There's no shot. We're actually doing this.
Oh. Is he going to attack into a second one, though? I think it is. I don't know what else he'd say.
Yeah.
I can't handle the... It's another illusion monster!
Yeah. Wow. He set another Mirror Sword Knight as well. I saw that. That's a Mirror Sword Knight.
Oh no! All right, we're gonna have to like just keep fusing and keep trying to pop with Pearl Rhino. It looks like. Oh, okay. Baron is huge here.
Yeah, that's
we just.
Has he still got? He's still got the Kelbeck, right?
Yeah,
he must do. Yeah, he just needs to send a 4. Baron can pop one of them.
Yeah, even if you don't activate the milling effect, this is a huge top deck.
But we still can't.
But you still need to. You need to have a fairy to make it level 6, right? Yeah, but he's got one.
He does have it. Yeah.
The top of Vincenzo's deck has been firmly on his team, like
for sure. I feel like still last turn he should have paid more attention to what was there and probably destroyed the other monsters with the Pearl Rhino, but now, yeah.
It's possibly a bit risky milling with Scream there, because if you hit Kelbeck...
Yeah, I agree with you.
Maybe you don't get to increase the level.
I don't know, I feel like with 6 minutes down, is probably trying to panic, not losing this one out when you know you have won the game, but you know you have these walls there which are stopping you.
You've not won the game till you've won the game.
I know. So
you wouldn't think in 2023 that monsters that just can't be destroyed by battle would be the difference.
I hope Vincenzo's not considering milling here, is he? No, he actually chooses not to use Kelbeck.
Yeah, no, of course.
Okay, here we go.
I thought he could make a fusion, but apparently he's out of fusions.
Okay, that's one, but there's another Mirror Sword Knight.
There is another one, yeah, of course.
We'll try again next turn. Okay, looks like we've ran out of illusion monsters from Filippo's side. There's that cross out we were talking about earlier. I just think it's so bad in this matchup.
And this was a great effort by Filippo, but unfortunately it seems like the game might be over. Let's see. Yeah, it is.
Okay, that's a skip there. Takes it just by the skin of his teeth.
Great job. Vincenzo wins. Wow, what an ending. Definitely something.
That was intense.
Yeah, we didn't see coming, but yeah, it was a great match for sure. In the end, it seemed like, just Vincenzo's strategy relying on these Kelbecks still after 1 year is paying off. And maybe that Chimera opening was not that strong in the end. I don't know.
You have to feel gutted when you're playing in the feature match and you discard your opponent's card. And it's during the end phase as well, so you can't react to the fact that your opponent just discarded a Kelbeck, mills, and fusion summons on your first turn. I mean, it is the classic tier element thing to do, but it's so much harder nowadays with all of those important pieces at 1 copy each.
I don't think it's a particularly great matchup for Chimera, and I'm going to be honest, I don't know if I'm completely convinced of tier limit. We'll have to see for the rest of the weekend here. It felt like there was a lot of things that were fortunate for Vincenzo to go right there, and even up until the end there was a potential doubt of even taking away the whole thing.
It did feel like every turn, by the end, he was drawing like a relevant card. I mean, I guess at times like that, you can feel bad as the opponent, but you have to think actually like most of his deck would have been helpful in that situation. But yeah, what do you think, Marcello?
Yeah, no, it was definitely an interesting one. Vincenzo keeps what he bragged about yesterday, his 100% win rate on stream in Dortmund. So for now, that's fair enough. We'll see whether we'll see more of him in action throughout the weekend. But yeah, as you mentioned, Nadir, the deck seems very strong, but it seems like it asks you to take unnecessary risks. Sometimes I don't know if I could do it for 12 rounds, just relying on those mills. But I mean, to be fair, he did build his deck in a way where consistently should hit, you know, at least 2
You have
cars.
to create your
Yeah.
own luck, in a way.
Fair enough, but at the end of the day, you still need to, you know, get that. So I don't know. But yeah, regardless, it was a good show. Both tried their best, and obviously Filippo still has, you know, 11 rounds ahead of him, so he will try to keep his composure.
You can't
and,
feel too bad about losing to the reigning champion.
No, absolutely not. Or maybe. Maybe
Maybe with those
maybe you
mills.
do.
I really enjoyed the very creative strategy at the end there to try and stick in the game, just
Yeah.
by setting
That
monsters
was
can't
that
be
was
done.
definitely an
That was
interesting
great.
one. But thank you guys for being with us. That was the end of round 1. But before we jump into round 2, we need to hear it from the winner, Vincenzo, and we have Ed interviewing him right now.
Thank you very much, Marcello. I am joined by Vincenzo Orofino, the previous YCS Dortmund winner and the winner of our round 1 feature match. Vince, how does it feel to be back?
It feels really good. I'm really happy with my deck choice. I know like it's a really fun deck, so like regardless of how the tournament is going to be, I'm gonna be happy for my decision. But the deck performed amazing this match. I still have to like get used to the tournament again, but I think I have good chances, and yeah, and for sure I'm gonna have fun.
That's what we like to hear. It's all about having fun at these tournaments. Winning is also a nice bonus. So speaking of your deck, obviously we saw you win with this at last year's one in November. And obviously on the Forbidden Limited list, Tier has been hit quite hard. There's a lot of one-offs now. So can you talk to us a bit about how you're managing with the new setup of the deck and how you're finding the consistency?
So the deck is significantly different compared to the one I played in Dortmund. If I'm not wrong, in Dortmund I didn't have tier elements Kashtira, which is an addition. Of course, it's a really different deck, but what I did is the card they banned were mostly good mill cards, like good cards to mill, like all the tiers, literally all the tiers and all the Ishizus. You can kind of fix that by putting a lot of other engine that are good to mill, like you saw the Destiny Heroes or the Shadows and those stuff. The only real big difference, and this is going to be a bit controversial because I think my deck now is really, really strong. I think the only really big difference compared to the Dortmund one is that I don't have that much room for non-engine. That's because if we talk about the engine, I think not like on the same level, it has less follow-up, but it's not that much of a difference in my opinion.
But you're having fun with it as well still.
For sure, I always did, even with everything at 3, but with the cards at 1, it also feels even better when you mill the Kelbeck or the Guido, because you know they're one-offs. Yeah, the only really big disadvantage of my deck compared to Dortmund is the non-engine, because in Dortmund I had room for like 12, and here I have room for 3.
Does make a difference. Also, talking of decks, obviously you were just against the Chimera branded deck. Chimera obviously very new with Duelist Nexus. So were you pretty prepared on how to deal with that? Were you expecting to go up against it? And how did you find going up against it?
Oh, I was super fine playing against Chimera because my 2 roommates for this event, they both play Chimera. So I spent the last 2 days playing against it. And in general, I think it's a pretty favorable matchup for Tier. Every matchup is a pretty favorable matchup for Tier. And the Keld and Mudora really like go in. They perform really well. And Rulkelos really strong interaction. In general, if they don't open like full combo plus a backup like Drollenlock or Ash, I should win even going second, and yeah, it happened. So
going through most of that game, you managed to use Collider High immediately to get rid of the King of Phantom Beasts, so already pretty much controlled what was going on there. Also, Filippo was under Prosperity, so there wasn't a lot that he could do there. So you did a lot, you prevented the Brand of Fusion, so game 1 was pretty controlled for you.
I think the Prosperity really like cut him off of resources, because at one point I didn't have much when he called by the grave my Kaleido, but I think he finished the X-Stack or something, because he had every piece of engine he needed, but couldn't do anything besides setting monsters.
And then game 2, it was a bit more of a back and forth. You managed to Ash the Brand of Fusion, but You typically see with a Chimera, that's a bit of a bait so that they can get into the Chimera fusion stuff. We saw a lot of that come out. The Mirror Sword Knight, that's pretty much a one-card combo, so they got through all that. And then you did a pretty good job getting quite lucky with a lot of the things that got hit.
My deck is built to get lucky, you know, so... But regarding the Ash, I saw game 1 because he milled it. He plays the Dragoon engine, so I have to Ash the Branded Fusion. Because if I don't, he puts Dragoon and then he goes Mirror Sword Knight. I Ash the Mirror Sword and he negates with Dragoon, and I just gave him a free Dragoon on the field. So I had to.
You knew what you were doing, mate. This ain't your first rodeo. Well, congratulations, Vincenzo. You've already won the first feature match. Is there anything with your current deck that you're nervous about going up against for the rest of the tournament, or are you feeling pretty confident?
My deck is only nervous about my deck.
Okay. That mirror match, always a bit of a nightmare. Well, I imagine you might face a few of them, but best of luck to you. Welcome back to your, crowning achievement area, and I hope the rest of the tournament goes great for you. Thank you very much for joining us.
That too. I hope that too.
This has been great. Guys, thank you very much for watching our Round 1 feature match and this wonderful interview here. Don't go anywhere. We've got loads more feature matches coming your way, and between those, we've got some more coverage for you. Let's check out a meta breakdown.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Dortmund 2023, and we are here to discuss our opinion on the upcoming meta game that we're going to have for this event. And also, we're going to briefly look at the latest Forbidden and Limited List update, because that, of course, does affect the format we are playing.
Absolutely.
And it does massively so. So, the first contender, and the biggest contender, we're kind of thinking, is going to be Unchained, which is an old deck, but it got some very, very, very good support recently in Duelist Nexus. And specifically, there's the new link to Yama, which is amazing with multiple great effects. And then there's also the 2 new level 6 main deck monsters, right?
Yeah, Shavara and Shayama
Yes.
are incredible support. Takes the deck to an entire new level, actually to the roof of decks, basically. I think it might be the most played deck in the top cut maybe for this event. That's
It looks very
hot
promising.
take right
Definitely,
here. And
yeah.
it has also massively affected the side decking of the players.
Totally does, because you have to now think about different stuff. Nibiru has been becoming a card again that is pretty decent versus the deck, because they, if you just Nibiru them on 2 level 6 monsters before the Caesar comes onto the field, that is pretty impactful. So people have to think about a new deck that is on top of the meta game, because for the latest tournaments, it's usually was Kashtira. Kashtira was pretty good, and now Kashtira has also been kind of hit on the latest Forbidden and Limited list because Eraisat is not there anymore. So let's talk about Kashtira a little later again, because we're not expecting that much of Kashtira anymore, but we do expect quite a bit of
Pearly. Pearly seems incredible right now. With barely any hits so far, the deck is looking incredibly strong, also affecting the deck building of other players, Triple Tactic Thrust has been an incredible card so far ever since it came out, and now Herald of the Abyss is seen in almost every single deck, because how are you gonna get rid of Pearly Noir once it hit the field with more than 5 materials?
Totally. Pearly Noir was such a great addition to the deck with the latest set, Duelist Nexus, and before that, only having one Delicious Memory kind of was a problem. That's why Pearly was kind of falling off in popularity. But now, with that Pearly Noir in your extra deck, you have way more access to it overall. You're going to summon out the big Noir all the time, the Pearly Noir, and it's really, really, really hard to out if you don't have that Herald of the Abyss in the deck. So that might be a card we are going to see quite a bit in the tournament for sure. And then, something we have also seen quite a bit in recent tournaments.
That was a shocker.
And it's back into main high-level competition, is Fluwanda Reese. It just won recently YCS Cancun, and it's on top of the meta game once more. There's no more barrier statue, but still the deck is in superb position, mainly, honestly, because it has a pretty decent Unchained matchup. So people were looking for solutions against Unchained, and we're just saying people are building their side decks for it, and they build a main deck that beats the deck pretty consistently.
Just build your main deck against it by picking Fluwandery's Empen, because Empen just allows monsters to activate their effects if they are in defense position, and that is pretty hard if you're mostly summoning Link monsters.
Yeah, that's quite the bummer, but then the other deck, it's so funny, because of course we are in Dortmund, and Fluwandery's was in the finals of YCS Dortmund 2022, and the other deck that also was in the finals there is kind of having a good shot at performing well again, isn't it?
Yeah, and I can't wait to see this on stream. Tearlaments is on the rise. Many very successful players have picked up this deck again. They have been toying around with it, and I'm saying toying around because you can play so much with it. There are so many different options, so many different lines that you can run. You have a decent matchup against Full Wanderers if you do not get shifted. Before that, if we remember the last YCS Dortmund, if shifter happens, you might end on a Baguska. That is not as easy anymore.
True.
So this deck has been seeing a big rise in popularity lately. It also has a decent matchup against Unchained.
That's the thing,
You can
yeah.
do a lot versus that. Pops aren't really that strong against it. You have Kaleido Heart. Nobody wants to pop a Kaleido Heart. And yeah, the deck just seems really incredible right now, and I can't wait to see how it performs.
Yeah, seems like a very good pick, very good contender. So those are some older decks still very much on top of the competition. But then there's an old deck paired together with new cards, also having high ambitions for this tournament. And it's going to be the branded deck.
Illusion.
But mostly, the branded deck nowadays is paired with illusion cards, with the Chimera cards. So there's the new fusion monster, Chimera, the King of Phantom Beasts. There's Chimera Fusion. Then, of course, all the illusion main deck monsters like Cornfield Codal and also the Big Wing Baphomet and so on. And those are just really, really, really good. On top of already having a really good one-card combo with Branded Fusion, those are also good one-card combos. They're like really good. Like the Baphomet just searches 2 cards on summon, which is
Any
insane.
beast.
Yeah.
You can possibly search King Tiger Wang Hu to normal summon it against Blue
Absolutely
Wanderers.
crazy, yeah.
Looks kind of insane.
And honestly, we have seen this mostly being paired up together with Branded, but the engine on its own is so strong. I would not be surprised if someone finds like a different way to use the engine and maybe bring it to a whole nother level, surprise us with it. I mean, YCS Dortmund has been known for having surprises. I think last year we had Naturia Runic just being brought into spotlight, and then afterwards everyone was onto that deck as maybe the best Runic variant ever. And maybe something happens with the Chimera engine now.
Yeah, if you have ever been Illusion Fusion summoned on, then you know how much advantage this deck can generate. So why not pair it with other decks that don't just have to Fusion summon? I mean, it's an obvious choice with Branded and the Fallen of Albus archetype, but I think there are also other ways to play this deck.
Totally.
Let's get back to some older decks again. Now I'm talking like a veteran of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Meta game.
I know what you're talking about.
Dragon Link. Dragon Link has also probably been affected by the Forbidden and Limited list. Magnamut to 1, Chaos Space to 1. However, it lost its probably worst matchup, Kashtira. I mean, Kashtira is still maybe around, but not the Kashtira Arise Heart version, which was really keeping Dragon Link down. Now I can see players picking up the deck, realizing, hey, Tear Element is strong, Unchained is strong, my Bestials are also good against those.
For sure.
Juris Worm is a fantastic card against Unchained. It is incredible against Tear Element. So I can actually see, even though the deck lost some of its consistency, that people are running it. It also got some new toys. Players have developed really cool combos with the Black Metal Dragon. I want to see the deck.
Dragon Link, even though it probably was the deck that got hit the most by the recent list, seems like a very promising deck still to play, for sure.
World Championships. It won.
It's the World Championship deck, for sure, absolutely. And then another deck that, instead of getting hit on the list, was boosted by the last list, and that maybe is also a deck to look out for, is going to be Salamangreat. And I know you're smiling because you love the Salamangreat deck.
I'm a Salamangreat enjoyer.
It's your deck, you're basically playing it in your off time all the time. It's a great deck, not gonna lie, and I think it does play around a couple of cool things in the format. That's really important.
Yes, most of the going second cards players have opted to play are Book of Eclipse, Triple Tactic Thrust, Talons. What monster effects are you going to activate? What link monsters are you going to book of the Salamangreat player, huh? There's nothing there. So the field, of course, it is a bit afraid of DD Crows and, of course, Nibiru, which is the arch nemesis
might
of the
be a
deck,
problem
basically.
for sure, definitely.
But I think it definitely has its space in the format. Also, there are cool one-card OTK combos. Guess what? Violet Chimera is back.
That's pretty cool, yeah. Just quickly again touching on Kashtira, because we only said that it got rid of the Kashtira Rise Heart. It's going to be interesting to see whether the deck is still around, whether people are figuring out different ways to maybe still run Fenrir, Birth, and Unicorn in the deck. Shangri-Ira still is a good card too. I think what might be interesting could be pairing up the Kashtira cards with the Runic cards, because we have not talked about a singular Runic deck so far. Runic was everywhere the entire last season. It was really in top cut over top cut over top cut, and now there's not really one Runic deck in the spotlight. So maybe that again means the Runic cards are coming back because nobody's paying attention to them. Maybe a Kashtira Runic deck is going to come out there.
That is true. Maybe also some other Runic variants, like the Sprite one was also really popular. Didn't really get touched on at all by any Forbidden and Limited lists.
Nope.
So I think the deck still has quite a lot of power.
For sure, for sure. And I mean, we already talked about so many decks, but there are so many more actually to be in contention, because like Duelist Nexus really brought some more decks back into the spotlight. It also brought some great support for example, Rescue Ace,
Vanadium,
Infernoble. Like there's
everything.
so many great decks that are really doing well. But still, there's also decks that already had success and are still untouched. For example, I saw our European champion Jessica Robinson already in the venue, so that means Rika is probably going to be there too. And I mean, it's still a very good deck. She made top cut of the World Championship with it, so why would she not make top cut here either?
Yeah, Jessica, a fantastic player with a fantastic deck that is still very much in competition. So let's see if Rika is going to take it all over again, or if any of these other options are going to be there. It's going to be a fantastic event. We have a lot of diversity in the format, and it is also a fantastic format to play. Very skillful. I cannot wait to see how this turns out. So we're going to go back to the live matches very soon. Stay tuned.
Wait a second, weren't you guys just on screen doing a meta breakdown? Well, here we are again. So, as you guys know, not only do we do some pre-recorded content like meta breakdowns, we actually also do some little matches which you guys are going to see. We have a great series for you called Master versus Caster, which you'll see throughout the weekend. Also had some pre-recorded speed duel tournaments as well, which you guys will get to see. Very exciting. But also we do some live quizzes here. So as you can see, I'm joined by Leo and Basti, and we're going to go through some of the categories that we've got here. Apparently we're being told to shuffle this way. I think we're a bit more center now. Isn't this all good? So, this, guys, is a category quiz. I'm going to give you questions based on categories, and what I'm going to do is have you buzz in. So you're going to have to say buzz, okay? So I will give you the category. The name of our first category is Duel by Numbers. So these are all questions regarding number cards, okay?
Buzz. Number 10.
Incorrect. I'm going to pass it over. Okay, right. Let me give you your first question. So get ready, both of you. Which kind of effect can number 74, Master of Blades, negate?
Buzz.
Okay.
Targeting effect.
Yes. Okay, I'll give you that. It's effects that target this face-up card. Keep it up. By the way, you're going to have to keep a memory of your score, because if anything has shown us of the history of this, I'm really bad at remembering the scores and reading the questions and doing the presenting at the same time. Some quiz master I am. It doesn't matter. You still have a chance. It's okay. So, next question. What kind of monsters can number 103 Ragnar Zero destroy?
Buzz.
Go on.
Monsters with a higher attack or a different attack from their original attack.
Correct.
What's happening?
I know, this is actually a bit of a whitewash at the moment. It's all right, you still have time, you still have chances. There's 5 questions per category, so still 3 more. What attribute is number 28 Titanic Moth?
Buzz. Wind.
Incorrect.
Earth.
Incorrect. I'm afraid it's fire. So you got that wrong, guys, but it's okay. We still have time. What is the condition that allows number 88 Gimmick Pucket? I'm doing badly here. Let me try this again. What is the condition that allows number 88 Gimmick Puppet of Leo to win the duel?
Buzz. It has to have more than 10 materials.
Incorrect.
Buzz, it has to have more than 12 materials.
Incorrect. It has to have 3 destiny counters on the card. So you were nowhere near, but I appreciate the enthusiasm that you guys went through this with. Okay, so now we're down to the final one. Name a number monster which has been a YCS prize card.
Buzz. A giant hand.
Correct. Okay, so that's 1 point to you, and 3 points to you, 2 points to you. Okay, right. Not bad, 2-1. This could go either way at this point. So now we have a different category. This is called multi-type madness, which is guess how many types belong to the specific theme. So for instance, question 1, how many different monster types can you find amongst vanquished soul monsters?
Buzz. 5.
Incorrect.
6.
Is also incorrect. The answer is 7. Next question, how many different monster types can you find among Telements monsters?
Buzz. 2.
Incorrect.
3.
Also incorrect, it's 4. So I'm noticing a pattern here, guys. Go up one more number than you're trying to guess, because at the moment that's the theme.
It's a Psychic, Fiend, Aqua, and Warrior.
There we go, okay, so there's the 4. So you do know these, but it's about buzzing in faster than the other person. Don't worry, there's still more questions. How many different monster types can you find among mermail monsters?
Buzz.
2. Incorrect.
I was going to say 3, so I'm going to say 4.
It was 3. It was 3. I'm so sorry. I appreciate the effort that's gone in here, because I wanted to say you should have gone one higher, and then you went one higher over the right answer. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Not been the easiest round for you guys, but we are down to 2 more questions here. How many different monster types can you find among Gold Pride monsters?
Buzz.
Oh.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors.
Okay, right, so what's your answer? Gold Pride.
2.
Incorrect.
5.
Incorrect. It's 7 again. Okay, this has not been a great round so far. How many different monster types can you find amongst 6 samurai monsters?
Buzz. 1.
Correct. Okay, finally, we got one of them. So now you're at 2
I
apiece.
was going to go for 0.
Yes, okay, right. There are none. There are no monsters in 6 Samurai. Okay. This is... I like the names of these categories. This one is called All I Do Is Win. This is cards with a win condition. Okay. How many turns must pass after activating final countdown for you to win the duel?
That doesn't count.
You got to wait for me to finish the question.
Why? That wasn't.
Why? Why?
I have an answer.
Rock, paper,
20.
scissors. Oh, come on. Of course it's 20.
I mean, I knew the answer, so I buzzed. It's always like that.
Okay. We'll allow that. So that's 3 points to 2 points. Next question. Well, I've got to expand this one out slightly. How many materials need to be attached to musical sumo dice games for you to win the duel?
10.
Buzz?
10 or more?
The problem is it's more than 6. So technically 10 is correct.
No. Oh, yes.
Do I give it to him? No. Tom's shaking his head off screen, so I can't give it to you. I'm sorry. The answer is more than 6, so I cannot give that to you. Next question. What type and attribute of monster does Exodia the Legendary Defender need to destroy for you to win the duel?
Buzz?
Divine?
No.
Good call, though.
Not a bad call.
Warrior.
Dark Fiend. Okay, next one. This is a slightly easier one. This is going to be fastest finger first. How many spirit message cards are there?
Buzz.
5.
Incorrect.
It's 4.
Correct. Okay, so that means you guys are on 3 apiece now, right? No, 3 apiece, 4 apiece.
Something.
Either way, you're equal score, so it's all to play for. Tell you what, because that means we can keep some of these categories for later, I'm going to make this the deciding question, because we're now equal. So it all comes down to this, unless, of course, you don't know the answer. Are we ready, boys?
Yes, sure.
Okay. How many materials does Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief need to win the duel?
Buzz. This time it's 10.
That's correct! Leo wins! Oh my goodness, that echoed around the room. Oh, Basti, I'm sorry. Usually you're pretty good at these quizzes. You answered a lot correctly. You still have more chances in our future quizzes, though. It'll go fine. Leo, how'd you feel? You've won.
I'm calm. It's
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm all
That was all really, composed and stuff than what we just saw there. Congratulations there. Commiserations, Pasti, but it won't be your last chance. Someone's also going to have to go up against Paul Marcello, who, because Alberto cannot be joining us this time, is by himself. So maybe that'll be your chance to redeem yourself. We'll see what happens. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got lots of interviews with some of our amazing World Championship contenders and also loads more content coming your way.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage for YCS Dortmund 2023. I'm here for an interview with the current Italian national champion Lorenzo Muselli. First of all, how are you feeling nowadays?
I'm feeling really great. I really enjoy the game right now and I feel confident for the upcoming weekend.
Nice, nice, and obviously we will wish you good luck. But we are here actually to talk about one of the latest announcements, which obviously for both of us makes us particularly happy, because the next YCS lined up will be YCS Bologna on December 8 to 10, and we are coming back to Italy for a YCS after a while. So first of all, how do you feel about the announcement? Were you really happy about it?
Yes, when I heard about Bologna, I feel really good because obviously I won this nation at Bologna. But I think it is a really great opportunity for the Italian player to show off their power, and the Italy is one of the leader of country of the game, so it is really good.
Yeah, and absolutely, as you mentioned, you did win the national championship this year in Bologna, so without jinxing it, maybe that's your lucky city, and obviously that would be nice for other people to try and win the event. But as you mentioned, the Italian community always has been a really huge part of the game, and do you think playing at your home country actually makes a difference? Is it more difficult? Is it easier? You know, what do you think about that?
So the first YCS is my first YCS stops were in Milan. Okay. So like for the mental part, I think is really for an Italian player doing top in an Italian country is easier in the mind thing, but always is difficult to top a YCS. So this.
Absolutely, and I think even the patriotism plays a huge role. You really want to win. You really want to win when you're in Italy, and just like I feel becoming the Italian national champion meant a lot for you. But obviously we have seen a lot of different tournaments across the Italian community, and it will be nice to come back to Bologna. But outside of obviously the Yu-Gi-Oh tournament by itself, since you have been there, do you have any recommendations for people coming on what to do? The city has a lot to offer, I feel like, from the food to just attractions. So what do you like about Bologna?
So the lasagna, spaghetti bolognese, and obviously the Italian food is the best in the world. So and the Italian food is the best.
Absolutely, we can agree with this bias, but no, there is a lot in stock for all of you guys, obviously, coming at the event. And as Lorenzo mentioned, though, the Italian community is quite the fierce to be reckoned with. So do you have other Italian players you usually play with, or I could say, yeah, what do you think are right now the Italians to be feared? You did mention me before the interview that especially here, of course, last year Vincenzo Rufino won YCS Dortmund, but we had an all-Italian finals, so a lot of players to compete. What do you think are the players that you look up to maybe or with in Italy?
So in this like in the World Championship there was no Italian, and so this year we want to be there. So I think this year there are a lot of players like Vincenzo that won the last year, or just my teammate like Cefola, Ganzerli, Mario, that has a lot of success in the past year. So I think this player could do very well.
Absolutely agree, and as you mentioned, although it was a shame, at least for us, that no Italian managed to qualify for the World Championship, a lot of you, including yourself, were qualified at the playoff we had on Friday at the European Championship, and again, it's always a force to be reckoned. So before going on a break, I want you to actually switch languages real quick and send a message to the Italian fans that are watching, or even invite them coming to Bologna, but we can do that in Italian, so send your message to them.
Allora, la Germania ci porta bene, quindi questo è il nostro weekend e andiamo a Berlino.
Okay, yeah, quote from 2006 going back to Italy winning the World Championship, although for football. But thank you guys for being with us. Thank you, Lorenzo. Obviously, we wish you good luck for the event. Maybe we'll see you on stream playing later on during the weekend. But guys, thanks again. Check the infos for YCS Bologna. Once again, December 8 to 10, the next YCS coming up. But before further ado, keep watching and we'll be back with more action from YCS Dortmund.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the coverage for YCS Dortmund 2023. I'm here with the World Championship finalist from Master Duel in Tokyo, Japan this year, Jesse Cotton. Jesse, how are you feeling this weekend?
Feeling good, nothing to complain about, yeah.
So you're here for the TCG, of course, but I want to talk to you a little bit about your experiences in Japan. As a general sort of impression, how did you feel with being able to attend the World Championship event for massively first ever inaugural tournament for the game itself?
So it feels really awesome to be invited to something so premier and special, and to compete at such high stakes. For Master Duel specifically, it's really interesting being a part of a team as a 3v3. I have competed in the World Championship in the past, but obviously this is the first Master Duel. I had competed only in TCG before. And with that as a single player event, you lose out on the incredible camaraderie that a 3v3 provides, where you can bounce your emotions off each other, keep each other's spirits up, stop each other from going on tilts, and also just sharing the enjoyment of winning that match, that very crucial game, crucial moment in time together. So it was great, yeah.
In terms of the gameplay aspect for the 3 versus 3, it's a whole different style of format with regards to, for example, the TCG. You have a shared card pool. You can communicate between yourself and your players like during the games. How did you find that type of dynamic?
So it actually wasn't as much of a hindrance as we thought. The biggest thing is not multiple players using tier elements for our team. And outside of that, the shared cards meant that, at least the 3 shared cards meant you could play Maxi and Ash Blossom relatively comfortably. And then the third card, honestly, there were several different options. And if you look at what all the teams did, there wasn't, a consensus on what the best third shared card is. And after that, we could just play decks we felt were pretty good. It wasn't that restrictive. However, in the game, we obviously needed to communicate whenever we saw a tech card, wanted to communicate with our teammates so that the other players knew not to play around it as much. So for example, as the chairman player, if I milled their deck with a Guido or Kelbeck, if I saw like a Nibiru, I would let my other teammates know so that there was a less chance they were going to play against the Nibiru in their matches.
Yeah, so the shared card pool, most notably, I would say, is maybe like the disruptions from, hand traps are very important and very sort of integral to the gameplay. And when you know that your opponent isn't on a sort of heavy hand trap lineup, for example, I think maybe that's where something like your backup deck, your second choice, can come into play. So when you guys were deck building and you were choosing your second decks, do you think there was like a sort of opportunity where you maybe thought, okay, well, if I notice that I'm against a player who isn't running so much disruption, I could try Spiral or Adamant Spade or some sort of like heavy sort of combo deck, or on the flip side, you could try like some sort of like stun control strategy. Was that something you had in mind, or what was sort of the ideas you had for like the secondary decks?
Sure, so I think our approach was very different from that. While you could try to capitalize on, I guess, synergy, I'll call it, where your deck just pairs favorably into theirs, we wanted to rather reinforce our primary decks. So we each selected a deck we felt comfortable as just being a better overall deck. And then the next goal was to identify weaknesses and cover up weaknesses so we didn't feel like we had weak spots. So that's the approach we rather took instead, and that's why as a tier player, I was scared of a Bestial Despia deck. So I picked a deck I felt had a good matchup versus that deck, and that's why I picked a very heavy hand trap Merncest deck list. For Raydai Sprite deck list, we felt back row traps, Labyrinth would be an issue. So we played a Sword Soul deck, main decking, Lightning Storm, Red Reboot, Feather Duster. So if he played that deck, he should pummel it. And that was what we were going for.
It's interesting, of all the decks you ended up choosing as your secondary was Marincest, but I don't think you rolled it out like at all, did you?
Never. No, I didn't play it once. So it was very weird. To Tier Element, which is the deck, it was my primary deck, there were a couple counters that could be considered. You could play Exosisters, you could play Dragon Link, or you could play Despia. Those are the 3 decks I expected to be countered against me, Exosister being the most common. However, I actually felt that my match with Exosister with Tier was good, so I didn't mind it. And ironically, every single time I played against a Despia player, their other deck was also Exosister. So I felt, if they're just going to play Exosister anyways, because that's the reason they bring Exosister, I'd rather just stick with Tier, and ended up never playing Princess at all because of that.
Tier Element specifically was such a important and, I guess, pivotal archetype for Master Duel, with the Worlds format itself, at least with the Forbidden Limitless at the time. It was sort of the centerpiece, I think, maybe of the 3 versus 3 team. And I think it's very interesting when you build that deck. Like, do you build it to be anti-tier limit strategies? Do you build it to beat the mirror when you expect to play against, the other tier element player? What is sort of the mindset with how you build tier element? Like, there's so many different ways you could like throw in the Zodiacs and the extra deck to deal with floodgates. You could, you know, potentially main super poly for the mirror match. These kind of things. What was the sort of idea with how you built that centerpiece archetype?
So you could probably talk about this for an hour, right? Because you get into like the in-depth theory of a deck, and obviously with the limitations of the format and shared cards, for like the Zodiac engine, for example, I like them in general in the deck, but what forced me to play them, like for sure, is the fact that we only allowed one Zeus in Master Duel. Unlike the TCG where it's unlimited, it's at one in Master Duel. So with a shared card rule, that's one between 6 decks, and tier can function without it. The Zoo cards are a good alternative. That's how we ended up there. For the most part, though, I decided to approach it almost like I'm playing a TCG event with a wide format, and built my deck to have a really strong engine and have my engine carry for the most part. And then if I identified any specific problems, then that's what my non-tier element cards would do. So that's why I picked Super Polymerization. One thing I wanted to cover, though, was like a stun deck with barrier statue cards or Adamantipator, some of these more aggressive decks that will stop you from playing the game entirely. And that's why I ended up with three forbidden droplets in my deck, yeah. That's probably the only different card in my deck compared to others, besides Pot of Desires. That was the other difference between other tier element decks. Again, that goes back to my focus on making my core engine just strong, because into a wide meta where you can't always predict what you're going to play against, just make your own deck stronger is better.
Just a final question as your general impressions as you were, you know, leaving the event. Unfortunately, you didn't make it all the way. You came second, but still an incredibly high finish. So you should definitely be proud of yourself for that. Any general thoughts sending off, or any advice that you may have for people jumping into Master Duel, looking to potentially, you know, grind out the Duelist Cups coming up, or even the future grind? Just sort of general closing thoughts you would have?
I would love to go back next year for Master Duel World Championships. It was a great time, and for players aspiring to get to there or to that level to grind any of these events, it's important to remain calm when you're playing. I know I talked about the emotions as well, but maintaining as level of a head as possible is important.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, live from Dortmund here in 2023. In front of me, I have 2 more duelists ready for our round 2 feature match here of this weekend's coverage. In front of me, I have Stephen Jacobs and Renee Hellmans, who are both ready to kick off our second feature match. Gentlemen, we're going to be doing a dice roll to see who's going to go first. Who would like to roll the dice first? Anyone? Okay. Okay, that's a 9. And that is a 8. You're going to go first? Okay, Stephen is going to go first. So I'm going to hand you guys over to Marcello, Leo, and Tom, who are going to be your commentators for our round 2 feature match here at YCS Dortmund.
Yo, what's up, guys? Today we have the round 2 featured match of the YCS Dortmund for you, and we carry the spice with this one.
Absolutely, yeah. As you mentioned, we have a familiar face, we could say, up there, and obviously that's Steven Jacobs, which is a renowned figure in the community, content creator.
Former YCS commentator.
Absolutely. And, well, he is known for something else, and that is a deck that he really likes to play at events.
Yeah, I was going to say, if people are particularly sharp-eyed viewers, they might have seen in the, just in that very short introduction that Ed did, that there didn't look like there was an extra deck on his field.
Yeah. Did he forget one? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think he left it at home, and now he just has to do without it. And I mean, if you know him, then you know that he is playing a strategy that is a bit older.
But still valid, we could say. We saw in the previous match Vincenzo Rufino still proving that a strategy that is 1 year old can work. This time around we're thinking almost 20.
We were trying to figure it out. This is like a 7-year-old strategy.
Yeah, I mean, but if you think back to the first cards of the archetype, yeah, we're going OG days.
All the way.
And yeah, that's Monarchs. So we haven't seen that deck in a while, yeah, but he won round 1 with it, and he's still here. And as there is no extra deck, that means the version of the deck is usually the domain one, where you can shut down your opponent on extra deck, which is pretty powerful if you ask me.
I mean, stopping your opponent summoning from the extra deck, I think, is as powerful now as it was in 2016.
But before we jump into the match, though, obviously this is a huge event with 2,580 players registering for it. And I would say we can bring up on the screen for you guys the country breakdown for YCS Dortmund. Wow, okay, 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 wow, 58% of the field.
I mean, what a surprise, we are in Dortmund after all.
I mean, Germans normally have like a great turnout to events in Europe anyway, but like obviously being in Germany, I almost thought there would be more.
But I'm actually more surprised than Italy and UK are perfectly on par with that 6%, you know. Sometimes you see that number a little higher for my fellow countrymates, but I mean, France always a huge community representing the game with that 11%, but interesting, even Switzerland showing up strong. I mean, it's
That's impressive, yeah. I wouldn't have pegged them as the, what, 6th most popular country there, if I can read correctly.
Yeah, you are right. But I mean, I guess pressure is on you guys, Leo, to prove that with the 58%. We'll see throughout the tournament whether that convert into a top cut similar representative. But without further ado, I think our players are ready. Let's find out who will be the winner of round 2.
It's funny that you said this, Marcello, because I've discussed this with Basti, and I think YCS Dortmund was the only YCS in the last season where no German was in the finals.
Wow, okay, that's an impressive one. But yeah, I remember that final pretty well, you know.
Oh.
we chanted our national anthem with Alberto. But yeah, this is an impressive start. But obviously we're focused on Steven, but we should also mention obviously what his opponent René is on. And that is a deck we have already seen today, because that is Camera branded.
Yeah, the deck seems to be really popular right now. It generates a lot of advantage, but how much does it realistically do without the extra deck?
Oh, wow. And that is an impressive opening. I feel like this deck, even back in the day, it would struggle with consistency, but when it gets things going, like the advantage is impressive, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is like premium starting here, discarding. You're going to have to remind me. I feel like I should know these cards because I played with them so much. Yeah. Pantheism, discarding what the...
There he is, the tag card in the deck.
The Uncamouflaged.
This is a newer card. None of us had seen this card. Well, Marcello had seen it before, but I don't think he knew exactly what it did.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much only usable if you don't have an extra deck, we could say. It's very unique to this strategy and a few others. Essentially, it's first of all an Upstart Goblin. Essentially, it throws you a card. And then it's even better in Monarchs. Oh, and there it is. Do you think René knows what he's up against?
He must know now what's about to happen, yeah.
Well, maybe he has never played against Monarch in his life, you know. You could never know with these players. Maybe there is, you know, players picking up the game in the last, you know, couple of years, and maybe they've no idea what's going on right now.
I mean, then René is in for a tough time, because what does Chimera Branded do without the extra deck? We are knowing that this is going to be an extra deck lock. Here we can use the Prime. At least we have the domain. Now we can tribute summon for only one monster to summon the Ether, and Ether is just going to generate even more advantage.
Yeah, and you can't switch off like.
Oh, we're reading the domain.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, like, often, you know, these powerful floodgate effects, they tend to be attached to a monster. So people will have Infinite Impermanence as an answer, or Book of Moon, or Book of Eclipse. But this is not attached to a monster, it's attached to a spell and trap, so...
And as you can see here, we do see that Impermanence in hand, but that doesn't help. Wow!
Doesn't help if you can't target.
Yeah.
Oh, March of the Monarchs, they're a very old school card. Prevents your level 6 or higher tribute summon monsters from being targeted, I want to say.
Yeah, and also destroyed by card effects.
And destroyed by card effects.
It's both.
So maybe the Hero Book of Eclipse is pretty much the only thing that's going to get you out of this situation. I don't know.
Does the monster forget that it's tribute summon?
I have no idea.
I had the issue a lot back in the day, because I was playing Domain Monarch a lot. But I mean, I didn't have the issue that much because nobody was playing Book of Moon, basically.
That's true. That's true. I mean, this is one of the benefits of being in a feature match is that you have a table judge who can help you out with these tricky questions. I like being set face down in Yu-Gi-Oh! Comes with a lot of its own kind of rules and little finicky things.
Yeah, this is an impressive start, as you mentioned. Unless there is something along the line of a Book of Eclipse, this domain is shutting down René extra deck.
That March of the Monarchs as well, it's shutting down. I think I see a Book of Moon and a book and an Infinite Impermanence. Maybe.
I think it's double prosperity.
Yeah,
double prosperity.
Yeah. Does he play any out to this in the main deck?
He plays Book of Moon. He does not play Book of Eclipse, so that is maybe an issue for him. Looking at the domain of the True Monarch, and I don't know if there is an answer here.
You shouldn't. I'm not sure you should be allowed to use Pot of Prosperity either. You know, there's domain. you can't go to your extra deck, you know.
I was thinking whether, but obviously it's tough to concede this early, whether if you know you don't have an out to this situation.
I know there is one.
Okay.
And it is a very powerful card, Kashtira Fenrir. One of the few monsters in the game right now that are just impacting the field immediately once they hit without accessing the extra deck.
Let's see if he can pick it up, though. It seems like that's his only hope of staying in this game.
There's also a Kaiju, which is quite funny, because a Kaiju is...
Oh, yeah! Wow, complete with...
Yeah, a Kaiju is kind of a tribute summon monster, but
he does have...
not for domain.
He has the Kaiju.
He has the Kaiju in hand, yeah.
It's quite funny. It doesn't count as a tribute summon monster, even though it is expressly summoned by tributing your opponent's monster. Does Steven, you reckon, maybe has another Ether in hand?
That would be...
He's only running 2.
He's only running 2, but he didn't add Ether, like the follow-up copy of Ether. So maybe that means...
I think he's reading it to realize whether the Kaiju works with the domain or not. Maybe if he doesn't pay attention, he thinks, yeah, that doesn't work. You know?
I mean, it's kind of like one of those things you'd try on the playground. You know, well, I summoned this by tributing a monster, so it's a tribute summon monster. It's like, no, that's a specific like game mechanic, rather than a sort of description of what's happened.
For sure. But yeah, it seems like he picked up the talent, which is again an interesting option here, unless there is an Ether that's not really going to be usable here.
I mean, the thing is, does he even have place right here?
Yeah, what does his hand do?
Like, this looks like a lot of
he's got the mirror
sword
knight.
Yeah, you got the knight. Steven, will allow this to resolve, it seems.
And that is, combined with the Kaiju, just a fantastic combo already.
Do we have any hints on what Steven's face down might be?
Yes, I was thinking there could be a Stormforth, but that maybe also a Prime Monarch to recycle, but I think Stormforth...
If it's Stormforth, then surely the Ether must be in hand.
Yeah.
If you have a Stormforth set, you'd take Ether if it wasn't already in your hand, right?
I would think so. I mean, if Kaijus are running around, Domain Monarch has a really tough time, right?
Yeah, and imagine running into Fluunderies against this as well. the sort of modern version of the Tribute Summon deck.
What do you guys think of Kaijus right now? Because without Kashtira or Iceberg being around, it feels like the real boss monster is now gone, but I guess
They're still very flexible. They're still useful against Burley. They're still useful against Domain Monarch. They're very common in matchup. Do you think he's just not seeing it?
Yeah, I don't think he sees it. I think he...
Yeah. Common misconception, guys.
Yeah.
Kaijus are not tribute summon monsters.
Also, there's a really funny interaction right here because he puts the impermanence in the Monarch Smart column. But you can't activate it much on the one.
You can
put
target
it on
the Prime Monarch.
but I think it's a normal monster.
Yeah, it's a normal monster.
Oh,
so yeah, right now this seems like it will be tough. And now Steven has a lot because with the Erebus you can just disrupt a lot of your opponent field or end. So
or graveyard. It does everything.
Even why not?
Also, he is running. Oh, that is a lot of fiends. He's running triple Majesties and triple Vanity's Fiend.
Wow. Okay.
So if you put down the Vanity's Fiend, the Kaiju is shut off.
Yep.
I mean, Steven turned up with one goal, which was to stop any of his opponents having any fun against him. It's like, all of his deck is dedicated to stopping any nonsense that his opponents might be doing.
Yeah, Majesty is also searchable in the deck, which is pretty nice, as it has the same exact stat as a Monarch. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a knockoff. It basically counts as a Monarch for all purposes, I think, in this deck, right?
Pretty much, yeah. And yeah, basically you get the same advantage. So Pantheism once again, and it's a lot. You could get Stormforth Erebus.
I mean, if you just have Stormforth Ether, that's just game on the table.
I think also, only Erebus is not enough. But I think, yeah, this might be over this turn. Try to take away one of the spell trap zones there.
He does have an Ether. I'm pretty sure he revealed it now. Yeah.
Look at this. This is just This is just straight out of 2016. I think there are like 3 new cards in the deck that you couldn't run in 2016.
And they're all pendulum cards. And Fenrir.
As he goes for the Ether, this does not work because there is the March. And that's about it. We're seeing a turn
I'm blown away.
Yeah, that's
Is there a Book of Moon though, maybe for Rene?
I mean,
no, he has only
also target this, right?
Yeah, but you can target the whatever monster is summoned off Ether, so it will.
Oh, that is true.
It will stop the game being ended this turn.
Fortunately, I'm pretty sure that's double impermanence. So
yeah. Now nothing can be targeted. We're probably going to special summon out an Erebus as well. I think this is the only other card that Ether can special summon because
he's not playing Kuras. Yeah.
Oh, what a shame. Kuras is such a fun
boy.
No. Yeah. Probably doesn't quite fit with this deck.
Oh. I love Kuras. Oh, and that's it. Yeah, that's it. Wow. Okay. Deserving applause from the crowd, and Monarch is 1-0. Wow. 2023. No time wizard here. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, Rene just entered the wrong domain.
Exactly.
He came out with no extra deck.
Wow. I'm just kind of blown away by seeing that. What do you think Rene is thinking right now? Like, he's got to really think on his feet to come up with what he wants to side deck.
Honestly, I don't think you would expect facing Monarch, especially after winning round 1. I feel like, that is the round. But I guess the first 2 rounds are really where you need to go 2-0 to avoid, a lot of these unique decks around. But
is he siding out Kaijus? I did look like it.
Yeah, I mean, if he did not see the play in the first game, it makes sense to side them out. But this is not a tribute summon.
No, it is definitely not. And I don't know, he's going to have to improvise. What do you think he might side in for this one?
Cosmic Cyclones. I think that Cosmic Cyclones are a decent play for him here. Let's check. He also runs Bestials, and Bestials are also, if you are in a heavy grind game, quite good against the deck. Also, if there is not much of the Monarchs, you can technically get rid of Monarchs.
It has to get rid of special summon
only
monsters,
special summon monsters, though, unfortunately. Yeah.
Reading cards helps.
Fair enough.
And there were no monsters landed in Steven's grave for the whole game, I don't think.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, usually the Bestial seems to be pretty decent against like the Idea setup, but
the Erebus.
We didn't see it, so maybe he's not. You could assume that he might not even play it.
I feel like those Droll and Lockbirds maybe are a candidate.
Yeah.
Oh, that is absolutely true.
Because we saw not only the what's the name of the new Pendulum card?
Anachmophrite.
It's our single word.
Anchemophrite.
Okay, and that in addition with Tenacity, Pantheism, etc. Like, there's quite a lot of.
Absolutely. But
Drowned Lockbird against those kinds of decks is always like a two-sided sword, right? Because sometimes they just have the combo in hand. It's not like a huge Dragon's combo where you search 20 times in one turn. Sometimes you just need this one domain and you draw into it with a Pantheism, then you draw, and your opponent's like, okay, I have Idea, special summon Eidos.
Stormforth, yeah, whatever.
Set up Stormforth. Game's over.
It is, but let's find out whether this time around at least he gets to go first and set up his Chimera combos. Will that be enough? Will actually Steven take us with 2-0 lead with Monarchs? Let's find out. Our players are ready. Let's go back to game 2.
All right, looking at Steven's side deck, he also is running Evenly Matched, which is a really strong card against the Chimera branded strategy. Nibiru, I don't think too much. Lightning Storm as well helps sometimes. So also the Bestials can come in handy here.
I'm seeing a crossout designator for Rene. What cards does he think is in both of their decks?
Ash Blossom.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess he would assume so.
Maybe it's just kind of every time you go first with this deck, you just side in the cross out to deal with pesky Ash Blossoms. I think it's a fair assumption that Ash Blossom is in almost every deck list this weekend.
Funnily enough, there is no hand trap in Steven Jacobs' main deck, and only the Bestials in the side deck. Oh, and Nibiru as well.
I love the way that he is just a man with a plan. You know, his deck is just solely dedicated to the one purpose. I like decks where you're so solid in your own game plan that you don't feel like you want to run hand traps to interrupt your opponent's game plan. It's a good feeling.
Sometimes there are decks that just win in the first turn, and then you have a little bit of a problem. You might get hand looped by a Dark World deck.
That's okay. You just don't play the Dark World deck. It's
exactly, if you're in the first 2 rounds.
I love also the Dark Samorg that's in his side deck, which I'm guessing is for Labyrinth. That's a really cool cool option.
So we are seeing the first turn combo set up by Rene. What do you think of the illusion type?
I mean, we saw it in the previous round against Vincenzo that the other effects can come in handy. I guess in general, you can get a lot of things done. It's one of those things where, especially in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, we'd say you tend to focus on different kind of effects, forgetting about the battle phase and those kind of sneaky things, and it can really caught you by surprise. So why not? I like the addition effect.
But it is very new. There's only actually 4 illusion monsters released at the moment, and 3 of them are appearing in Rene's deck.
Alright, so now we are declaring about 20 chain links at once after one activation, because all of those trigger during the fusion summon, which is kind of okay, kind of cool.
It is cool. Steven's just counting them up. It's like, okay, so you get the Chimera itself, and then you get Big Wing Baphomet, and you get Gazelle.
I mean, of course he wouldn't know the cards, because usually no fusion summons happen under his watch.
Oh, he's using the Druisworm here. I love that.
Alright.
Fair enough.
I feel like Fenrir kind of hoses the Druisworm a little bit. It makes it feel a little less satisfying that it's not going to deal with another threat. It's just going to get quite cleanly answered by the Fenrir. As long as Rene remembers. It's one of those things, so sometimes it can be hard to keep track of everything when you've just resolved like 5 chain links. Yeah. To remember, okay, afterwards I'll use this Fenrir.
He does remember.
Very well played by Rene here. And funnily enough, the Fenrir is also already out to the domain. There is another one in his hand if it gets removed. But Steven, if he wants to set up a domain lock, as we call it, he has to pay close attention to not clear the entire field of Rene, because then he can just special summon out the Fenrir again.
Yeah, that's a good point. But what if you do it with a Vanity's Fiend as well? That's the...
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Stormforth Vanity's Fiend, let's go.
Good old days.
Alright, no access to the branded fusion, so this is not the most impressive field that I've ever heard of. But, I mean, it might still be enough for Monarchs.
And this time we are not discarding a Kelbeck off the end, I assume, so this should be a better effect, yeah.
What do we hit here? Oh, it is the Majesty's Fiend.
Okay. Yeah, definitely tough time here from Steven. Only 4 cards remaining in his hand, and he needs to deal with quite the field. Guardian Chimera is could come down, so
yeah, I'm really excited to see what he's got to come up with here. I don't know what other side deck options he might have.
I think there is an evenly matched in the hand of Steven, which is going to take care of 2 of 3 cards. But is this the card that really helps you get into the game?
I have a plan.
He has Change of Heart and Majesty's Fiend.
That does it, honestly.
And Stormforce.
Unfortunately, though,
Pantheism, yeah?
The Fenrir
could be Pantheism, Stormforce, and Majesty, actually, which it's honestly pretty sick.
It's pretty good. It's still Fenrir can just crash into the Majesty's Fiend, even if it can't use its effect. Well, what do you keep here if you're running the Fusion?
He's debating. He might keep the Fenrir, it looks like. Yeah, he does.
Interesting.
So now, I think you activate the Pantheism for sure if that's what you have, but...
Yeah, because you can always get another Stormforth.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a Change of Heart.
Oh, no, it is a Change of Heart, okay, yeah.
Oh, Steven runs... Does Steven run Fenrir?
Yeah.
So he can add his own Fenrir.
Oh,
now.
that's really
pretty
good.
Cool, yeah.
I really like this line of René to keep the Fenrir, because then he secures that he can have a Fenrir in case of a domain lock in the next turn, which is really well played by him.
I'm sure Steven appreciates it as well. So yeah, I'll take that, thank you.
I mean, he is going to summon the Majesty's Fiend over it, and then René will have to crash in the next turn. So this gives Steven another turn where he can play with a Stormforth and a Fenrir. Oh, there is the Majesty's Fiend. The crowd loves it again. But this is not there to stick forever. However, if the Fenrir is summoned next turn to crash into the Majesty's Fiend, it can't search before that.
Yeah.
I think if you're René, you'll take that.
If that was a Vanity's Fiend, though, I think that would have been straight up game, yeah. So interesting, but unfortunately not quite. And now René will have to find a way out of this.
I love that talents. It's so funny. It's like Majesty's Fiend's like no monster effects can be activated.
Yep.
No.
I think cross-out Banish Majesty's Fiend right now would be a great play.
What? Summoning in defense.
Okay.
Is he afraid of Honest?
Oh, is he trying to go for a Guardian
That
Chimera
cannot be activated. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Okay. Wow, if he just passes this turn and Steven draws into a monster, that can be... he does not look too happy about this. This is not the top deck he needed. But I mean, his opponent did not attack the last turn. Maybe he gives Steven another turn.
That was a huge risk, though, yeah? Because, I mean, I guess so.
I don't understand why you wouldn't just attack your opponents.
This is really not the draw you want to have. It is the card that searches something when you... The Return of the Monarchs, there I have it. If you tribute...
But there was his last card was Pantheism, though, right?
No, I think it's Stormforth.
Oh, okay.
What if you actually go for the Stormforth into normal summon of Fenrir with like 2 tributes? That's like a fun way to do it.
I mean, you can search with the return.
Yeah,
deck.
exactly.
Yeah,
and you search an Adder, I guess.
You don't have a Majesty's Fiend anymore, which is a downside.
But I mean, you know, your opponent can out it. I know, they just didn't.
They just don't want to.
Okay. Oh, it is another crossout designator that does not really help here. Does René just pass on this?
He might. Okay, no, change his
No,
mind.
we've decided. He's changed his mind. He's changed his battle position. It's time.
René finds the line, probably. And now we're going to... Yep, this looks like a crash and a direct attack. Getting this extra damage on the field. Very well played by René.
Oh, instead he actually activates the Chimera Fusion right away. So...
what can this Fusion summon?
No, he's just...
Almost anything.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very cool. This can't destroy the Majesty's Fiend, funnily enough.
The Illusion Beast, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because it can't destroy any monsters by battle. And it can't set it to 0 either, because you can't activate its effect. So I think you still just have to crash with the Fenrir. I don't think it makes a difference to that kind of math.
Maybe we just lost a lot of monster effects on this action right here.
Yeah.
It does feel like you've lost some resources doing that. Because instead you could just crash with Fenrir, and then attack with Mirror Sword Knight, use its effect during the battle phase. I think that's even more damage.
No, but yeah, he shouldn't...
Yeah, this does not negate all the monsters on the field. This just stops activated effects from happening.
Just deal some damage.
Yes, I think this is slightly less damage than just attacking with Fenrir first.
Are we going to crash in with the Fenrir still? Because Rene really wants to have this Fenrir as an out to the... Okay, now he does.
It is an out to the Majesty's Fiend. It did the job.
Yeah. Now he has double crossout designator and triple tactic talents.
Wasn't this just straight up 2400 less damage? Yeah.
Yes.
It was even if you just kept the Mirror Sword Knight and attack with Fenrir first, then you
yeah,
can
no,
attack
of
with
course.
Mirror
I just
Sword
mean
Knight
in
tribute.
this battle phase, if he just crashed and attacked with 3100
He also
directly.
could have attacked twice with the fusion as well for.
It's fine. It's
yeah,
fine.
an extra
Whatever.
700.
He got rid of the problem card, so he ended up where he wanted to be.
The biggest issue right now is that Izan doesn't do anything. So obviously, Steven has no way of knowing that, but yeah.
But Rene does have that resource in his... Oh, he doesn't actually, because it got banished. The previous Guardian Chimera got banished. It's not in the graveyard.
Yep.
But now Steven has a Fenrir.
Yeah, it's Fenrir
really
just gonna carry it home.
enough. Yeah. Wow.
What's it? Does Rene have anything to negate the Fenrir?
Also,
Rene could have set the crossout designator and then finished the last frame because he knew that there was a Fenrir.
Because the Fenrir can now attack, you just use Crosara on the Fenrir and that does it. But wow.
Assuming Rene has a third Fenrir in his deck, which I guess he would.
He does. That could have been huge for Rene to possibly keep his monster and keep the pressure going.
But at least he's gonna go for this War Knight.
Does he also have the Cornfield Codal in his graveyard to negate the targeting effect?
Okay. Pretty good pickup here. Let's see if he can find that tribute monster. It doesn't look too happy, but I think it was a monster he picked up.
What monsters does he have that aren't tribute monsters?
Another copy of the Pendulum, I guess.
Yeah, that must be it.
Yeah. Or maybe another Fenrir, but yeah.
Fenrir is a tribute monster.
Yeah,
in a pinch.
it is. It kind of counts.
There must be a tribute summon coming down. Return of the Monarchs.
That could be huge, because as Leo was saying, if you kept the cross-up for the Fenrir, then you could have kept the Sword Knight, you know, for a potential tribute, but let's see.
Now this is going to be a huge turn for...
Oh, he does pick up a tribute. Wow.
He has the Fenrir.
It was actually Fenrir?
You can just tribute summon the second Fenrir, right?
The Fenrir was negated. It's a Vanity's Fiend.
That is a big one. That is a huge one. And now he can even search for an Ether, which is
just in case. Yeah.
Interesting. I feel like maybe Steven should have special summoned.
The Pendulum, right?
Yeah, because now it's stuck in the extra deck for a while until the Vanity's Fiend leaves the field or is negated or dealt with in some way.
Could have been a decent chunk of damage. That is true.
Well, just so you have no extra deck, so you can activate your domain and stuff.
Yeah. But I mean, if he had domain, he would have activated it before. Of course, this is also good in the following turns, but we draw the Cornfield. This is not the card that Rene needed. In fact, I don't even know which card he could have needed. And he's offering the handshake.
Wow.
This is a 2-0 sweep by Monarchs.
Crazy stuff, yeah.
Steven Jacobs dominating. Yeah, that pun didn't quite go the way I wanted
it was a good
try. I liked it.
It's fine, it's fine. We appreciate it, yeah. What a match. What a match, honestly.
A lot happening there.
Yeah, and Steven is up 2-0 at YCS Dortmund with Monarch 2023.
Top cut contender.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those advantages of taking a rogue deck, you know, because I feel like if Rene had known, you know, obviously you wouldn't expect him to know this matchup, but if it was a more known matchup, he might have known that what the Kaiju did and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
he looked like he was kind of a bit confused at times as to how best to deal with what Steven was doing.
I think there were two win conditions. There were win conditions in both games. And the first one would have been the Kaiju, and then I think they had the Illusion Knight as well. So he could have played in that game.
Yeah, I think to that point maybe it was a little too late, but maybe I guess when he switched Fenrir's back and forth through defense and attack, maybe he could have just done the same play on the previous turn. Maybe it would have worked out differently, but regardless, I don't know. I think the spotlight is on Steven. He keeps on bringing his favorite deck to events, and sometimes it might work out. You know.
Maybe today's the day.
Yeah.
I mean, he has perfected the strategy of just watching your opponent not play, so that is a very, very
strategy.
strong. No special summons, no summons from the extra deck, regardless.
No monster
effects.
Yeah.
This is just absolutely fantastic. No targeting as well. Is
Yeah.
there anything else?
There might be. You never know what he has in stock for us, but impressive stuff. Nonetheless, game 1, yeah, he showed a dominant start, and in game 2 looked very tough. I mean, he started his turn with only 4 cards in hand. So 1 gone from the
right.
Chimera, 1 Bestial gone from the Fenrir. So that's tough to play with 4 cards with Monarchs, and he pulled it off. So great stuff, and it's obviously great, I think, to see these decks that are very old just working out, and hopefully we get to see more of him later on throughout the day.
I mean, the structure deck edition for the Monarchs was really, really good in 2015 or 16
Around,
even.
so yeah.
But the Fiends, those were ages old. I think, I can't remember the name of the set.
No,
Vanity's Fiend? I have no idea. Vanity's Fiend has been around for a very, very long time.
I mean, they are played, even in the Time Wizard 2010 we played, so it has been a while, we could say. But regardless, thank you guys for being with us. It was a great round 2. I hope you enjoyed it, but we still have 7 more rounds remaining for the day. A lot of Yu-Gi-Oh coming up. But before we do, we have Ed ready with the winner of round 2, Steven Jacobs. Let's hear it from them.
Thank you very much, Marcello. Yes, I am joined by Stephen, aka Lithium, here in the interview area, just winning the 2nd feature match here at YCS Dortmund 2023. Stephen, how are you feeling?
Stressed a little bit because of the feature match. You never get used to it. But, I mean, a little bit unexpected. But, I mean, the matchups in today's format, I feel, are somewhat favorable for Monarch. So when I saw, like, branded, I was like, okay, this should be doable.
The Chimera deck as well, it relies on those fusion monsters. So when you knew that that was the deck you were going up against, did you feel pretty confident immediately?
Yeah, a little bit. The thing is that like those 1-card tribute summons like Vanities and Majesties, they solve a lot of your problems, like with the fusions, like you just saw in the feature. So yeah, I was like, okay, this should be a doable matchup. It's not like, let's say, a few formats ago, Tournament pumping out all of those big monsters, and it's very hard for Monarchs to, you know, break that board. But this is a little bit easier compared to back then. Yeah.
Speaking of Monarchs, talk to us about Monarchs. A lot of people umming and erring, saying they haven't got it. Is it 2016 again? So you regularly play Monarchs. It's sort of become a deck that you're quite attached to. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, I think I've been playing the deck ever since 2006. So that's like pretty much ever since, you know, the beginning. And it's just, you know, the archetype, how it plays, how it works out. It's, you know, kind of an easy deck. And it's not the best deck, far from this format, but you know, it's something that I enjoy to play, so I feel comfortable with it. People might not know the deck, and that's to your advantage, I think. So that's one of the biggest reasons I still play it.
Yeah. I mean, it's clearly gone well for you. You're currently 2-0, 1 feature match here at YCS Dortmund. It's going okay. Just a couple of things going through the 2 games that we saw. You basically locked Rene out of the extra deck pretty much immediately. He had a Kaiju in hand, but he didn't use it, so you just ended up attacking for game in game 1. So talk to us about how you were feeling throughout all of the steps of game 1.
I think when I won the die roll, of course, winning the die roll with this deck is something you want to do because you want to go first, set up domain, vanities, etc. And again, as soon as I saw his prosperity, I was like, please no duster, please no duster. And as soon as I saw he passed, like that in that game 1, I felt that, okay, this should be my duel. And then game 2, after side decking, hopefully no brick. And my opening hand wasn't the best, especially after that discard from him. But eventually, like, I think one of the last draws, my top deck was Vanity's Fiend. So I was like Stormfort, Vanity's Fiend, and...
You had Majesty's Fiend at the beginning as well, which really disrupted him. So basically, those Fiends both came in handy and basically took you all the way through. So Monarchs, like you said, quite unusual. Not many people know it. How far do you think you can take Monarchs through YCS Dortmund 2023?
I don't know. Like, my goal is to, like, okay, I want to do well, obviously. I want to, you know, get as high as possible, but my goal is to, you know, just enjoy, see everyone again, meet up everyone. Like, that's my main goal. So for the tournament, maybe if I reach day 2, but yeah, we'll see. But okay, if you can reach day 2, then the tournament is succeeded.
But it's all about having fun.
Exactly, I agree.
That's what we like to see. Well, congratulations, Stephen. I hope Monarchs can take you quite far during this. We'll see if you make it to day 2. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got loads more coverage coming your way. In fact, we have a little bit of an announcement, a little bit of interactivity for you guys who are watching the stream at home. If you guys head over to the Twitter account, Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU, we are just about to put a poll live where you get to vote on which deck you would like to see being featured for our round 3 feature match. So you guys get to have a say on the content you get to see. Speaking of content, we've got loads more coming your way, including our pre-recorded duels and also some more quizzes. We'll be right back. Welcome back to even more of your coverage here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live from Dortmund. So we've had 2 of our feature matches today. Still 7 more to go, I believe you said. Got a long old day ahead and a long old weekend. 2 whole days of coverage going on here at YCS Dortmund. So we hope all of you guys watching on Twitch and YouTube are going to stick around to see who makes it into that top cut. As you can see, I have 2 of our wonderful commentators here with me, Nadir and Marcello, who are going to be taking part in the same quiz that you saw Basti and Leo do earlier. Leo managed to win because he got down to 3 points apiece, and then he snipped it at the last moment. I believe that's the right word. Snipped it. He snipped it. So who of you shall snip it this time? We're going to go through the same categories. So the first one is duel by numbers. So these are all questions relating to number cards. Are we ready? Let's find out. Let's see what happens. So when you know the answer, I want you to say the word buzz, and then I will let you go. If you get it wrong, I can pass it over, but you only get 1 chance each, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, question 1. What kind of effect can number 74, Master of Blades, negate?
Buzz. Targeting.
Correct. Okay. I need you to keep a memory of your points, because I will forget. Unos pointos. Question 2. What kind of monsters can number 103 Ragnar Zero destroy?
Buzz.
Oh, rock, paper, scissors, because that was at the same time.
On 2, 3. On 3? On 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, right. What's your answer?
What was the question?
Ragnar Zero.
Monsters with attack not equal to the original.
Correct. Okay, that's 2 points for Nadir right now. Question 3. What attribute is number 28 Titanic Moth?
Buzz. Wind.
Incorrect.
Earth.
Did you say Earth? That's exactly the same answers the other two gave, in the exact same order, and they're both wrong. It's fire. Okay, now this is a question that I butchered last time, but let's try and get this right. What is the condition that allows number 88 gimmick puppet of Leo to win the duel?
Ask that again?
Okay, one more time. What is the condition that allows number 88 gimmick puppet of Leo to win the duel?
3 gimmick counters.
I don't know if I can allow that.
To clarify, 3 gimmick counters placed on itself allows you to win the duel.
They're not gimmick counters. Do I count that?
String counters.
No.
I give up.
If you can say what the counters are, I'll give it to you. If not, I'm giving it to Nadir.
No, what?
Because he got the effect right. He just didn't say what. If he just said counters.
We both got it wrong.
Okay.
Gimmick puppet counters.
No, I'm afraid it's destiny counters. So I can't allow any points there because it's technically wrong. So last one of Duel by Numbers. Name a number monster that has been a YCS prize card.
Giant hand.
Correct. What's the number?
What's the number?
21.
Oh, no. Okay.
106.
Correct. Okay. So is that 1 point for you? 2 points for you. Okay, 2-1. So we still have 2 categories remaining. Now this one is called multi-type madness. So this, you have to guess how many types belong to a specific theme. So for instance, question 1, how many different monster types can you find in Vanquished Soul Monsters?
Buzz. 4.
Incorrect.
5.
Incorrect. The answer is 7. Right. Now the same question, how many different monster types can you find among Telements monsters?
Buzz. 2.
Incorrect.
3.
Incorrect. The answer is 4. This one is really hard, to be fair. The guy's got almost all of these wrong, but let's keep going. Oh, the tip I gave them, always go for one more than you think it is.
Yeah, we noticed.
Yeah. Okay, how many different monster types can you find among mermail monsters?
Buzz. 3.
Correct! Okay, 1 point, so that's 3 points to 1. Next one, how many different monster types can you find amongst Gold Pride monsters?
Buzz. 3.
Incorrect.
2.
Incorrect, the answer is 7.
Really?
Yes. How many different, this is the last question of the multi-type madness. How many different monster types can you find amongst 6 samurai monsters?
Buzz. 1.
Correct. Okay, so that's 3-2. 3-2. All to play for because we're into our last category, which is called All I Do Is Win.
Okay.
This is cards with win conditions.
Okay.
So, question 1. And I want you to wait until I finish the question before you buzz.
Okay.
How many turns must pass after activating final countdown for you to win the duel?
Buzz.
Rock, paper, scissors.
So on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Faithful Rock. Okay, how many turns?
20.
Correct! Okay, so that's 4-2.
Yeah.
You can still win. You can still claw this back, but let's see what happens.
This is how Marcello can still win.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, next question. How many materials need to be attached to the musical sumo dice games for you to win the duel?
Buzz. 7.
I can't accept it. I can't accept it because there's it's a specific thing. Technically that's right, but it's a specific amount.
7 materials of different card types.
No, I can't give you that. It's just
how many numbers of materials, right?
yeah, but there's a specific answer, which is more than 6. More than 6. I know. In the last one, they said 10, and I said, that's technically right, but I can't give it to you. Okay, next one. What type and attribute of monster does Exodia, the legendary defender, need to destroy for you to win the duel?
Buzz? Spellcasters and warriors?
Incorrect.
What
Type and attribute.
Dragon Light.
Dark Fiend. Okay, 2 more questions. What's the current score? 4-2?
Yeah.
Okay, you could claw this back. Okay. Now this is going to be fastest finger first.
Okay.
How many spirit message cards are there?
No,
You didn't. I didn't finish the question, Nadir. I didn't. Too early. Too early.
Buzz. Okay. How many spirits? 4.
Correct.
Doesn't F count?
No, that's a different.
So you would have got it wrong regardless. That's fine.
Okay. Now potentially. Now this is match point, by the way, because if you get this, you win. If you get this, it's a tie, and we'll go to a tiebreaker. Okay. It's all to play for. Could be something quite exciting here. Okay. How many material? Let me finish the question before you buzz. Okay. How many materials does Ghost Trick Angel the Mischief need to win the duel?
Buzz. 10.
Correct! Okay, that means Nadir has won, which means Nadir and Leo both managed to win on that last 10 question. Pretty exciting stuff. Congratulations, Nadir. Commiserations to you, Marcello. You did favor pretty well, but who knows? We'll get you up against Tom as well, because obviously Alberto isn't here.
Yeah.
You've just gone up against Marcello, so we're going to have to give a chance to someone.
I think I need to improve my rock, paper, scissors skills, to be fair.
Maybe go for something that Rock doesn't beat every time, but we'll work on that in the break. But we've got lots more coming your way, guys. Plenty more Guess the Cards, some of which we might be doing live with you, the chat. Also, remember, as I said at the end of the interview, go over to our Twitter, Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU. I guess I can't say Twitter anymore. X. Go over to X, go over to Twitter, and then go to Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU, and make sure that you guys vote in the poll, because you are going to help us decide which deck we're going to feature in our 3rd feature match, which is coming very soon. And don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more stuff, including pre-recorded duels of Time Wizard format, Speed Duel format, loads more interviews, and loads of great coverage coming your way. Welcome back to more coverage here at YCS Dortmund 2023. You're probably wondering, Ed, what's going on here? Why have we got all the coverage team on screen? Well, allow me to explain. While we're doing this, we've got some pre-recorded matches for you in a series that we like to call Master versus Caster. Behind me, I have my wonderful colleagues here. Guys, show us what you've got in your hands. Ah, they have cards in their hands. Why? Well, that's because we're going to get some of our wonderful masters to draw a card which corresponds to them, and that's going to be their opponent. So please welcome our first master, Mr. Joshua Schmidt. Now, how are you feeling here at YCS Dortmund?
I'm feeling pretty good, excited for this. I really love the Time Wizard format, so I'm excited for that one.
Fantastic. So, in front of me I have these cards. They all correspond to one of the people behind you. I'm going to get you to draw one of any of these cards. Pick a card, any card. Okay, so you've got the Cyber Drag, right, so who's the Cyber? There we go! Okay, right, Basti, it's going to be you up first. How do you feel with this matchup?
So I get to fight against the world champion, I guess. That's an easy task. And we're equally in skill as Cyber Twin Dragons. That's twins, right? So we will try.
And Josh, how do you feel about this?
I mean, like you said, we're basically twins, so this should be a very even match, I'm expecting, and we'll see how it goes.
Brilliant. Well, let's get started.
So here we are at the table, our Master Duel World Champion Joshua Schmidt and myself for the caster party, and we are going to play Time Wizard 2010 format, in which you are very good. You are very regularly playing that, right?
It's one of my favorite nostalgic formats to play. Yeah.
Very, very easy to understand. And I think without any further developments, let's just get into the action. Let's start playing and let's get the die roll going. First of all, 2 dice is fine with you?
Yeah, fair.
All right, I will go ahead. First. Because you're, of course, I'm the underdog in this match, obviously, but I will try to roll an 11.
It's not an underdog roll.
All right, and that's a free. All right, so let's get it going. Let's start playing. Best of luck to you, of course. And so, yeah, that's something actually kind of uncommon that we do here, where we are talking while playing. Because usually the people at home only know us having the commentary at the commentary desk and then the players playing. But now we're going to have kind of a chat in between and also a little bit of an interview style. So how's your feeling still after the World Championship? Just get that out of the way, because you are now, of course, everywhere referred to as the World Champion. Is that weird or does it feel good?
You're just trying to get me talking while you think about what you're doing on the first turn.
Of course, yeah.
No, I don't think it's quite settled in yet. It feels very surreal still.
Understandable.
Especially because the trophy arrived like last week, and it was just until that point I was still like, did that really happen? And then it arrived, and it was like, oh, it really happened.
All right, yeah.
So yeah, no, it feels
but
very
of course, as we can see here, you're ready to show up again. So you will not stop and retire after this World Championship title.
It's not something that I've never tied like my love for the game for like the achievements that I've had.
Yeah.
The achievements are nice, but it's like that's not why I'm playing the game. Right? I'm playing the game because I love it, because I enjoy it, and that didn't change.
For sure. Okay. So for Time Wizard 2010 format, I will be able to draw another card.
Yes,
so let's get the action going here. And that is a very interesting hand, I will say, right from the beginning. And I will kick things off by setting one monster and then pass it over to you.
That is a very 2010 thing to do.
It absolutely is. You did play back in the day, right?
I did play back then, yeah. I did play. I've been playing ever since, basically.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Is the deck you're bringing today the deck you used to play back in the day too?
Not a whole lot, but sometimes. Yeah, sometimes I would play this deck.
Then let me see. What is it? Are you going to reveal it right here?
I don't think I'll show you.
Okay.
I don't think I'll show you quite yet, because I'm going to do what you did. I'm going to set a monster and I'm going to pass.
Alrighty. Quick is not really what we're having here, but I think I have a play that is really punishing what you just did, and it's one of my favorite cards from back in the day.
What is it?
I think I will conduct into a tribute summon.
Oh, not
go into Caius, and I will, of course, try to use my Sanguine, and also will try to banish your monster there.
That's gonna work. That's a Dandelion gone.
Oh, baby. Okay, so that kind of reveals what you're doing, and I would like to search with my Sanguine, of course. Let me see what we have there.
There's a lot of decks that are doing Dandelion.
True. And like, it got even more, right? Back in the day, there was like the Dandelion Synchro deck, but then nowadays there's so much different stuff kind of playing with the Dandelion. It's so fun.
People just realize that's a really good card.
It is indeed. It is very much a good card. What are we even going for here? I think... yeah, that has to be good. Would be better if you could coach me whether this is good, but I feel like this is good. And I will just search out Armageddon Knight. That doesn't sound like too bad, card, right? Yeah. So I'll attack for 2,400 then.
Yes.
And you can cut my deck real quick.
So unfortunately, I still don't know what you're playing because these cards are in pretty much almost
pretty generic for sure. Yeah. But that's over to you then.
Playing around Mech Knights in 2010, I see.
Yes, yes. Never forget about that.
All right, let's start with a different plant monster. I'm going to go with a Lone Fire Blossom.
That summon is totally fine.
And I'd like to use the effect.
Yep.
To summon a plant from my deck. And I will also go through a second copy of Lone Fire Blossom.
Okay, okay. Get them out of the way. I see.
And summon a Titanial.
That's pretty big. Bigger than my Kai's at least.
That's the point. Yeah, and I'm going to try to attack your Kai's.
I think I will just try to play this as aggressively as possible, trying to go with my Mirror Force here.
Yeah. All right, well.
Then ciao, Titanial.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, what would you say as a player? How have you developed? Because you used to play back in the day, and you were how successful would you describe yourself back in the day? Because nowadays a lot of people refer to you as one of the best players in the game, which I would totally agree with. But back in the day, of course, you didn't have all those titles just yet. Did it feel different to play Yu-Gi-Oh back in the day?
It definitely felt different, mostly because I was like a lot younger, and like specifically during like 2009, 2010, 2011. That was like the time where I was 14, 15, 16 years old, and I wouldn't take it as seriously. I would just play because I enjoyed it, and at the time I couldn't even like afford some of the top tier decks. I would just play whatever I liked, and but it was kind of the time where I started getting like more seriously into the game.
And what was your biggest success back in the day? Like, did you already get tops at that point or wins or something?
Well, way back in the day, we didn't even have YCSs yet, right? We didn't even have that. The thing we did have was Shonen Jump Championships and stuff like that, but that was mostly, I think, a US thing, and I never got to actually play one of those.
Fair, fair.
So, no, my first actual event top ended up being, I think, in 2011, YCS Leipzig.
Hey, close by.
Or 2012 even.
Yeah,
like
I think it was 2012, yeah.
Yeah, so a couple years after this.
But you already, of course, had the competitive mindset. You were ready to get into the action, right?
I just always enjoyed like learning about the game. The competitive aspect of the game has always been very interesting to me. All right, I'll set one and pass.
Sure. So you already lost 2,400 life points.
Yeah, not that much left.
Yep. And I think what I'm trying to do here is not be too crazy about it. I will just try to attack here for another 2,400. Yeah, do you want to use your Mirror Force for that, huh? I think I'm reading the mastermind here.
No, I'll take it.
Okay, okay. That's 4,800 in damage ban, and then I will just try with a set monster and give it back to you.
All right. I'll draw, and then I will... I'm just going to use that set card that you read so perfectly.
Mirror Force in your turn that does... Oh!
I'm going to use my face down trading.
Oh, it was a bluff. No.
To pitch my Amaryllis.
Oh, I love this deck.
And draw 2 cards.
Yeah, that's a really, really cool deck. And it wasn't even that popular back in the day, right?
It really wasn't. It's one of those decks. Like I'm the type of person when I play old formats.
Yeah.
I never try to be super competitive about it because that's like the one place where I get to just play whatever I enjoy, play whatever, like try the stuff, play the cards that I love, play the cards that I remember.
For sure.
And so I'm really like more of an experimental kind of guy when it comes to like the old formats. Yeah, I've discovered the Amaryllis deck and I've just been like loving it ever since. It's just such a cool concept to me.
For sure. Okay, but is there anything else happening or am I just winning now?
Okay, all right, I see. There is going to be something happening.
Okay, okay. I'm curious. What's the world champion going to do here?
I'm going to activate a Mark of the Rose.
Oh,
banishing
I see.
a plant from my graveyard to take control of your Caius, if you let me.
Yep. Nothing against that. That's a beautiful Mark of the Rose there.
Yeah. And I will also use a DDR.
Okay, okay. Now, I was thinking I'm having a little bit of a pace advantage here, but now you are getting going. Okay.
Getting that Titanial back that I just banished.
That's nice.
And I'll move to the battle phase and attack with the Titanial into your set monster.
That's a Snowman Eater.
Yep.
And yeah, as you have no other... Wait, is it a plant monster right now?
It does not become a plant monster.
Okay, then I will just go with the Titanial, to be honest.
Oh, then it's gone.
But my Snowman Eater is gone as well.
And the Caius will attack you, and I will just hope that you don't have Gores. You do
It
not.
happened.
All right.
2400 from me too.
Good, beautiful. All right, in phase 2, I'm going to set a monster.
Sure, yeah, true. That was not even the normal summon.
Nope.
That's a bit too quick for me, I think.
And I will move to the end phase, and I will
Yes.
banish my Titanial to bring back the Amaryllis in defense position, and I unfortunately have to give the Caius back to you.
Thank you very much, yeah. Good that I did not destroy the Caius with the Snowman Eater there.
I was hoping you would do that.
Yeah, for sure. So, I think I will just have another look, go for the Upstart Goblin.
Ooh, that's good. I've taken a lot of damage already. I like that.
So, keep on drawing kind of similar cards, I want to say, which is not optimal. And I think I will first of all try to find out what that is in the battle phase.
All right, it is a Raikou.
Ooh.
And I'm going to pop the Caius.
Sure.
The Makazoro is going to go to the graveyard, and I'm going to mill 3, a Brain Control, another Raikou, and a Dandelion.
Ooh, how could you do that to me?
I would call that a skill difference. And I'm going to get 2 tokens.
Yeah. But while playing old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Basically, what are your aspirations for this season? Do you want to go and then win a YCS again? Because last season you just did that with YCS Utrecht, and you also had all around a really successful season, of course. Can you repeat it? Can you go back-to-back with insane seasons?
I mean, I could, but it's always like, it's not something that I tell myself at the start of the season, right? It's just like I always play all the events. I always try my best, and if it works, it works.
Fair.
It's not something I ask myself to do. It's like, okay, this season I want to win a YCS, because of course you always want to do that.
Yeah.
Like if you could just, if it was just as simple as saying like, oh, I'm going to do that this season.
Sure.
No, I'll keep playing. I'll keep trying, as always, because that's what I enjoy. So.
Yeah, but what's your advice to maybe aspiring players that want to get to that level, that want to have seasons like you just had? What would be the one thing you would tell them? Hey, do that and you will become as good as me, which is
well, the
quite
truth
hard.
is you probably need to like work for a long time on that, because like the actual truth is like I've been playing this game for 20 years.
True, 20 years.
Or whatever to get to this point.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's any shortcuts. I don't know if there's anything I can say that like makes you, like gets you there in like a year. Even though there are people out there who have not been playing as long as I have and have been getting to similar levels of like success or consistency, and like so it's not impossible. It's just a matter of how much work you put in.
For example, we have another master, which is Vincenzo Orofino, and he very recently started playing.
Yeah.
And then he defeated you last year in even here in Dortmund, right here. He beat you in the semifinals. Yeah, so I'll just set a monster and give it back to you with all of your plant monsters on the field. But yeah, just work hard basically. That's what definitely will get you there at some point.
It shouldn't feel like work though. Even though that's the word I'm using, it's just like it doesn't feel like that at all.
Totally.
It's not that. That's not what it's like. It's not supposed to feel like that. All right, I will not normal summon this turn because I'm going to use a hidden armory.
Okay.
I'm going to mill 1 card, which is my heavy storm.
No Dandelion again. I'm happy.
And then I get to that. Well, is that too? So I can't have another Dandelion. And I'm going to add an equip spell from my deck or graveyard to my hand, and I'm just going to recycle that DDR from earlier.
Ooh, I see what you're trying to do here.
And then I will DDR, discard my Foolish Burial, and bring back that Titanial another time. We just try until it sticks.
Seems like a good plan, to be honest.
All right, the Amaryllis goes to attack your set monster.
So I'll try to... Oh, wait. This only prevents from...
any targeting.
Any targeting. I will go with the Titanial.
I will not let you do that. I'm going to tribute a plant monster to negate the Snowman Eater.
Yeah, okay.
And then the Titanial attacks you for 2,800.
That's 2,400 and 2,800 now, right?
Yep.
Not that much left.
2,800 left.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's my turn.
Okay, now we go with the most powerful turn I've ever designed, and it will start off with... How many dark monsters do I have in the graveyard?
Don't count the dark monster. Okay, how many is it?
It's 2 actually. It would be pretty insane. But no, I have to normal summon Deep Sea Diver, and that's fine. Like to use the effect.
That's fine.
So we bring out the Spine Gillman.
See, that's a card whenever I play a Diva deck. That ends up in my hand somehow.
I have a lot of other cards that I don't want in my hand, so I think I'm fine. I'm fine here. Or you are rather fine because it's not working that well. So I could sadly not go for Link Summon here because that's not around in 2010, but I could try to go for a Synchro 5, I guess.
There's one pretty good Synchro against this board.
You think?
I think there is one. I can think of one.
I don't see one.
Oh, okay. That's
looking
good for me.
for my extra deck, I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess the Cataster is going to do the job.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Okay, then it doesn't target, so
nope, it does not target.
I'll try to go after the Titanial first of all,
That's
destroying
going to
it,
work.
and that's all for my turn.
Ooh, that's all for your turn.
Sadly,
all right.
it is. Is it going to be my last turn?
That depends on this card. This card does not end it. This card also does not.
Oh,
no.
I'm still here.
You're gonna be fine for now. Yeah, I am going to enter the battle phase.
Sure.
Hold up.
Hold up. Is that going to be good enough?
No, this should have been destroyed last turn, because after it attacks, it destroys itself.
Sure, so it is technically in the graveyard.
I don't think it changes anything. It should have been gone last turn.
Yeah. I mean, you could have brought it back, right? And I would have not run over it anyway.
Alright, so should I just banish a plant?
Probably, yeah.
Because then the only difference it makes is you take 800 damage when it dies.
Oh, true.
But then it's just here in defense.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right? Should we just leave it like that?
That's
okay,
perfect.
My bad. I'm sorry. I should have.
Oh, good. I should have picked up on it too.
I should have remembered that. Like I said, I only picked up the Amaryllis deck recently. Okay, yeah. So then
How would I dare to correct the world champion though?
No, that was my bad. Okay, so I'm going to turn it to attack this turn because it came back last turn, and I'm going to run into the Cataster, which is going to destroy it.
Yeah, and that's 800 damage from me.
It's 800 damage again, which leaves you at 1200.
Yep, that's not a whole lot, to be honest.
And I'm going to set a monster, and in the end phase, I'm going to banish another plant.
Sure, that works.
For the Amaryllis again.
Okay, then my turn?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll draw. That's, again, not really the one I wanted. I think I will just have to go with... Well, that would have been kind of good last turn, but I will just try with the Armageddon Knight using the effect. Trying to explore what kind of cards I have here in my deck, and there's really... Yeah, that one card is like okay-ish, I think.
That's a pretty good card from back in the day.
It is malicious. Still being played in hero decks nowadays, but of course, I will just try to. It's risky though.
It's slowly whittling you down because it's every time it goes to the graveyard, it just does 800 damage.
But still, I mean, I will check out the set monster first.
You'll check out the set monster. That's just going to be a card trooper to draw me a card.
Go ahead, and then I will go there.
All right, that puts you down to 400.
So that means that, okay, at least you don't have the card trooper anymore. Your turn.
400. Can I inflict 400? Not with this one.
Not with this one? Okay.
Not with this one. You're going to get another turn.
You might be wondering why I didn't use my malicious. I just decided not to use it.
You definitely don't have one in your hand,
Nope.
right? No?
Nope.
But then you wouldn't have sent it, though. Yeah, I'll see what you're up to. Well, end phase, I will bring back the Amaryllis one more time, and this time you can't just attack it, because that's going to be enough.
Sure, so I will draw.
Yep.
Oh, I would have needed that earlier. I would have needed that so much earlier.
This is one of my favorite parts about this deck. The fact that you, at some point, just make your opponent really play around.
Yeah.
Like, they can't just, like...
Normal summon
Once
Plague?
you're low on life points. Normal summon Plague Spreader.
Yes. Is that fine?
That's fine.
Okay, so I will try with the Synchro Summoning here. And I will try to go for Bryonek. So I cannot get it to the graveyard, so let's try to get it to
Are you
the
gonna... Okay.
hands. I would like to
Are we
use the
introducing
effect,
our
yeah.
viewers here on the concept of priority?
Yes,
Is that what we're doing? All right, so because it's 2010 rules, you get to immediately use the effect on summon, basically.
Which I am going to do indeed.
Even before I respond.
So I will go up to... Yeah, I will go
Two?
with 2, yeah.
All right.
And I will try to go for this and the set monster.
And now we're going to see if you have a way to prevent that, because otherwise I
is that
win
torrential?
with this torrential tribute.
And I do not. That
You
is
do not
going
have
to be the end of the duel. The Masters are taking the lead. Joshua Schmidt defeats me. That was a very fun duel. Thanks for having that. And yeah, to the viewers, we're going to go back to the live coverage. See you for a lot more content throughout the entire weekend. Can't wait for that. YC's Dortmund back on. There we are as well. We were wondering, there's so much card guessing going on right now. Why don't we join and also guess some cards together with you? Okay, we already had that off stream, Leo. I cannot give you that point, but now we are going to, of course, have a ranking system here. Hard competition.
Oh, I see.
Next card is coming, so let's get the quizzing going. The card guessing is on. And I'm taking this very serious, just letting you know, gentlemen.
I love this game. I'm so happy we get to do it.
Absolutely.
Do it with everyone.
Guess the
Wild
card.
guess.
Sprite Blue.
Typhoon. I'm calling Typhoon.
I think you guys are out now. You've had your
No,
guesses.
no,
One
guess
per
as much as
round.
well.
I think
White
one per
hole,
round.
white hole. No.
Obelisk the Automata.
Obelisk? Nah.
Could be.
Nah, he's got. There's some writing on the card. I think.
Yeah.
Is there? That did not help. Not at all. It's like the same picture
Yeah, it's the
still.
same thing, but a bit more. I feel like it's a magician. I feel like it's one of the magician
will call
circle
Stardust.
cards.
Magician Circle could be it. Oh, it's Illusion of Chaos.
No,
It's Magician Souls.
I think that was me first.
No, I don't think so. I was louder.
Is it definitely Magician Soul?
Might also
not
not
100.
be.
It's
Yeah,
Apprentice
that's
Illusion Magician, right?
Soul.
Apprentice Illusion Magician? No, that's
No, I
like
think it's just Magician
Souls.
Soul. It's the one that sends one from your deck, right?
Which I said first.
Yeah, Basti corrected himself, so that's...
I'm going to take half point for saying the Magician Circle card. I got that.
No, you are definitely not getting half a point.
I'm
We are
taking half.
splitting a point.
I'm taking half. You can have a whole.
Okay, but next card. Let's get a real point
There's
now.
a star.
I'm saying Bunbuku.
Bunbuku? The Magispector?
I think it's a
Yeah,
Tara.
yeah. It's the tail of Bunbuku. I'm pretty sure about this.
Do we think it's a star or just
Okay,
a
It's Aichilo. German name is Aichilo.
I think...
English names only.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
It could also be a perform pill, but no.
Oh, it might not be Aichilo.
This looks like a lion.
Yeah, for sure it does look like a lion.
But I don't know.
Maybe we need the people
it's
that
a
help-
Karibo.
Oh,
Kuribon.
of course.
Kuribon. Because of the
Yeah.
ribbon. Kuribbon.
I think he's right.
Oh, is that what it's called?
Sadly, I think he's right.
Maybe.
I don't know. I'll take a word for it. I don't know the names of all of the
Sadly,
new Karibo
I
cards.
think he's right.
But Kuribbon makes
Kuri
sense.
Gift. I would say Kuri Gift. I don't know whether that card exists.
Kurikara,
but,
let's go.
That's Kurikara, of course.
The best,
we all know.
Best Karibo card.
Oh, it is Kuribon. Yeah, point for you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all other participants.
Don't be.
Okay, who do we have here?
Let's go. Yeah.
I'm saying it's a machine or something with rocks in it.
Nah, I'm going
Those
with
two options I will
a
allow.
lizard or something.
Huh? A lizard?
Oh,
Yeah.
Lizard is a good call.
Oh, that does kind
It's
of have
Redox.
rocks.
Nah, it's not
I'm calling Redox.
Okay.
It's definitely Reactan.
Stick to that. Stick to Redox, and then I think we have a good shot at winning here.
I might
What
stick
is
to
he?
Redox.
Is he the Dragon Lord of Boulders or something?
Or it is the... Oh, I
It's
don't want
not
to say
re-
it.
It doesn't feel like Redox.
Lithogasium?
Is it
the
a turtle?
True King?
Could be him, yeah. Oh no, it's something completely different. Is that a Warlock card or something?
Is that Reactum? No, Reactum.
No.
it might-
Reactant looks very different. Yeah,
way,
he's
yeah.
facing upwards.
Who are you? It's a dinosaur.
I have never seen you
He's
in my
like a
entire
dinosaur
life.
made of rocks.
Maybe it is a Warlock, right? It could be. No, it's Bio-Rock.
It was a dragon made of rocks.
Who would have
That's
thought?
also a dinosaur.
Yes. All of it.
In one.
Best of all worlds combined. Oh, what do we have here? Star Drawer.
That's some hair, is it?
It could be a Blackwing card.
Star drawing.
yeah.
You think that's Blackwing?
I think it looks like a
Oh,
crazy
it could
version
be
of
Sprite
It's
card.
moving
Sprite Red.
very
I'm saying
fast.
Sprite Red.
No, I'm seeing a Blackwing
You're a
card.
lunatic.
There's like one of the traps that does
But
something.
there's lightning.
Yeah.
There's lightning.
I think it is
Yeah,
the
it's one of the
Blackwing
like
trap.
moving fast Blackwing traps. The one
Yeah.
that destroys all your opponent's spells and traps. Maybe?
Assault? Is this Blackwing
Delta
Assault?
Crow Anti-Reverse? You
That's a good
referring-
name. That's a good name. That does
Think
sound
you're-
about
It's
right.
It's
on
on strike!
I
You were
was
first.
definitely the quickest one there, and it probably is not even Solemn
We
Strike.
are not good at this. It is Solemn Strike.
I feel like that's Solemn Strike from here.
We are horrible today.
Let's
We
go.
got the lightning kind of situation.
That
It's
is-
fun, this game, because I like looking more closely at the artworks, because that guy
Totally.
is...
Yeah.
He's
I
just somebody
usually-
getting shocked by lightning. That's what's going on in
I
Solemn
usually
Strike.
pay more attention to the card text because
Yeah.
I'm a player by heart, but now actually focusing on the
It's
artworks is also a lot
fun,
of fun, for sure.
Because your focus, I think, is on the dude in the foreground here.
Yeah.
100%.
Smiting whoever's in
One
the back.
Metaverse.
Good guess.
That's a Cyburst monster I'm going with.
But like, I think Abyss Dweller is also a really good example for that. Like you focus
Oh,
on
it was
the
Metaverse.
part. Oh, it is
Oh,
Metaverse.
yeah.
Wow. Like you focus on the stuff in the
2
front,
points.
but the actual stuff is happening in the back, which you don't even realize. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, there's like a little dragon guy in the background.
Did we ever get something on the first try? That was insane.
That was very good.
That's
but
2
maybe
points, right?
maybe it's secretly invigoration.
I think we are kind of even in the lead right now. Like, if that's 2 points, sure.
I'm playing this as a team game. I'm helping everyone. I'm figuring stuff out. You guys
Of
just...
course, yeah, take the high road, of course.
That's what I'm doing. We're all in this together.
If you can't win, you can try to be sympathetic,
exactly,
right?
Exactly. I'm in a game.
I like that. So, but now, there we have it, Metaverse. This one felt like it was answered ages ago.
That was very impressive.
Let's see. This is going to be... I'm calling Monster Card.
I agree with you that it's a monster card. It's got a cool kind of coat, I reckon.
Oh, this could be Abyss Megalo.
Oh, it is an... Yes, it's a mermaid card. Wow, how?
Are you sure?
The other one was better than this one. The first picture was actually better than this one.
Yeah, I'm not feeling Abyss Megalo.
Did they swap
is it
Bazumis?
Oh,
it's not Abyss Megalo.
That's a coat, yeah.
Yes, it's pretty safely a coat.
It looks good.
Is it a spell card? You like that coat?
Yeah, kind of.
We will get you that coat, sure. Oh,
is it that Simon, the moral leader?
Northern?
It's not Northern.
Yeah.
It's Northern. Yeah.
Oh, it's Northern. Okay.
Northern.
It's an Exceed monster, that's for sure. Yeah.
It's
is it like
rank
Naruto
6,
or something?
2,700 attack, and you played this in Insectors, I think.
I'm pretty sure it's Northern.
It needs 2 spell cards and
yeah, something like that.
Oh,
it's
Naruto.
Okay, no points at all.
I said Naruto.
Did you?
I got
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
and
then 10 points
I also
for you.
said moral leader, but I called him Simon
Naruto.
first. No, I said Naruto.
Maybe I'm just hungry.
Oh.
This is divine. This is like Ra's Disciple or something. Or maybe one of the Ra cards.
Who do we have? Oh no, it's absolutely not. Oh,
Okay.
I think I'm calling normal monster here. Hear me
Normal
out. I
monster.
think that is a normal monster.
You got that from no text on the card, right?
So far, so good, yeah.
Okay.
No, but wait. Is he a normal monster?
It's got some gold. Oh,
Azura
Zero
Priest.
Priest.
We shared that one.
Almost no effect because it's so old, right?
Zero Priest has got Zero Priest does a lot.
It is a lot
Have
of
you
card
ever
text.
equipped a Zero Priest with Big Bang Shot and tell
Oh,
your
yeah.
opponent it has no effect? Like, no, sir.
Versus Scapegoats?
Yeah.
But it's so old.
So? It's got a lot of text for an old card, I'd say.
Sure.
Actually, it's not that much text.
Oh, for an old
misremembered
card, I
that.
would say.
It's an effect monster.
But I think maybe
I will give you that.
This is like the newer print, maybe. The older print might have had more words.
Okay. What do we have here?
This is like a really old normal monster.
100%.
Maybe it's not normal. No, maybe it's one that gives like 6. I'm thinking of the old cycle of cards that give like your one type of monster 500 extra attack and another type 400 less attack or something.
I really feel like the first picture is better than the second one here for multiple of those. Oh, looks like a clown or something, right? It could be a clown.
No idea.
Maybe it's a ghost. Oh,
Yeah.
reverse trap.
Oh,
that's a very good.
Yes.
No,
No.
is it reverse trap?
Is it called reverse trap? I know the guy. He like changes.
I
changes
definitely-
position.
I can picture the card now.
If it's
but
like if a card would change attack and like modify attack and defense instead, it increases it.
I think it is reverse
Is
trap.
this
I think
reverse
you're
trap?
right.
This
yeah.
thing is so spooky. I love it.
He is very
Trap
spooky.
jammer or something. Is that also possible?
Oh,
no,
yes.
it's reverse trap.
Yes. All right, I'll take
Chapeau,
that one.
chapeau. That was great.
If you kaiju a noir and you ask your opponent, probably play how many cards in hand? 10.
Wow.
Thank you.
Did you really come up with that on the spot?
Yes.
So next chance for you to come up with
That's
something
why
on
the
spot.
delivery was a bit shaky.
Oh, this is a plunder. This is a pirate ship. Isn't
No,
it?
I'm saying this is a Gonkan Zoo ship.
Okay.
Yacht.
One of the Sioux ships.
I think this is a Zoo ship, yeah. Because I know all the plunder cards, and this is not a plunder card.
Okay. Do you know all the Sioux ship cards?
I totally don't. I'm actually very bad with Zoo ship cards.
Okay, I don't know.
Oh, it's Black Ship of Corn.
Oh, true, that's also a ship.
Because it's corn.
Oh, that does make sense.
It actually is corn.
It is black and it is corn.
How did
yeah.
I never even realize
But what
that's the
number
case.
is it?
21?
50.
I don't know. I'm just asking if you
I mean,
know.
there's 50 on the card. I mean,
That's a very good point.
people told me that this is how.
There's 50, yeah.
This is how you find it out. I did not know myself, but then people were like, "Yeah, just look at the artwork and you will know."
Does make sense.
It kind of does. It kind of does. So, who else do we have? What else do we have? Exceed monsters. Oh,
Harpy. Harpy Lady.
Which one? Harpy Lady 1, Harpy Lady 2, Metal Harpy Lady?
Just
the
Harpy Lady?
Harpy Lady.
Just the OG Harpy Lady?
No,
Absolutely
Oh,
not.
Hyper
Lady.
Hammerhead.
Really? No.
No, you don't think
not
you don't
that
like
good.
it?
Completely different coloring.
Oh.
I played this card when I was in
I
preschool.
think that's like
Okay.
In elementary.
synchron colors. No. What's?
You're right, it's kind of pink.
You were referring to It's similar to Big Bang Shot, actually. This
You think this is Big Bang Shot?
It's similar.
It's Big Bang Shot.
Is that actually Big
Bang
Bang
Shot.
Shot? This is not scripted. I did not know Big Bang Shot was going.
I did not know about this coming either.
It is Big Bang Shot.
Big Bang Shot. Excellent work.
I mean, this was purely by chance, honestly.
I mean, maybe whoever crafted this quiz has got a fondness for a Zero Priest and Big Bang Shot in combination. That's really
I think
funny.
I should win the quiz now overall after this.
No, I get points because I called it 5 rounds ago.
Fair.
And that's 5 points, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You get points for calling it.
So I will already call Kashira Fenrir just in case, okay? Just in case.
Is that a beat trooper?
Wild guess.
I think this is like a neck collar with spikes. No? Okay, it's not a neck collar with
I will
spikes.
call a whale. I will call Spike Whale, if that is a card. But look.
No, it's Needle Sunfish.
Yeah, look, it's a water monster. That's what I was.
We played that in Speed Duel
That's
yesterday.
exactly how I got it, because it's in the Speed Duel. All those needles to give your opponent's monster 500 less attack and defense.
Is it really that one?
Yeah.
If it gets destroyed by battle?
Yeah, I remember
What
the
else
card.
could it be? It's a needle or it's a fish?
It's a needle sunfish.
True. There it is.
Look at the face.
Those needles.
What's
When you
the face
zoom in
even?
on the needles, they look a lot scarier, I think.
Yeah, true. I didn't
You look at
pay.
the card from a distance, you think that's a cute fish, and now you look at it and you're like, that's not a cute fish. You don't want to
Totally
get in the
not.
way of that fish.
So who else do we have? Without even seeing the card saying spell card. Okay, I'm
You're
not
going to say Kashtir Fenrir?
No, it says spell card. I think it's a spell card.
Cyber emergency.
That's a good show, actually. I like that. I feel it.
Not too bad.
Okay, I don't feel it anymore.
I will double down. It's a ritual spell.
Tough one. It's not really giving too much information.
It looks like it's happening in space, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Somehow.
maybe there are
I think
some
there's
rocks.
a rock.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's
There's
Cyber
a
Emergency.
battle. Is it actually Cyber Emergency?
That would be insanity. But it's...
It is.
that really? It might be. It is.
That is very impressive.
2 on the first try.
Honestly, that was completely crazy. How did you do that? Can you teach me?
I think it was the color scheme, right? Yeah. When you said it, I was like, that does kind of make sense. This is another one where I feel like
Yo,
I've
I
only
didn't
looked at
know
it
you
from
could
a
do that.
distance.
I didn't know either.
Literally
Secret power.
crazy.
It's a hidden talent.
What's this one, Leo?
It was a spell card, though. I just want to add that. It was a spell card.
Oh, is that a Magical Musketeer?
I think so.
Could be.
Maybe.
I'll say Magical Musketeer Kid Brave.
I do not know the names of the Magical Musketeers.
I know Kid Brave. Now. Insect Soldier?
Oh, you think it's an
No,
Insector?
it has a sword. Insector
That's
could be.
not a sword.
that's
that's a gun, right? Yeah.
it's a Cosmo Stormtrooper.
Ooh, that's a good call.
No,
yeah.
I think
No, it's not the
not
right
that
name.
colorful, right? Oh, they
Sword
are.
Trooper. Sword Trooper, that's it.
That's a sword?
Sword. S-O-A-R.
Ah. Makes sense.
Yeah, he doesn't have a sword. This card is a lot of fun because if you have 2 of them, you can just keep bringing them back and go boom, boom, boom until you run out of life points, which is obviously fun. You know, it's not a proper combo unless you lose all your life points doing it.
Confirmed. Comboing with Tom. We should make a series
That's what
out
I
of
do,
that.
yeah.
It got on
Comboing with
YCS
Tom.
once.
True.
Rimini, Alberto Conti.
Yeah, fair. So, that is a monster, quite certainly. It looks like junk, right? Doesn't that look like a junk warrior?
No.
It kind of does. Okay, it doesn't anymore.
It's Shadow Hedgehog.
You sure?
What does that mean?
I'm just chill like that.
That is Shadow Hedgehog. That was very impressive.
Just good old little hedgehog.
I played this card a lot. When I started playing this deck, I was really bad.
Yeah, but one recommendation. This is the last one we do, and then after that, it's decided. This one decides it all, okay? This one, okay, I
How
know
do you
you had a
always
good run.
just come up with this when I win?
Because it's more fun? Okay, all coming down to this one. Who's taking this one down? Just Kashira Fenrir, saying it again, maybe it is. Okay, which one do we have here?
It's like a Cloudian.
Yeah, I'm calling Melfi. Because
Yeah,
we used
I
to
was
have
getting
Melfis.
Melfi. I'm getting like small, playful beast vibes.
But the Melfi ones are always like kind of tough to separate.
Could be Melfi Catty.
Yeah, true. Could totally be Caddy.
All in Catty.
Come on, guys, it's for the victory of it all. No. Oh, it's
Is this
Rex
Baby
for hire.
Dragon?
It's
oh,
Rex
you're
for
right,
hire.
it is
Yeah.
Rex. Yeah.
I think I'm winning.
Those are his little hands.
He thinks he's winning.
I think I'm winning. It is him. I'm winning.
What's his job, though?
Freight.
Rex Freight for hire, so I'll take that win. Thank you. You didn't get the full name.
Tom wins.
On a
I'm
technique.
fine with that. I'm fine with Tom winning this one.
Thank you very much.
Don't really have anything to add there.
I'll take my victory today.
Well,
You'll guess the card champion of YCS Dortmund. Thank you very much.
I'm so fine with this.
Oh, we do another one. Ancient
Phantom
Cloak.
Ancient Cloak. Yeah.
I'm going to go Zero the Man. Just
The Phantom
Yeah,
Knight's
just
Ancient
say
Cloak.
Yeah. Fenton Cloak.
Alrighty, so they gave me a comeback chance, so I am now officially the winner of Guess the Card, as I should have been in the last one.
you can't, if you wrote Rec, you've got to write your deck list completely correctly.
Fair. People
Can't
at
use
home, remember that. Nowadays you don't even have to do it with Neuron, because you just have to swipe the cards into your deck, and it's a lot easier nowadays. You just actually have to know the artwork to do that, to be honest, which is kind of fun, because that's what we're doing right now. Just swiping in the artworks into the correct spot. Kind of fun, yeah. But that now is going to be us playing some Guess the Cards. I think the feature match will be ready soon, so don't go anywhere, because round 3 is on its way. So see you very soon for more live action here at YCS Dortmund 2023 in Dortmund.
Rush Duel has been added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Accelerate with Rush Duels from the get-go! Normal summon or set many monsters from your hand! You can draw each turn until you have 5 cards in your hand! Load your road to victory! Let's start together! Flip the tables with Rush Duel! Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Duel even more with Rush Duel! Campaign underway!
Hey duelists, let's rev it up again with Duelist Nexus! The spirits unite into one and form the Road of Light. Limit over Excel Synchro! Let's rev it up, Cosmic Quasar Dragon! New tuners, new monsters, the all-powerful Crimson Dragon! 100 new cards, Duelist Nexus! 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back. We're here with our third round feature match here at YCS Dortmund 2023. In front of me, I have Max van Neversiel and Matteo Borghiani, who are going to be two of these duelists heading into this third round feature match. Gentlemen, we're going to do a dice roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. Who would like to roll first? We're going to have Max going first there. That's an 8. And for Matteo, that is a 7. You going to go first? Okay, Max is going to be going first, so I'm going to hand you over to our wonderful commentary trio. Guys, take it away for our third round feature match here at YCS Dortmund.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. It is round number 3 of YCS Dortmund. This is, wow, I think you're excited for this matchup specifically, aren't you, Leo?
I'm absolutely excited for this one. If you have seen the welcome video, I am a Salamangreat enjoyer, and you guys have voted in the chat which deck we were going to feature next, and of course, Salamangreat won.
We have listened, and Salamangreat will be our feature here, and we have a very accomplished player piloting it because, okay, Leo, I will give you the chance. He is a former national champion, and he won in the same country that you did, right?
Yes, he won 1 year before me, and I have actually won with the same copies of Drone Lockbird after that.
That's pretty impressive from both of you.
Thank you so much. But also, he has won, I think, 2 or 3 national championships so far, 2 times in Belgium, 1 time in the Netherlands. He has been top 4 at YCS Lille ages ago, and he has been consistently topping ever since. So he is truly one of the giants in the game.
Yeah, Max is a really, really good player. I remember him playing against him years ago, one of my first YCSs. Needless to say, he completely destroyed me. But yeah, he's playing Salamangreat, as mentioned. It was voted in the polls. If you keep an eye on the socials and stuff, you can probably have a little vote yourself over the next couple of rounds. And this is a fan favorite from 2019, one of the most beloved formats of the community, with some recent support.
Totally, yeah. There's some really good support, and that is why it's back on the main stage, because those new support cards are really impressive. They gave some new tools to the deck. Salamangreat of Fire on its own is just a starter to everything in the deck, basically. And also, of course, with the recent Forbidden and Limited list, triple Salamangreat Gazelle can be played again, which is absolutely wonderful. But as I cannot wait for this action anymore, I think you guys at home cannot wait anymore either. So let's go over to the table. Round number 3 coming out now.
I hope now that I say this out loud, he's not bricking. However, the consistency in Salamangreat is just off the charts now that it has Salamangreat of Fire, triple Salamangreat Gazelle, and so many ways to get into the combo. But I think the first cards that Max van Eversel picked up weren't that great.
So we see Salamangreat Spinny, of course a classic one of the first cards.
There we go, the 5th card, Gazelle.
This is the 2-card combo that every Salamangreat player loves to see in their hands, Spinny plus Gazelle. And with the addition of the new Link monster, Salamangreat Pyro Phoenix, Great Phoenix, when you relink it, the whole theme and gimmick of Salamangreat, of course, is when you make a Link monster in Salamangreat, if you make that Link monster with its own name, typically through the field spell, you get a bunch of bonus effects, and this one you're able to search out any Salamangreat card, notably, from your deck.
Yeah, Raging Phoenix it is, and we see there's already Salamangreat Roar in the graveyard, so Raging Phoenix could then search for Rage, so it looks like Max might be able to just set up both cards here, both trap cards, which is so powerful, because also it's a well situation in the meta game right now. You can play around Triple Tactic Talents, you can play around Triple Tactics Thrust as well, but just relying on trap cards and not going for monster effects. That's really strong.
So this is a really cool interaction that we're going to see here. The Salamangreat Weasel is one of the new support cards, and what that means is that you can actually give your opponent there it is, gives your opponent the Salamangreat of Fire, and in the process you get to draw a card. Now you might think like giving your opponent a card isn't really good. Why would you want to give your opponent a free body? Well, typically this can turn off a lot of cards like Infinite Permanence, Cash Stealer cards, although maybe not super popular right now. There's a lot of just interactions in Yu-Gi-Oh! That require you to control a monster.
Yeah, totally. And there is Mirage Stelio as well that got linked away, and it immediately bounces back the Salamangreat of Fire to the hand. Salamangreat of Fire is such a powerful addition. It is a 1-card Link 4, and is also a 1-card OTK with only fire monsters, because previously this deck relied heavily on Access Code Talker to finish games, but that is not the case anymore. In fact, Max is not even playing with
not even running it. I have his deck list here in front of me. Second copy of Raging Phoenix has hit the field, therefore is able to use its effect, search out the Rage, and another back row has been set. And even though this does not look super impressive, this does not look like a combo field, but it has 2 so powerful trap cards. And I mean, Rage usually was at best destroying 2 cards with like a Sunlight Wolf there on the field, but now it's 4 cards with that. Oh, but that's a good counter, and I think we have to negate that, right? There's no way we can let that go through.
So that's a really good card. This format in general, Change of Heart, stealing in general is particularly strong just now, especially with the popularity of Unchained. Typically, you don't want to let your opponent hit the grave with a lot of their monsters. And in this case, it just acts as a nice little one-to-one interaction with Roar, because the activation requirement of Roar is that you must control a Salamangreat monster.
Yeah, you had to protect that, and now we are revealing what we are onto. So Matteo normal summoning Sprite Rat, and there of course is the potential of also a Sprite Carrot. So Max will be careful here on when to activate the Rage, because as soon as Carrot hits the field, it might be too late to activate it.
I think that I have seen Infinite Impermanence in his opening hand as well, so he could actually go for a Rage play, and then when the opponent tributes for Carrot, he can also chain the Impermanence.
True, so we search out the starter. And we have not even talked about the deck of Matteo just yet. It's Sprite, and I mean Sprite, of course, kind of an all-time classic now as well, right? Salamangreat has been around for so long, but Sprite kind of taking the same route, being in all kind of top cards and all kind of tournaments for so long now, and it still is here at the top tables.
It's a really versatile deck. It just is able to adapt so well to different types of metagames with the Power of the Elements released last year. You had, of course, it was contending with Tearlament. And just people have evolved and adapted the deck over the course of the last year to the different metagames. And we've seen, before getting ahead of ourselves too quickly with the side deck options, but things like Mannequin Cat allow you to have so many different options with the Sprite strategy.
Yeah, it just feels like when you don't really know what to expect from a tournament, you can just safely bring this, and it will be good versus everything. After this round, we're also going to have a look at the metagame breakdown from this tournament, and then we will see that maybe Sprite was a really good call, because you couldn't really expect what would be very popular here. And there is now the time from Max to activate the Rage, and it will resolve. No more monsters left for Matteo, excuse me. But I think we have not even used the starter yet, right?
Yeah, the Sprite starter here is going to be the last point of extension that Matteo can do here, especially after using that all-important normal summon. I am surprised Max let it get that far. I mean, he could have risked a red, like you said, but perhaps he felt kind of insulated because of that imperm.
And there's the starter.
There is the Ash Blossom, which is going to hit Rihad. Now he's opening up himself to thrust and talents as well. But now that the starter was ashed, of course you can go for a talent. This seems to be a talent draw too, and even though activating a possible Pot of Greed seems crazy strong, this is a desperation play here, because usually you want to take away the big Link 4 of your opponent. But what are you going to do with this in this situation? I think that he's just fishing for a Kashtira Fenrir right here.
Yeah, that's a good point. He is playing a Fenrir, and that would really be the only other card he can use, because the normal summon has been used, there's no level 2 on the field to extend, and there's no starter. Yep, there it is.
And now Max has so much follow-up. He added back the Gazelle, and he also bounced back the Salamangreat of Fire, so there are at least like 10 OTKs that he has right now. The only thing that he still needs...
All of them, please, Leo. Now.
Okay, you caught me off guard.
Your time started.
The only thing he needs is the Jaguar right now to just recycle the Salamangreat of Fire, go for another Link with the same name, and then add a Will, and then send this Will away to summon back 4 monsters, and then you get plenty of damage.
Will of the Salamangreat is such a cool interaction in this deck, but yeah, there's just so many ways to OTK here. Matteo recognizes that there is no other hand trap that he can use to disrupt this, and that's going to go to 1-0 for Max.
Impressive performance there by the Salamangreat deck, not only having the double trap setup, but then also backing it up by the also powerful and also popular for so long Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. And funnily enough, also Fire monsters, so he can even add back that Ash Blossom. He could have just added back the Ash Blossom now this turn, but he didn't even need that time. He just immediately went for game there.
I also really want to point out that he waited for the perfect Ash Blossom, because there was the Nimble Angler, and I saw that he considered ashing it, but then quickly thought, hey, if I ash the starter and rage away everything here, there are no plays. Possibly a Kashtira Fenrir, but if it truly was an impermanence in his hand, it would have been... It would have not even mattered.
Yeah, it would have not been that crazy. And I think overall, you will love that, Leo, but I think Salamangreat is actually pretty well positioned into a lot of factors in the metagame right now. Because, for example, we see cards like Anti-Spell Fragrance, and this deck is not super reliant on spell cards overall. Dimensional Barrier is a card, but it's not that hard of a hit with this card either to the deck, because you're mainly Link summoning. So I think it's actually quite well situated. And also, as we said, Triple Tactics Talents and Thrust is everywhere. You can also play around that. Book of Eclipse, there's so many cards you're just dodging with the deck basically completely, which is really nice.
Yeah, it's a really good mid-range deck in the same similar vein as Sprite, where you can bring it to an event and you're not going to have any particularly bad matchups. And I think that's the strongest thing about Salmon Great. It adapts really well to the metagame, and there isn't really too many blowout cards. You really need your graveyard, and that all-important Arise Heart forbidding means that the graveyard is now back on the menu.
Yeah,
also,
it is.
Really important, it increases the consistency of the deck because Signet Mining now can always be activated because it requires you to send a card from the hand to the graveyard per cost, which was not possible under Kashtira Arise Art.
Yeah, but one thing I see in the side deck of Matteo is going to be the good old... Wait, is there Ibli? Was there Ibli in the main deck already? I think I saw Ibli somewhere in his deck. No, there is no Ibli, so that is actually good because I don't know how he would be outing the Ibli, right? Is there a way for Salamangreat to get rid of the Ibli just with Engine?
Splash Mage.
Yeah, true, there's Splash Mage, fair.
Isn't it Lingerybo?
Do we play Lingery? Do we have
I think the only non-fire that he is running is actually the Splash Mage.
Yeah, there is no Lingerybo, no. So that would have been interesting. Maybe Pit Knight early as well, though.
Yeah.
Oh, you mentioned the OTK earlier about the Fury of Fire sort of combo. He is playing the Proxy Magician line, so
actually crazy. You're trying to summon out the Salamangreat of Raging Fire, then you're adding Will. Use Will, look at your Link 4, that is summoned with itself as a name, and then you summon 4 monsters back from the graveyard, go for Pit Knight early, and Proxy F Magician, use Proxy F Magician to fusion summon with the Salamangreat of Raging Fire, go into the Violet Chimera, which was like the OG OTK strategy for Salamangreat, and because of Pit Knight early, you can reduce the attack of a monster your opponent controls to 0, which means that Chimera is going to deal double damage on a 0 attack monster going up to 5.
It sounds like you want to be able to go sit there right now, so maybe we can
I
you
am
out.
ready. I am so ready. I have my Salamangreat deck just right there. It's like 10 meters away from me. I'm ready.
All right, let's head back to the tables as our players are now ready to undergo for round number 2. Game number 2, sorry.
Okay, really good that you guys stopped me there because I was so caught up in the Salamangreat combos.
No, please continue. Tell us more.
I forgot that this game existed.
Understandable. Not for the first time, Leo, but one more card that is also really coming back through the absence of a Arise Art in the format is Forbidden Droplet, and also found its way into the main deck of Max Van Sale. And what can I say? This card is really good into Sprite fields consisting Melfi Caddy, because that is the Melfi, that is the Sprite variant that his opponent has chosen, and there comes the start from Matteo. So he has a way to play, even though it's not the most powerful start ever. But blue is blue, and blue is nice.
So I noticed that Max has actually picked up 2 hand traps, Ash and Imperm.
Oh, wow.
And one of the most, greatest advantages of Sprite, it really does cut through hand traps quite easily. And especially in a situation like this, where you've got just any normal summon level 2, there isn't really a lot of sort of interactions that stop that, and so you're able to just kind of like play through Ash, and you feel like compelled to use Ash in situations like this because, well, I mean, you can go for a red early, Gigantic prevents Nibiru.
If you want to go crazy against the Melfi Sprite deck, because I've played it for a long time as well, you can use those cards to play through the field. You can Ash the Melfi Caddy effect, and you can use the impermanence on something else.
That's what I thought.
That way, you are not even opening yourself up to possible talents.
I think holding Ash is definitely the correct play versus that. Imperming for sure, but just playing around. Ooh, Gigantic actually is neat because it only needs to detach from any kind of monster, and there is still an Exceed monster because there are materials underneath it, so we can still resolve the effect of the Gigantic Sprite, even though it is booked there. But we cannot use it for Link summoning or anything now, which is interesting.
True. And it traded with a Book of Moon, which is really powerful going first.
True. Oh, but there is the Jet in hand still, so we can still extend from here on.
How did we summon the red here?
Through the Gigantic.
Oh, right, yeah, because the book, sorry. And now the Jet gets to go into the starter, or you can potentially, depending on how good your hand is, you can maybe go for a double cross line, or you can search out the Smashers. Really good, important interruptions, I guess. Salamangreat specifically because you remove them from play rather than hitting the graveyard.
Totally. And interestingly enough, Matteo is main decking both Double Cross and Smashers. Smashers usually is in the main deck, but also running Double Cross in the main deck is kind of interesting because usually that's a card you would see in the side deck as a going first option. And now we see it in his hand because he just adds it with the Jet.
I love Sprite as well. Those are 2 of my favorite decks. I'm really happy right now.
Yeah, and still more extending to be able to be done here because we do have the Sprint access next. So Yeah, a lot to still play. Oh, okay, right. Sprite
All
carrot.
engine here. And those are the best. When your opponent has hand traps, as you were saying, you just want engine, 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 because it can play through those so easily. Oh, but we're linking away the rat here.
Oh, this is a really strong Ash Blossom on the Nimble Angler in the graveyard.
We are even going to Ash for sprint. That is
Foolish Burial Punish.
Yeah, I quite like the Ash Blossom being used on the Nimble monster rather than the Sprint itself. That way you just kind of get it out of the deck and you know that they don't have a way to extend. But, I mean, yeah, Foolish Burial is something you can potentially
But now we could play around Talon so far, but now it happens. But this is some powerful cards over there. There's Gazelle already and the Circle to grab it worst case.
You have to send away the Circle. This is... Okay.
It really doesn't matter, right? That's the issue, you know? You've got 3 different names basically, so the spell can always get the other name, but Gazelle plus Spinny is the best combo.
The carrot maybe is
exactly. That's the reason probably he just got rid of the monster instead, because the Circle can be negated. But that would have been the last Nimble Angler of Matteo if he would have just sent it to a graveyard and ashed it in the graveyard, because the other one is sitting underneath the Gigantic Sprite. So I really would have liked just cutting out the access to that completely.
Yeah, so should there be any follow-up here, if Max can't break this field, then we do have the option to just, you know, have that Nimble engine again. So there's the Circle here. Let's see if we're going to try and carrot this.
This is a tough call, because you would have to tribute the Sprite Sprint, and then your double cross is not that strong anymore because you want to take over the monster. So yeah, Matteo makes the decision to just let it go through here.
And now the Circle is a valuable resource in the graveyard, because you can always send something else with Gazelle and add back with the Sunlight Wolf the Circle.
Does Matteo have any cards left in hand, or is it all he got that he has there on the field?
It's all he has now. Now the carrot is not really doing anything anymore if you are not...
if you decide not to negate the one spell trap card he's activating, that's kind of not the greatest card there. I was honestly I think it was interesting that he decided to just keep the carrot over the rat, right? Because that Imperm was already gone, so and Ash Blossom was way more likely there.
But I mean, a take of the Salamangreat of Fire is now going to be really, really strong right here. The question is, what else does he have in it?
Oh, we're trying to get our own Sprite Red back to the field.
We are bouncing.
That
makes sense.
That
makes a lot of sense.
That's fantastic.
That's a really neat line there. So now you've actually created 2 disruptions just with your 1 double cross.
I really, really like that, for sure. And we still have the carrot, so any kind of extension that could still be there in max hand would be... Wow, that was strong.
Well played by Matteo. I was thinking if there was a possible Silent Mining in hand that discarded the Spinny.
Yeah, that would have been really devastating, because then you could actually trigger the Gazelle. But generally with Salamangreat, if you remove the normal summon, it's kind of hard to push through that.
Now they have Weasel, which also helps, which is also a extender, but you still need 2 Salamangreat.
Yeah, you do need a bit of setup for that here. We're going to go for the second Gigantic of the game, and it is boosted by double its attack just because it uses a non-main deck level/rank Link 2 underneath as a material, and it shouldn't be too difficult here for Matteo to push through this. 1 unknown in the hand. There's a world where he... Oh, okay, it was Droll and Lockbird he drew for turn.
But this is already a lot of damage. It is 3,200. Oh, we are
he's actually going to negate it.
Absolutely makes sense right here, because you're going for the jet and you're searching for a possible... It smells like Gamma Burst here. Oh, okay, it's not. It doesn't.
Your nose is completely off once again, Leo. And I was just looking through the list. That's very surprising, but he's not even running Gamma Burst overall. He decided to play Double Cross and Smashers, but no Gamma Burst, which is very, very odd to me, because that card is making OTKing so easy.
There is lines to OTK, but it's significantly more simple when you just activate Gamma Burst.
Yeah. I mean, is that game on the field already? It could be, right?
I think it would have been game if he didn't tribute the blue.
That's funny.
Oh, is he off game by like 200?
Might be. It's
right, let's get the numbers added in here.
Let's do some math. So that's 32 plus 16, so that's 48. Then Jet comes in, that's 61. I think we're missing game here, honestly.
Yeah, although admittedly, even if it's not game, we have a lot of resources with Matteo's Smashers being set with the negate of the red. So with just a couple cards left from Max, it's going to be quite hard to really come back from this. Let's see if they can pick anything up to try and crack this.
Night Beam.
Yeah, that's
that's a card he's looking for sure.
That's a great card in Speed Duel.
Okay, Link 2. So do we go for another sprint here? We do, and now it actually is hurting Max.
it's
But
coming
he
up now,
decided
isn't
to Ash the Sprite Sprint instead of the Angler. That Angler would have not even been in the deck anymore, but now it is there, bringing out 2 Beavers.
I wonder what the advantage was to Ash the sprint immediately. Maybe because the Angler wasn't the best draw?
Yeah, I think like sometimes the logic is you want to just leave your opponent with dead draws, but at the same time, you know, I think removing that resource was really important because generally the game isn't going to last that long where that would even matter per se. So you will someone will be like either OTKing or kind of controlling the field to an extent where there won't really be too many draw phases thereafter. And yeah, there's a lot of control here. Smashers, Red, Tribute, plus the Melfi getting the Caddy for Penny for the following turn, and Prosperity for any more disruption you need here.
I mean, Max was struggling to play through 1 bounce last turn, and now there is multiple bounces, a Monster Effect negate, and 2 Smashers. So I'm really not seeing too much hope here for Max, to be honest.
Plenty of time left on the clock, so there doesn't need to be any sort of tactical...
Absolutely. So do we also grab ourselves an anti-spell, maybe?
Why not?
Why not?
3 of them.
1 of 3 or the Ash Blossom.
Keep them coming, he says, Matteo, but there's no more anti-spells. He just revealed all of them.
I mean, we know that Max has 3 monsters in hand, right?
Yeah, I think I might have liked Carrot even more than anti-spell, to be honest.
I would have liked the Ash Blossom.
But how about picking up Evenly Matched here for turn? That could be a big card. I mean, he's not running it, I think, and that is the game. So Matteo takes down game number 2 here with the Sprite strategy, making it an even score between those 2 players. So who is it going to be for game 3, Belgium or Italy?
It's do you think it's surprising based on going first, you just sort of establish your field and then you can... Maybe you really need non-engine at that point to crack these fields.
Yep, that is true. If there are bounces or Book of Moons involved, it is really hard to get through it. If you have Cyanide Mining, it is also kind of an extender. You can search for a Weasel, you get something into the graveyard, you can trigger the Gazelle that way. But if you only have a play with a normal summon, it's kind of tough if your opponent just takes it away immediately.
Sure. I think Max is going to be quite disappointed considering he opened Ash and Imperm. You'd think maybe that should be enough going second, but it just wasn't, right?
But he got punished by one of the most popular cards in the entire game right now, which is Triple Tactics Talons. Like, everyone is on this card. That's why you kind of have to play around it. He couldn't do it there, and therefore he got punished for it. But now, one quick question. What do you guys think of Sprite's options against Gozen Match when that card is on the field? Because that card totally is in the side deck of Max.
So it's particularly bad in this situation because you can actually give your opponent the monster if you choose to not bounce it back with the Stalio. But I think Fire might not be that... It probably is.
You know what? You can actually not even crash with the monster into the Salamon Grade of Raging Fire because you have the Sanctuary effect that can just reduce the attack points of your monster to 0 for 1,000 life points.
That's actually insane. So probably we are going to see this card coming in. Looks like the only real side deck option that Max has. I mean, he has Droll and Lockbird as well, but do you really side that card in going first? I don't know. It was in there going second, which I understand.
It really helps against Sprite anyways, right?
Yeah, but I mean, now you saw that there's not even Gamma Burst, because if there would have been Gamma Burst, he would have just searched it, right? Why not? So that kind of is a tell that he doesn't even run it.
I think you sided out going first.
Probably, I would agree, yeah. I mean, just Goes Match feels a lot better.
I think his main deck in general seems quite fit for this. You know, there's a lot of disruption, and while, you know, Sprite does play through hand traps quite well, I think just with the Gozen Match plus backed up with a couple of hand traps should be enough.
Yeah, and there's one interesting hand trap which is not very popular overall right now, but it's super good for Sprite actually, because he is on Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, and you can just Ogre that Gigantic. That has been popular since the beginning of Sprite days, and it's very good here in this matchup, so maybe we're going to see this in Game 3 for sure.
I'm trying to decide like what Ogre was for in the main deck. Because
probably not Sprite, right?
Because I'm sure it's not Sprite, but you know.
My friend Pearly?
Yeah, I said Pearly, I guess
seems
it's not
okay
too bad.
versus Pearly, yeah.
Something like that. But yeah, again, it's the whole story of a mid-range deck like this. You know, you have so many different disruptions. You play like quite a small engine, and then you have like 15 like hand traps and disruptions and non-engine defensive cards. If you pair 2 or 3 up together, a lot of decks can play through it.
Totally not. Especially not when there's also Salamangreat Rage and Raw waiting for you, so there's basically no more help. So
do you want to tell us the combo again?
Yeah.
Of course. Normal Salamangreat of Fire, Search Gazelle.
Good start.
That's always a great start.
I think we can get it into Max's hands again. He's going to carefully explain and show us the combo once more, because he did very well so in game number 1. That was really impressive. And if he's not getting stopped here by Matteo this game, I think he's on a good way to maybe winning this one as well.
All right, let's head back to the table as our players have now finished siding up. Let's see who's going to take down this all-important game number 3.
Okay, there we have them. And it seems like the Belgian players are really taking over, right? Because last round we had Steven Jacobs and now we have Max, so
Can
Belgium
I just say
on
that,
the rise.
I just sorry to interrupt. That is an incredible hand I've seen here. Oh, okay. Maybe not so much anymore, but Salmon of Fire plus 2 disruptions. Very, very nice. Now the thing is, we do need some more names in the hand here. Let's see if he's drawn that all-important Gazelle. Recently put up to 3. Very consistent way to...
only the Bailings. Is there going to be more engine? Because he needs more engine here. Is there a way for him to extend?
He also has Thrust, which can search out a Rage, which is at least 1 pop. In this scenario, he also has other disruption. The question is there anything else he can put up? Maybe just a Spinny?
Little Bailings pass. Everyone loves to see that, right?
Vesper Frost. Is there maybe another good Frost target in his deck?
Doesn't he play Talons?
Yeah, but he cannot activate it this turn
That's
because you
true,
only
because
get
he doesn't have a monster, yeah. So it looks like he's just going to be able to set the Rage.
It is going to be the Rage, and that does not look very impressive, honestly.
No, not great. But, you know, depending on the right Destroy, it is really, really strong against Sprite. Because, like I said, if you just hit that normal summon level 2, the only real way you have to extend is going to be the starter.
Totally.
The problem is, what are you going to do after that?
Yeah, there's also no follow-up, which is like Salamangreat is known for his follow-up.
Oh, Penny.
Okay, Penny, I think you do have to immediately hit this.
That's it could be a bait, but I think that this is a really good Rage here.
Yep, Max agrees. No more level 2 monsters on the field. Only Bailings left. Does Matteo have a way to bring another monster onto the field?
Oh, this
really
looks like a trap card that is
we're just setting and
here.
passing. Wow, Salmon.
Oh, Catty in the end.
Okay.
But Catty is not really that good because Penny's in the graveyard. You have a target, which is the Nimble Beaver.
Okay, sure. I guess you can wait for next turn.
Oh,
that's a circle off the top.
Oh my, that's the top deck of all times, and the crowd loves it. That is going to be any Salamangreat monster you like, so definitely the best card to draw in that situation.
And that is going to be Salamangreat Fire. We're doing the same thing once again.
And we have an Ash. Okay, okay, Imperm. Any further chains here?
This is preventing an OTK, which is really important, of course. However, you can go for a Splash Mage into a Heat Soul, at least.
Yeah.
Get a lot of advantage that way, especially with the just diverse Cyburst options available to the deck. That's okay. No, he's going to keep going with the Wolf here, it looks like.
All right, you can add back the Circle or the Rage. Of course, Rage for pop 2 is absolutely strong.
Rage is going to be really strong here because, again, as you saw last turn, it was just good enough to hit that level 2 normal summon, and only top deck here from Matteo really needs to see either something that puts 2 bodies on the field, so a combination of a normal summon plus a special or a starter here, but it's just not enough cards. 2 set, and passes back here.
Nothing at all from Matteo.
And that is going to search for another circle, and we might actually see, Impermanence immediately on the Sunlight Wolf here.
Yeah, he tried to add back the circle there, and that is not going to happen. But does Max have... Oh, look at that!
Oh, the charge! That is the spice that Max is running. He can now put back 2 Salamangreat monsters from the graveyard and special summon, or 2 fire monsters from the graveyard to the deck, and special summon the Salamangreat of Fire, and that is the handshake! Salamangreat Charge is winning this game, the perfect extender in this scenario.
Wow, what a game. Salamangreat really shining once again, really on top of competition. What do you think, guys? Is Salamangreat going to be a deck that we are going to have in our top cuts for this event?
I think people are really excited.
Let me ask you,
I think people are really excited to see this strategy back again. And as you've seen, when it gets to go first and it draws the right combination of defense plus engine, it becomes really, really hard to contend with. And I just think that was a perfect display of both decks doing what they do best. And you know, I think if perhaps Matteo won the coin flip, it could have been a different story potentially, right? It felt very formulaic in a way.
That is true. I mean, Max had in almost every game he had Ash and Impermanence.
It's a Salamangreat card.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Ash is one of the extenders.
Yeah, and Infinite Impermanence was in the structure deck, right? Oh no, wait, it was in the Cyber structure deck.
Ash was in the structure deck.
Yeah, true.
Exactly. It's the card that you mostly go into Mirage Stalio with because you are bricking, possibly. I mean, that's what happened to me back in the days, but we didn't have Salamangreat of Fire then.
Funnily enough, you can even, with the Salamangreat Charge that we just saw, reborn the Ash Blossom, and then you have a level 3 monster for the Merged Dahlia. So that does work in the end as a Salamangreat and extender, basically.
Well, you know a little bit about the deck, and they did get a bunch of support, including a tuner monster and a synchro, but I don't think a lot of people are really playing that. How come? What do you see like as the shortcomings of that sort of synchro engine of the deck?
I could tell you if I had read the synchro monster. I think the tuner is Tiger.
Yeah,
and that is a rather good card, actually. I played it before. You can also special summon this by discarding a Salamangreat. So this is also a possible extender. If you don't have play, it has the upside, on the contrary to Weasel, that you can just also special summon it if you don't have two Salamangreat monsters in the graveyard. You can just special summon it from scratch.
But let's not get overboard. I mean, they have just returned to the Fusion engine with the Violet Chimera and the extra deck, so let's keep it chill. Maybe at some point they're also going to go into the ritual part or into the synchro part.
It is
of the
an archetype that has access to every summoning type. That's we just need Pendulum, I suppose, before we forget about that. So I think our players are now ready for an interview. We're going to hear from Max himself to discuss his matchup with Ed, if you can take it away.
Thanks very much, Nadir. I am here with Max, who's just won that round 3 feature match. Just before we got into this interview, you said salads in 2023. So Salamangreat, talk to us about your decision, because recently you had some support and things. How are you feeling about it?
I like the support. Salamangreat of Fire is a really good card. It locks you into fires, but that does not matter when you go with the Fire OTK. And I was on the fence of playing it first for this YCS, and then the ban list came out, Gazelle was at 3, and the biggest problem, Cashtira, was gone. So, YOLO.
God, I haven't heard that for a while. So how did you find Gazelle coming back affecting the support and the new deck?
Gazelle coming back actually makes you less, how do you say it? Reliant on, no, not reliant, but you don't lose to hand traps that often. Because they can negate your first place, and then you have Gazelle in hand. So just continue. And then it doesn't matter where you hand trapped.
Okay, fantastic. Let's go through what we saw some of this, because the first game 1 was a pretty good showcase of what Salamangreat has to offer. A great starting field. Matteo kind of struggled to play through it. Ash Blossom, he basically just ended up sort of going through. So talk to us about what you're thinking in game 1.
Game 1, I'm like an entire handful of hand traps and like the one starter, and I'm just, well, I hope he has nothing. And because I know with one fire you can go relink to link 4, and you definitely have one counter trap. So with the counter trap, well, because I had Spinny Gazelle, no, I had Spinny Gazelle, right? Yeah. Game 1? Okay, yeah, then I have full combo. That is the double traps with follow-up and backup from hand traps. It's a really hard board to go through.
It certainly is. And then we get into game 2. There was the interesting interaction with the negation of Imperm with the Book of Moon on Gigantic Sprite. So talk to us about what you're thinking when you see these kind of things, these moments happen.
Well, I was guessing either he had a Book of Moon or Triple Tactics. So I had to guess, will I Ash this or will I Imperm this? And I had to read wrong. Okay. So that was that.
You had to take a gamble.
Yeah, I had to take a gamble there, because even he had the starter. So I know if I can Book of Moon him, he doesn't have Book of Moon, I can stop him there, then Ash the starter, then he has no interruptions on his board. But he had the Book of Moon, so I couldn't go through that anymore.
Sure, and then obviously Sprite did a pretty good job dominating that game, but then we got into game 3. You ashed the normal you got ashed on the normal summon of Fire, so you ended on Balinx and Rage, which is quite a vulnerable point to be in as long as they have something to do. But Matteo didn't have any cards to play through those disruptions. He didn't have Engine, so at that point, did you know that you were pretty much securing game 3?
I knew with, again, the Ash in hand and with the Rage, if I can Rage his normal summon, Sprite does not have a lot to continue on there. They need another level 2 on board. So if I just, and also his normal summon was like the Melfi, and then you know his hand is like not that great, so I can just Rage that. If I just know if I can keep my monster on board, and in Ash in hand, I can just summon Ash and go into Sunlight Wolf like that. Okay. Because that's also just a fire monster. So even if I didn't draw like the fire monster I drew with the extender, I kept Ash and normal summon Ash, go Sunlight Wolf, grab Rage back, we're just square one again.
Okay, you had it all basically in the bag, so congratulations. So is there a deck that you're worried about going up against over these next few Swiss rounds with Salamangreat?
Everything with Shifter.
Okay, so could be anything. So best of luck in the rest of your Swiss rounds. I hope it goes well for you. We'll see how salads do in 2023, as you said. Congratulations again. We're actually going to go back over to our commentators because they want to give us a little bit of a deck breakdown of what we're seeing so far. Gentlemen, what's it looking like over there?
Thank you very much, Ed. New season, new format. So, of course, very interesting which kind of decks are here in the tournament. 2,500 players. And we got all the data, so we have a deck breakdown to look at. Let's see what's most represented here at YCS Dortmund 2023.
That's a wow.
Yeah, so
that is a wow.
Big thing that will stick out of you here is that there's a lot of other, and that could be quite a lot of number of other decks here. I mean, you can see like Dragon isn't even listed here. So there's so many like possible decent decks that we don't really have up here, but just to go and show the popularity of just there isn't really one super dominant archetype. You can see Unchained is probably the deck to beat. With an 11% representation, but even then there's just so many other potential options that are quite near it.
Yeah, the thing is, we really expected Unchained to be the most popular deck, but 11%.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, it is in fact the most represented, but 11% is such a low number. Like, before that, Kashtira was like kind of more in front of the other decks, but now this is super spread out. So many different decks being viable. Also, the featured match has already shown us we had 3 different decks winning in round 1, 2, and 3. So very interesting to see. What would you say is the biggest surprise here on this breakdown, Leo?
The biggest surprise is definitely, as Nadir said earlier, Dragons isn't even listed here. Yes, Forbidden and Limited list update, only 1 copy per deck of Bestial Magnamut and the Chaos Base. However, the deck is still pretty consistent. The power level is really high. It lost its worst matchup, which is the Kashtira Arisehard Pass.
So you would naturally think that it would be, you know, sort of come to the front here. But I think like Dragon Link is also a deck that I suppose you don't really notice it until you start playing how awkward it is to not see the baby dragons. Like the Collapse Serpent and the Wyver Burster are super integral to being able to like make like big pushes. And you know, dropping 2 more copies of space, it does really hurt, especially, you know, no more Magical Dragon. It has lost a lot of consistency, so you really do sort of have like Bestials as your best way to continue forward.
Yeah.
Is there anything not listed here that you maybe think should be a little bit higher?
I would say, honestly, it is listed, but I would really expect the Flow on the Reese to be higher, to be honest, because it's such an easily accessible deck. A lot of players have already been playing it. It is in a really good spot again now, or people thought it's in a really good spot because it's so good versus Unchained, but now there's only 11% Unchained players in the field, so I don't even know whether it is that great for this event anymore, but I really would have expected more Flu, to be honest.
Can we just talk about the tier limit in the room?
I was going to say, tier limit is actually quite highly represented. It's basically as popular as Pearly, and when you consider the fact that the deck was just not on the radar for the whole of like the existence of Kashtira, and here people are playing it again. Very popular deck, beloved by the community to an extent, you know, very divisive, but regardless, it's making quite a showing here today. Do we think that we're going to see a dominant tier limit strategy, Payme?
I think we're going to see at least some in the top cut. I have talked to multiple tier limit players already who were kind of not that happy anymore about their pick. We have seen players who were completely decided. They were like, okay, tier is the best deck. I'm running it. I'm 2-0 with this. This is working perfectly fine. And other players were like, yeah, maybe this wasn't the correct choice for me. So what I'm trying to say is, if you mill good, then the deck is a really solid choice for the tournament.
I think their answer probably was influenced by the results of the first 2 rounds, honestly. But then again, you asked me something that maybe is not on there, that is probably hidden in the other category that I'm missing. Something that was very popular over basically the entire last year is Runic. And Runic is not even there at all. So it's probably somewhere in the range of 2 to 5% maybe in the representation chart, and I'm honestly kind of surprised by that, because if there's such a broad meta game with so many different decks, I think the Runic engine again is really good because it's as Sprite or Seldom Great, super versatile and can be so good versus so many different decks.
There's a lot of Runic cards still available here. That's only 1 fountain they've lost, so kind of full power. You still have your Naturias. Nat Beast, of course, very good against a lot of decks. Maybe not so much Unchained, but very good against Pearly. And I'm just kind of... Are you surprised to kind of not see many Runic decks running around?
I mean, I think it's coherent to the numbers of Unchained players were expecting, because we were all incredibly surprised by only 11% Unchained. And if you're playing Runic, you really don't want to face Unchained. Unchained has been performing phenomenally in the last tournaments that we've had. So I can understand if a player says, hey, I don't want to pilot Runic this event because I expect a lot of Unchains. I don't want to destroy their cards, and this is unfortunately all I can do.
I think it really might be a bit of a misconception between the expectations of what we or maybe the players also had for this event and now the actual metagame breakdown. So I think for this event, some people might be ahead of the curve. So players that expected this metagame to be so diverse and so heavily consisting of other decks might be the best. Maybe the call of playing Salamangreat or Sprite, which is so good into everything, is just the call for this event.
I was gonna say, can I just talk about Salamangreat for
Sure,
a
why
second
not?
again? So many players are running Thrust, Talons, Book of Eclipse, and those are all phenomenal going second cards against almost every deck, but they don't really affect Salamangreat. You have nothing that can be Book of Eclipsed, and if you don't throw an Ash Blossom, you are not vulnerable to Talons or to Thrust. Exactly. Yeah. So the best going second cards that almost everyone is running are completely useless against you, at least in game one.
A searchable counter trap is basically going to insulate you against any kind of threat. You know, Dart Ruler, Evenly, these sort of heavy hitting cards, not as good against Salamangreat if you're able to get that engine going and search out those important counter traps.
Totally. So now that we see the numbers, now that we know how many of what is in the tournament, I want to have a call. I don't have to ask Leo because his answer is going to be Salamangreat, but Nadia, what do you think is going to be the winning deck of this event?
Well, I think if they dig deep enough into the box and find out what's in there, I might suggest that Tearlament will be the victor of this YCS. That's going to be my call, a little bit biased, of course, but I do love to see, you know, people milling 15 cards in one turn.
All right. Leo, do you still go with Salamangreat?
I mean, at this point I have to, right? I've been talking about it non-stop, and I think it is a fantastic call. You just don't get Nibiru'd, and then everything's fine.
Just don't get Nibiru'd.
Exactly,
Okay,
that is the plan. That is the good strategy with the deck.
What's your pick?
Perfect. I mean, it would be impressive if we see back-to-back YCS Dortmunds of being won by Tearlament, because Vincenzo won with it last year. He's also still playing it this year, as we saw in round one.
Potentially winning with the same deck.
And I think I would just go with Fluander Reese. Because it was in the finals last year, it might make the finals again this year.
It is MPen's strongest soldier, you know, so that's fair enough.
I'll go with that.
Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in to round number 3 here. We'll have more live coverage coming up soon. But for next, you can stay tuned here. We have another Master versus Caster mini Time Wizard event coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back to more of your coverage here at YCS Dortmund 2023. Master versus Caster has already had its first round. Don't think it went too well for Basti, but that's why we're here, because we're going to get into our second round. As you know, we introduce one of our Masters, who's then going to come on, pick one of the cards in my hand, and be assigned a caster who they're going to duel against in a Time Wizard format, pre-recorded duel for you guys at home. So please welcome our recent champion and our Master of the day, Jess. Jess, how are you doing?
I'm good, doing good, thanks.
Excellent. So, you've heard how it works. You have to pick one of these cards, and this will correspond to one of the wonderful gentlemen behind me. So please pick any card that you see. Okay, so you have picked Exchange. So that was a card where if they pick Exchange, they get to pick one of any of the cards in my hand. So I'm going to show you these cards, and you can pick any of these. Which would you like?
Okay. I'll pick Farfa to be funny.
Okay, so Farfa, please step forward. The Farfa card holder. Aha! It was a mislead! So Tom, how are you feeling? You're going to be going against the most recent European... Step this way for me. You're going to be against the most recent European champion, just come back from Worlds. How confident do you feel?
Honestly, Jess has already fallen right into our trap. We're one step ahead, so couldn't be more confident.
You've been thrown off by this. How do you feel now?
Honestly, I'm happy this way. I think that was funny. That's fine. I'm happy with falling for this.
Okay, good. So let's see what happens with round 2 of Master versus Caster.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to coverage of YCS Dortmund. We're here for another edition of Master versus Caster. So, Jess, Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So you're the current European champion. Has that settled in yet?
No, not at all.
Well, you've got a whole year to let it settle in before you have to, well, maybe give it up. You can always win it again.
Defend my title.
So would you like to roll some number of dice? You can choose.
I'll pick the pink one.
Okay.
7.
7. It's pretty average. All right. I think this is a 1.
Yeah, 6.
All right.
I'll be taking first.
Are you sure? Okay.
I'm sure.
Okay.
Best of luck.
You too. So you tell me you've not played Time Wizard format much before?
Not too much. So draft time?
Sure.
Yeah. I'm not the most familiar because, like, at the time of this Time Wizard format, I think I was 7. But
when did you start playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
I started playing in 2015, so I think I was like 12 or 13 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Because my first nationals I was 13. I'll start with Black Whirlwind.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not plants. I kind of was guessing you were going to be on plants.
Unfortunately, not this time.
Not this time. Okay.
So I need to check what my cards do. How do I get the advantage engine going?
You've started with, that's a good start, Black Whirlwind, I think, for the advantage engine.
I think so. Just trying to get as many cards in hand as possible and then just expand next turn.
Black Whirlwind is like one of the strongest advantage engines in Time Wizard format, I'd say.
So I'll normal summon Shura. Activate Black Whirlwind search.
Yep.
I'm going to go ahead and search, where are you? Trying to find my cards. I'm going to search a Vayu.
Oh, that's exciting. Okay.
Cut.
Sure.
I will special some Gale.
Okay.
I will Synchro. Summon a level 7.
Black Rose Dragon?
You wish. I think I'm going to go for Armor Master here.
That makes sense to me.
So Armor Master comes for a battle.
Yeah. And it can place wedge counters on monsters it destroys. Battles.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I'll attempt to go to end of main.
Yeah, I don't have any Nibiru, unfortunately, so. Okay.
Phase.
My turn? Okay, draw. Okay. Right, I'll go to standby main.
Yeah.
Not too much to do in Time Wizard formats before standby main, but you know.
No.
I'm gonna normal summon Dark Gruffer.
Okay.
And use the effect of Dark Gruffer. And discard my own Vayu.
Oh no. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So I'm gonna send a Blackwing, Sirocco the Dawn.
Yep.
A lot slower pace than modern Yu-Gi-Oh, isn't it? Do you like a slower pace, or do you? I mean, obviously you're famous for playing the Rika deck, where it's very fast paced.
Yeah, so I actually enjoyed slow pace gameplay quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I play quite a lot of control decks, but the reason I like Plant as a deck is because it has both modes. So I like the games where you can go like fast and then do some OTKs and big combos, but also having that like grind with Plant, having that grind game with your Rika engine is just really fun because it gives you the opportunity to experience control gameplay with reborning every turn with Petal and setting from deck, all the big combo gameplay. So it's like all the elements of the game wrapped in one deck, which is why I really enjoy it.
That's really cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm always a sucker for like a big combo deck, but there's also something very satisfying about like outgrinding your opponent over a few turns and, you know, gaining advantage. I mean, like Rika's really great for that. Right, I'm going to set one.
Okay.
I'm going to set it in the same column as Black Whirlwind, just to throw fear in your heart. And then
Flashbacks to Infinite Madness.
Exactly. And then I'm going to go to my end phase.
Okay, so I'm going to draw for turn.
Yep.
So I'm going to go Saber phase?
Mm-hmm.
Main phase 1.
Yep.
So I'm going to take my check very quickly. So I'm going to normal summon. Blizzard.
Oh.
I'll go Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2.
Yep.
I'm not going to play around Ash Bottom. I'm going to attempt to run the...
Sure. Oh, yeah, that's okay.
So I'm going to grab another copy of Value.
Oh, this is looking pretty troublesome.
Passing out my Shura. I will make sure I know what I'm doing. I think I know what I'm going into. Hopefully. So I'm just working out. So you're still full life points, still 8,000?
Yeah, I am. It's a very scary question. Normally that's...
I have a couple of plays.
Followed up with some very aggressive play. So you got... Black World's a very good card.
Black World giving me advantage here is, especially in the mirror match, seems like a huge advantage.
Yeah, yeah.
So here I'm going to Synchro Summon. It's my Blizzard and my Shura. I'm going to summon Bryanak.
Okay. So I don't know. You know how the turn player priority works in
so I get
Time Wizard format. Yeah.
I get 10 player priority to Bryanak's effect.
Yeah.
So I'm going to discard 2 cards.
Oh wow, that is very scary.
Both of your monsters.
Okay. So as Chainlink 2, I'll use Bottomless Trap Hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll banish my monster.
And I grab this.
I was tempted to go for the OTK, but
I guessed. Is there 3 darks or 5 darks or something?
No, there's 5 right now.
5 right now.
Effect Fire?
Yeah.
Smash itself and the Soroka. Go into a second Arm Master.
And this Armor Master will have its effects negated.
Yeah. I will attack for 25.
Yep.
25.
Yep.
Which you're on 2,500 life points.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no gauze.
And
it should be 3,000, right?
You should be on 3,000, sorry.
Yeah.
You take 5,000.
Yeah.
I apologize. And then
That's
I will
all right.
pass turn.
Okay. Draw for turn. Armor Master's actually surprisingly difficult to get rid of. Just not being able to be destroyed by battle is pretty strong.
I think the main out I probably have is going to be Black Rose, right?
Black Rose. Yeah, Black Rose is a good card.
And you have your value set up.
I do have my value set up. Black Rose is a good idea for me.
Maybe not.
You're giving me tips.
Not that you need them.
Not that I need them. Well, yeah. I was. I used to play Frog Monarch, I think, very long time ago.
Is that what you played when this format was a thing? Like
when
back in
the day. Yeah. I think it was Frog Monarch or possibly like Plant Synchro variants. Yeah.
Like Dandelion is a really strong card.
Yeah, yeah. Well, unfortunately, Dandelion. So it's just before this format. Is just before you got Spore and Glow Up Bulb. Yeah. Right.
So I know Tengu Plant deck, right?
Tengu Plant.
Was just after this time was the format.
Yeah, just after this, I think, or maybe there was something in between then and Tengu Plant. I think there was a while, possibly after Spore and Glow Up Bulb got released.
Yeah, it's a little for my time, so I'm not
That's
sure.
fair enough. I mean, I'm going off my memory, so it might also be a bit hazy. You know, I think I'm just gonna go with your suggestion and summon a Ashura.
Okay.
And then special summon Gale.
Okay.
I'll use Gale to halve the Armor Master that can be destroyed by battle.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe we'll put a token on it. Although I'm not convinced about whether I should attack, because there is that ever scary Kalute that could be in your hand. And you've had 2 chances to search it, and you haven't searched it. So I don't know if that means it definitely is or definitely isn't in your hand. But
I think we only had one option to search it.
Oh, you're right, you only had the one.
Because Blizzard is, Kalute is 1,400 attack.
Yeah. So I think I will just play it very boring and safe.
Fair enough.
And make a Black Rose Dragon. And activate its effect.
Yeah. My board dies. I was quite greedy by going for the War Master.
I think it's pretty fair. You don't look like you're shy of cards in your hand.
Yeah, in general, my playstyle is, although I play quite safe in the TCG, especially in Time Wizard formats, I'm a fairly aggressive player, as you may be able to tell.
Yeah, and then I have to think. I don't know. I think I'll just go for it. Why not? And use my value and special summon a Blackwing Armed Wing to the field. And I'll get some damage back. Hit you for 2,300.
Okay.
So you should be on 5,700.
I have now just realised that
3,000.
That did not add to the right level. I did not count my Blackwing levels. We're both playing Blackwing, neither
of us noticed. Yeah, well, we could either fix it and put an armed wing in the grave, or we could leave it as is.
So the game doesn't actually change. The game state would not change with this?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't.
So you would be on 200 more left.
I'd be on 200 more.
I think we just change it.
I think we should just switch it. Okay, that makes the most sense. We're friendly here.
There's no huge stakes on this game.
Master versus Caster is very, very high stakes. So Basti already lost the first round, and we're going to keep reminding him of that, unless I lose, in which case I probably shouldn't.
Yeah, so you're on 200, you get a boost of 200 life points.
A boost of 200 life points.
I apologise, that's my mistake.
It's mine. It's both players' responsibility, obviously, to keep track of the game state. So I don't have any more actions to take, so I'm going to pass to you.
Okay, so I'll draft then. I'll go to my side, my face? My face?
Mm-hmm.
So he does piercing battle damage, right?
He does, normally, but when you summon a monster with value, then, yeah, it doesn't have any effect.
I'm going to set monster face down. I'm going to set spell trap card face down. And I pass back to you.
Oh, okay. So I'm sure you know this because it might be what you have face down, but this is a classic Blackwing set a monster, have an Icarus attack maybe kind of situation, but let's find out. So I will draw the turn, and I'll have to have a good long think about this. If it is an Icarus attack, what I'm supposed to do about it. Might not be, it might just be an excellent bluff. So I will, I think, just enter my battle phase.
Okay.
And attack your set.
So I'm going to take piercing damage.
It's still not gone.
Oh, I apologise.
Yeah, it's all right.
So value dice.
Yeah.
So I've now got my graveyard resources back.
You do. And you should be able to summon your choice of a 7 or an 8. There's only not too many options. There's only 3 Blackwing synchros in this format, as opposed to now in Advanced Yu-Gi-Oh, where there's like many. Okay, so in my main phase 2, I'm going to normal summon my copy of Blizzard.
Okay.
And use its effect and target. I think I'll target. Sure, that sounds exciting.
Okay.
And then I'm thinking if it makes sense to perform any synchro summons. And I have a tuner and a non-tuner. It's tricky, because I think in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! You often just, you know that you have to do a lot of things, whereas in this you have to be a bit more conservative maybe, and it's not always best just to summon the monsters from the extra deck just because you can.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, my Blizzard feels very weak and lonely on the board, so I'm gonna synchro summon a Colossal Fighter just for a bit of excitement.
Do you mind if I read Colossal Fighter?
You can read Colossal Fighter, why not?
So I believe Colossal Fighter was actually, this Rarity's Colossal Fighter was actually one of my first cards when I was
wow, okay.
Because I got it as a collection from a friend when I think I was 8 or 9. Because I got cards earlier, but I ended up only started playing competitive when I was 12. But I remember Colossal Fighter like this being one of my first cards, which is kind of cool.
Oh, that is cool. And I assume you have it, safely stored in a...
It's definitely stored somewhere. I'm just thinking on the summon.
Oh, that's okay.
So on the summon,
yeah,
I'd like to activate...
Oh, am I going to get bottomless?
Trap.
Oh, I've been played, absolutely. Okay. All right. Well, I don't have anything better to do, so I'll pass back to you now.
Yep, so I'm going to draft turn. My draft turn was interesting.
Oh, that doesn't sound good for me.
Standby main.
Yeah.
So I'm going to activate in graveyard. I'm going to use my value.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
I'm going to bash the Old Master and itself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to summon out that level 8.
Yep.
Mentioned before. Then I'm going to normal summon Kalut.
Oh, we're going to normal summon Kalut. Okay.
Yeah. So McClue has more attack than your Shore. So
it has less, but unfortunately my Shore is in defense.
Sorry, less. I have more attack than your Shore's defense, so I'm going to attack with Clue.
Oh, I'm worried about where this is going.
And then third clack.
Yeah.
Then, when I can, double step, Clue for game. I had triple Clue.
Oh, triple Clue. Wow, it's a good thing I played around one Clue at least. Oh, well played.
Well played. I'm sorry about that mistake, but
it's fine. It's a good thing it's in a friendly match. And it's not a format you're super familiar with, so.
Yeah, I had loads of Clues in hand.
It's the classic Blackwing. You attack 3 Kalutes.
Yeah. I kept trying to summon more Blackwings, just, come on. You know you want to attack. And then as soon as I got 5,000 damage, I know I can just finish you off, because I have all my Kalutes in hand.
Yeah, it's very volatile. It's, you need traps really to defend yourself in Time Wizard format, because you can't really set up the same kind of level of monster negates that you can in.
Yeah, and then early on, me having the Black Werewolf gave me all that hand advantage, which then paid off in the end.
Yeah. All right, well done on winning. You put the Masters in a 2-0 position now, so I'll have to rely on my other casters to give us back. So thank you very much, Jess, and thank you for joining us, and be sure to stick around for our next feature match.
Get your game on. Let's rev it up.
Cause I'm feeling the flow. What do you say we swing into action?
It's time to link into the brains.
this place? It's Duel Links. It's a digital world. I see, it's a digital world. Like a smartphone? Are they related? Not quite. Never mind that. Let's rush duel in this world. Bring it! I won't lose no matter where I am! That's the spirit. Let's go! Rush duel! Here I go! I summon 3 monsters! What? 3 monsters? You're allowed to do that in Rush Duel. I set 2 cards and end my turn. Interesting. Then I will do this. I summon 2 monsters, and then I tribute them to Tribute Summon. Let's go! Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius! I summon another 2 monsters and activate Dragius's effect. Double Doom! I attack with 3 monsters! Concussive Electrostatic Shock Ball! And there's more! Dragius can attack twice! Dragius can attack twice! Inferno of Infinite Destruction! Ah! You're doing great, Luke! You know it, you so know it! That ends my turn. Now what are you gonna do, Yuga? Isn't it against school rules to be this powerful?
Come on! Do something!
I'm not giving up yet! It's my turn! I draw! What? You can draw 5 cards at once? You can draw cards until you have 5 in your hand in Rush Duel. You can always turn the tables. I summon Strange Cat and Mystic Dealer. I tribute 2 monsters to Tribute Summon. A wall, a mountain, not even a planet can block my way. Nothing will stop my road to victory. Seven's Road Magician. I send the top card of my deck to the graveyard to activate Seven's Road's effect, Elemental Road! Seven's Road gains 300 attack points for every different attribute in my graveyard! Seven's Road Magician attacks Dragius! I'm loading the road to freedom! This is Rush Duel! Rush Duel has been added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Duel in a new way!
Hey duelists, let's rev it up again with Duelist Nexus. The spirits unite into one and form the road of light. Limit over Excel Synchro. Let's rev it up, Cosmic Quasar Dragon. New tuners, new monsters, the all-powerful Crimson Dragon. 100 new cards, Duelist Nexus. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Duel has been added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Accelerate with Rush Duels from the get-go! Normal summon or set many monsters from your hand! You can draw each turn until you have 5 cards in your hand! Load your road to victory! Let's start together! Flip the tables with Rush Duel! Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Duel even more with Rush Duel! Campaign underway!
Duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Hey duelists, let's rev it up again with Duelist Nexus. The spirits unite into one and form the road of light. Limit over Excel Synchro. Let's rev it up, Cosmic Quasar Dragon. New tuners, new monsters, the all-powerful Crimson Dragon. 100 new cards, Duelist Nexus.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back. You're here with the round 4 feature match here at YCS Dortmund. In front of me, I have Luca Reinheimer and Tom Kleinerkaber, and we are going to get straight in to this feature match. Gentlemen, can we do a dice roll to see who's going to go first? Who wants to roll first? Oh, who won? You did that already? Okay, we're going to complicate this. Who won the dice roll? And you're going to go first. Okay, they already did it before we started the camera rolling, so we can just get straight into this. That means Tom is going to go first. So I'm going to hand you guys over to Marcello, Tom, and Basti, who are going to be your commentators for this round 4 feature match.
Thank you very much, Ad. And of course, that was a very well-known face. We're already in our featured match. It is Tom Kleinerkaber, runner-up of YCS London and also runner-up of German Nationals. Back to the featured match. New season, of course. Everyone starts with 0 points for the World Championship leaderboard, for example. So let's see how this season is going for him. So far, this tournament starting off quite well. 3-0 in the tournament.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Ed's pronunciation of those German surnames. I felt like he worked really hard on that. But yeah, I mean, Tom, he had a great season. I mean, obviously, sometimes personally, emotionally, if you come second, it can feel bad because you were so close to winning. But I think when you look back on it from after the season, you think, second, actually, that's a really good finish.
For sure, for sure. I mean, he even came back to go second again at German Nationals, so it was back-to-back seconds.
Exactly, and I mean, he did lose to very good players in both of them, to Samir and then to the Inkabui. So it's like he put up a very good fight. He was one of the players, obviously, in the playoffs. So yeah, a fantastic season, but now ready to start things off once again. And I'm actually a little surprised by his choice, right?
Funnily enough, he got beaten by Dinkabui with his Labyrinth deck, and now Tom was like, that Labyrinth deck, that works really well. So my choice is also going to be that deck now for the new season. He's on Labyrinth, and his deck, the deck to face, is also quite interesting. So I would say 2 interesting decks. I will not spoil the second one. We will see it in action in a few seconds because we are going into a match now for round number 4 here at YCS Dortmund 2023.
If you can beat men, join them, I guess. That's was the reasoning behind Tom, but let's see. He gets to go first, which is always a great thing for Labyrinth. Let's see this setup.
I want to say, do you feel that way yourself? Oftentimes when you lose to a deck, you think, wow, this deck must be really good. Do you ever have that feeling?
I feel like it could be a bias sometimes, but yeah, there can be truth behind it. And yeah, this is
Classic set for pass. And now let's hope he's also not channeling his own Yoho An and his opponent is getting the Harpious Feather Duster. That would be crucial. But Luca on a very cool strategy as well. He's one for the Firemans, huh? He's a Rescue Ace player, still also undefeated in this tournament. But that, first of all, of course, is a very well-known card, not from the Rescue Ace archetype. Kashtira Fenrir.
Yep, a card that Tom knows very well. He was on Kashtira for a long time, and now he's facing the Fenrir.
So, also it's now interesting because Tom knows this card is in so many different decks right now, so he cannot really tell what kind of deck he's facing at the moment just yet, and he has to make the decision, is that Fenrir too scary? Do I have to react on it right away? And he makes the decision not to. And now he knows the deck, though. there is the normal summon of Rescue Ace Airlifter. Oh! This card brought nightmares to Tom Kleinengräber only a couple of months ago, but now he's using the power of it himself.
Yeah, to be fair, some of the Rescue Ace, you can still use under Skill Drain because you get Tribute, so you have a few options around it, but still, Skill Drain is so powerful. You need to find a way around it, and right now the top priority is knowing whether there is a Labyrinth card face down, because, the deck can brick on, these kind of traps, and if he doesn't see its engine, this could be it.
Yeah, I mean, we could just get some attack points together here. Fenrir is definitely helping with that, with already 2,400 on the field. Rescue is Airlifter, also not too small, with 1,700. So that's definitely not the worst start here for Luca either.
Yeah, one of the things about the Rescue Ace deck is a lot of the monsters are very big, and you can just summon them straight from your hand pretty easily. So it can be very good in situations
but
where
there
you're under Skill
is
Drain.
indeed also an engine card for Tom. That is is that Big Welcome Labyrinth?
Big
Yes,
Welcome,
it is, right?
yeah. And there is no Ash Blossom, most importantly, so he gets to this lady, which is gonna be a problem to deal with for Luca.
Yeah, it's just too big. Neither the Fenrir or the Airlifter can actually run over this, and therefore Luca is not going to deal any damage this turn, and he's mumbling something into the microphone, probably not too happy about the developments here. That one die roll by Tom certainly was helping with the pickup of Skill Drain there.
Skill Drain almost turns Yu-Gi-Oh into a bit of a mini-game. It's like, who can summon the largest monster?
Totally. And then just one back row being set. Kind of an indicator on whether that is an impermanence, maybe, because it's in the same column as Skill Drain. Problem, though, if a card already is negated, you cannot even use the Imperm anymore. Therefore, that Imperm, if it is an Imperm, it will not help.
Right, indeed. And, I mean, one of the oldest, strategies was the...
It is not that, though. It is Contain, one of the in-engine cards of the Rescue Ace deck. And if you control the Rescue Ace monster, you can just target one effect monster your opponent controls, and it cannot attack that turn. Also, its effects are negated. So it says also its effects are negated, so you are free to activate it, right?
Absolutely.
So this is just preventing it from attacking for just the one turn?
Problem is, true, like the lady is also negated, therefore you can target it. So there's so many different things working together here, because normally when you have set cards, the lady can also not be targeted, but now the lady is negated as well, so Skill Drain doing things for both players here.
It's pretty much, Necrogardener kind of effect right now.
Feels like a very sort of mid trap card. I think people have been playing Negate Attack for a very long time.
Oh, okay, we chain the lady. Okay. Is that an indicator that we... Oh... Interesting. Immediately going to chain
the Impulse, right?
The Impulse there as well, indeed.
And a nice play from Tom there. This is the kind of classic way of playing around Skill Drain, is to activate a monster effect and then remove the monster from the field. Because Skill Drain only negates monsters if they're resolving on the field, unlike a lot of other effect negations.
Yeah, so we just used our opponent's trap card to now set another trap card to our side with the lady. That's very, very heads up by Tom. And I think people were scared of actually bringing Labyrinth lately to a tournament because there's so much Unchained, and Unchained was so popular. And the matchup between those two decks does not seem very favorable for Labyrinth. But now that we saw the breakdown, there is not even that much Unchained here at the tournament. So all of a sudden, I really like the decision and the call of Tom Kleinengräber to bring the Labyrinth strategy here.
And he gets to the Turbulence, right? Yeah.
That is indeed the Turbulence.
The boss monster of the deck. And all in all, 3,000 attack, so...
Yeah, I mean, under Skill Drain, that's the best you can get in this deck. Certainly not the worst card to have there. And now, maybe Tom really needs an answer to this.
Well, he's still searching through his deck for a trap card from Lady. Lovely late.
What options could he have to deal with this?
So, Daruma Cannon, of course, always is an option. Ice Dragon's Prison is a kind of nice option as well.
Terror of the Overroot is very popular.
Certainly,
okay.
certainly.
I didn't actually see what he said there. We were too busy talking about it.
No, it was the Labyrinth, the regular Labyrinth.
Just welcome Labyrinth.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yep. And
at the end of the day, you can just summon a lady in attack position, right?
Oh, and there's Kuklock now right after. Okay. And that means we can immediately activate the Welcome Labyrinth this turn, even though it was just sat. But that's the effect of Labyrinth Kuklock, of course.
This could still be the battle phase, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. You still have no way of dealing with the Turbulence, I guess, right away?
You can just crash with a...
Alright, 29, right? And that's
It's 3,000 attack.
You mean with the other though?
Yeah, you can
Because
just...
Lady is 29, so you need to summon the other.
No,
one.
Lady is 3,000.
Lady is 3,000. Yeah, it's
yeah.
2-9 defense. 3K
Oh,
attack.
okay, yeah, the defense. Yeah, that's right.
So, is that going to be another Lady? Indeed it is. So we want to take care of that turbulence there.
Right.
100 attack points being, quite crucial.
I was thinking of Lovely, I guess.
Yeah, Lovely's 2009, and I want to say 26 defense.
Nope, only 1,900 defense there.
I'm
but almost.
Close enough.
Oh, okay, we don't even immediately go for the crash. We just run over the airlifter first of all. But I mean, there's no rush in actually getting that turbulence off the field, because we can still do it next turn. Our opponent could decide to do it himself, and so we already cleared another monster. So I think I like the decision of Tom here.
Although it does potentially leave your other Lady open to being attacked.
That's fair, yeah, true. But maybe we have something like Big Welcome Labyrinth now to just get it back to hand or something. I think there are plenty of options for Tom to just still be chill here and not be too concerned about it. Also, especially because his opponent, I was talking about good old Happiest Feather Duster, only is playing that card in the side deck, so we're not going to see it here in game number 1. Oh, okay, there is Emergency. And Emergency, of course, says that you can special one out and then send one from hand or field to the graveyard. So that's an additional way to play around skill drain, actually.
Yeah, Luca following the trick of Tom there. So you activate is it Airlifter, Chainlink 1, and then Emergency Chainlink 2.
Yeah, totally is. And he's bringing out the Rescue Ace Preventer there, which... Oh, did he? Oh, he immediately sent that to the graveyard as well, right? Yeah.
The Airlifter was sent to the graveyard, yeah, so it's affecting Resolve.
Oh, okay, the Preventer only was in the hand of Tom, I see.
Yeah.
And we are going to search out the field spell. That's only a one of them, the deck. Rescue Ace Headquarter.
Yeah, it's really good for these grind game situations. It's got a kind of Pot of Avarice-like effect.
Yeah, it does. And while your opponent controls a monster, all Rescue Ace monsters you control gain 5 on attack and defense. That's actually quite crucial here in this situation, because that will make this big turbulence even bigger.
Yeah, I feel like Tom's probably in this situation. Like, I activated my skill drain, I summoned my big labyrinth monster. You were just supposed to lose.
Usually that's enough, right? Usually that is totally enough, because there are no real monsters in the format that are bigger than 3,000 attack points. But here we are having turbulence and even the field spell in hand to make it even bigger. So, does Tom want to react on that? His defense position, Lady, is in danger of getting run over here, and that is going to be Dimension Barrier. Okay.
I'm sensing probably more of a chain is about to be constructed.
You think so, yeah.
Okay, so that must mean there's also... Oh, the Daruma Cannon is going to take that Lady off the field, and therefore it will be resolving. But it will take all of the cards off, or like not off the field, but they are going to get booked, and therefore it is still going to be able to resolve there.
I feel like maybe Luca could have... oh no, he couldn't have played... oh yeah, he could have played around that perhaps. Because when Tom activated the Dimensional Barrier, it was clearly not because he wanted to resolve the Dimensional Barrier, but because he wanted to resolve the Lady. So maybe as Chainlink 2 you could activate your Preventer. Even though it wouldn't have done anything, it just would have prevented...
Yeah.
It still would have prevented, just in a different way that it normally does, just by blocking up the chain and preventing Tom from getting a
Rescue Ace Preventer, just preventing in all kind of ways. You're right, totally. I like that. Just chain blocking, not giving your opponent the possibility to do that is actually nice. And there is another Turbulence, so Luca not only having one, but another one here too. Only banishing 2 Rescue Ace cards from your graveyard, bringing itself out, easy peasy, and there you have your boss monster. It's obviously not as bossy as it is otherwise, where you could just set 4 cards from your deck right away, but still there's 3,000.
This is more of an old-fashioned boss monster, which just summons itself and has 3,000 attack and defense. I think that's a good enough boss monster to me.
Totally. And then also Emergency Graveyard Effect was activated to set back 1 card from the graveyard there. Also very, very good.
So Tom's going to have to come up with something here, because I don't see it's obvious how he's going to deal with these turbulences.
So far I don't see a solution to that either, so we are going after the Fenrir first of all. Okay. And that should be the Preventer, right?
That is the Preventer, and the Preventer has an effect when it's sent to the graveyard that you can special summon a Rescue Ace from your banished pile.
It's adding up, isn't it? Luca didn't look great when the skill drain was flipped, but now he's kind of grinding into this. Rescue Ace not looking too bad. I mean, the support that Rescue Ace recently received is actually just so good, isn't it? Like the deck with the new emergency spell card, that's just the heart and soul of the deck. It's just so powerful.
And it's fresh of a second place finish of YCS Cancun, so definitely a force to be reckoned.
Totally is.
Honestly, to me as well, one of the things, it's just so cool playing a deck that's kind of based around fire engines. I mean, like, it brings out the little kid in everyone who didn't like playing with the fire truck as a kid.
Absolutely. And there is a very interesting card.
Yeah.
And I was going over Tom's deck list, and I had no idea why this is in there, but there is a Runic Flashing Fire, which he's activating to destroy the Turbulence. And Luca is also like, what is going on here? How is this card supposed to be in your deck? And I still don't really have an explanation to it. Because, I mean, you have cards like Lady, which trigger off of activating trap cards, and now all of a sudden you decide to play a spell card instead.
Especially because I feel like when you think of Labyrinth, you think of like a 30 trap card deck, and when you think of Runic, of a 30 spell deck, so you really wouldn't think of mashing them up together, but...
I think it has some nice little tricks. I think a nice cool thing is you can summon a Hugin to protect yourself from a Lightning Storm or a Harvey's Feather Duster.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, giving up your battle phase, I mean, it doesn't seem like this game's going very fast, so giving up a battle phase doesn't feel like the end of the world.
No, but it's a solid card. I don't hate the idea, I guess. It's still good going second, and yeah, it does whatever.
And I mean, now the graveyard effects are going to be strong because there is Welcome Labyrinth just being able to set itself back. Oh, did we do that in the battle phase? Because
yeah, it's all still in the battle phase.
Okay, all still in the battle phase. I see.
A quite funny thing is normally the Flashing Fire banishing cards is a nice little bonus, but in this case it might actually be a downside because Luca's Rescue Ace Headquarters can shuffle back your banished and graveyard, I think, Rescue Ace monsters and draw a card, so maybe banishing some extra ones is not so helpful. And you can also get monsters back with Preventer.
There it is, exactly as you mentioned. You can target 4 of your banished Rescue Aces, but even in the graveyard they work, so this might have actually given access to this.
Luca was holding back onto it. I mean, he could have already activated it just for the attack and defense boost, but he was waiting for a time where he could also just use the good effect to draw another card, replacing the Rescue Ace Headquarter right away, basically.
I'm interested, why he didn't just activate it last turn, because it maybe would have made for some favorable attacks.
Yeah, I mean, it even boosts defense, so if it would only be for attack and all of your monsters are set, it doesn't really do too much, but it actually is also boosting the defense, therefore it would have been good last turn as well. So, Tom kind of playing against his own skill drain as well. I think if the skill drain wasn't there the last couple of turns, just having the Lovely on the field as well and everything would have been really powerful, but Tom just has to pilot through his own skill drain too.
It feels like he's having to work very hard this game for a game where you normally just, you kind of expect when you resolve that skill drain, going first with your Labyrinth engine, you feel like you should just be winning quite comfortably, but that really doesn't seem to be the case.
That is true. So, now Luca thinking about it. What is he going to do after the headquarter? Or I think it's rather Tom thinking whether he has an answer to that headquarter right now.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure who's pausing.
Is there a chance that he's trying to bounce the Rescue Ace headquarter back to the hand whenever Luca is activating the effect? Because it is once per turn. Is it even once per turn? Yeah. No, it is not. It's once per copy, so he could just do it again then.
In the meantime, we can go back to us while our players wait for the judge for an appeal at the moment. And yeah, it seems like it's actually quite the back and forth matchup. We maybe didn't expect it to be this close when we saw the opening from Tom, but what do you guys think of the deck of Rescue Ace specifically? What is position in this format right now?
I mean, I'm really impressed with how it's playing in this matchup specifically.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting. It feels kind of like a mid-rangey deck. It doesn't go, you know, it's got its one very powerful card, but it likes to kind of grind. It likes to get monsters back. And also, one thing that was so great about Kashtira is that all of the monsters are very just large. And that can just help you grind so much because your opponent's the one that has to do the work to answer your monsters rather than the other way around. And I think Rescue Ace also has this really good thing going for it.
And I think it actually is also quite well situated in the metagame right now because it's a link-based deck, therefore Dimensional Barrier, once again, not too good against it. Also, with setting up so many cards in your back row, you play around Talons, you play around Frost, so your going first field is actually quite nice against most of the going second cards in the metagame right now. Also, Book of Eclipse, not too good versus a Link deck either, so I do like overall the position of Rescue Ace, and still, you have quite some space for non-engine. It's not like you have to play 30 engine cards, like, for example, with a Runic deck, and therefore you actually can kind of adapt to the format as well, and we see he's on Nibiru, he's on cards like Forbidden Droplet, so those are very, very powerful non-engine cards as well. I really like the idea.
It's also got like an in-engine hand trap, which, as we saw, like Havnis and Telements, I mean, Impulse is, it's not quite the same, but there's the same idea that you've got like an in-engine card that gets your engine going on your opponent's turn, which is such an incredibly powerful thing.
Yeah.
I'm actually excited about one of the cards you mentioned, which is Forbidden Droplet, which is a card I actually really like, because it's unique the way it interacts, and we haven't seen it for a while, just mainly because of our ISR being there. And now that it's gone, I feel like it's a card that we are seeing in a lot of different decks this weekend, and I think it's pretty strong. I mean, it covers a lot of the matchups, and you can use it, especially if you're playing a deck that has, multiple spells. You get the +1 off it in a way. So I feel like we can see a lot of Droplet coming back this weekend, and I like it. I think it's it's gonna.
It really returned, and I really understand why it did return, because it just covers basically everything. Honestly, the matchup he's currently facing probably is the worst matchup he could have gotten, because he is running Nibiru and Droplets as his non-engine, which both are basically just not doing anything. But I mean, he can help himself with his side decks. There's Cosmic Cyclones, there's Evenly Matched. So I think game 2 and 3 are going to be pretty rough when he can actually, when we see his main deck, like engine-wise, isn't that bad against Labyrinth, because he can already grind with it, and then he can add those cards as well with like usable non-engine. I really like that, honestly. I think he has a good shot game 2 and 3, and he's not even down game 1 just yet.
What do you think of Tom's choice with the sort of trap heavy? Because we've seen kind of a dichotomy in the Labyrinth build. There's like one where you run a lot of trap cards and you just rely on like a small engine, whereas the other builds where you run all of the furniture and so on.
I mean, is he on the Heavenly Prisons in the main deck?
Triple.
Yeah, so that makes sense to me. I think nowadays in the position in which before the tournament we expected a lot of Unchained.
Yeah.
In the end, to be fair, the number was lower than we expected.
Well, all the Unchained players.
Yeah, all the tier elements coming back to it. But if you are expecting to face a lot of that, I think the trap-heavy version with the Lord of Heavenly has such a unique interaction where it completely shuts down most of the Unchained one. So I do like it. And obviously, though, you're going to lose in the mirror match if you face off against that version, So, I mean, you can't have both, I guess.
Yeah.
One of the I was going to say one of the upsides of running a more engine-heavy build is I feel like often into a wide meta game, you want your engine to be the core of your deck, because if you're running trap cards, you kind of want to pick trap cards which are effective against specific decks. And it's very difficult to do that when, as you see, the most represented deck was only 11% of the field. So it can be quite tricky to tailor your deck.
Yeah. Exactly. But I think, again, like Labyrinth in general is another one of those decks that is just having many good matchups all across the field. So I think it's a very good pick. And I was thinking before the tournament that, for example, Flu will be a really good pick because it has such a favorable Unchained matchup. But now, with the numbers working out the way they are working out, Labyrinth seems just a lot better overall because it covers so much more matchups. So I really like it.
And what it looks like, still a very good position from Tom. Our judge call has been resolved, so let's jump back into action.
There we are, just as we left. I don't see any difference, to be honest. There comes the Welcome Labyrinth that has been reset. Love the Lady also chaining at 7. Yeah. Also, we are going to chain, of course, the big Welcome Labyrinth to make the Lady resolve in the end.
It looks like Tom's having a lot of fun with this, bouncing it in response to his own skill tree. Almost feels like maybe he's having too much fun with it. Maybe he should just like use his removal effects to remove his opponent's monsters rather than like keep setting more traps.
We see Terrors of the Overroot, a one-off in his deck. You were already mentioning it earlier. Pretty good to just out basically whatever he wants.
It's important here because he didn't have an out yet to the 3500 thanks to the Fuse spell, right?
Yeah,
so,
true.
Terrors of the Overroot almost feels like the new compulsory evacuation device. I know that's a bit mean to say because compulsory evacuation device is a card that's, dear to my heart, and it might be to many other players. It's just like a trap card that's just so easy. There's a monster on the field, no, go away, I don't like it. Whereas Terrors of the Overroot does that, but it also sends it to the grave, and often you can give your opponent something reasonably useless in return.
Yeah, just make them sad in Ash Blossom or something. That seems pretty good. But yeah, Compulsion was basically the card used in Altergeist, the old school trap deck, which also got some support lately. Maybe we can see it for the rest of the weekend at some point in the feature match as well. I would love that, honestly. But also we saw there was Stovey Tobby being summoned, and that's another cool feature about the... we call them furniture pieces. You can send them from the field as well. Therefore, they can not only be used from the field, but also from the hand. And then you can play around skill ground with that, because they are in the graveyard when they are resolving.
Yeah, now thanks to the clock, he can flip the terrors right away. And, oh, he gets rid of the field spell, it seems, yeah?
I think that makes a lot of sense, because we were all identifying how that was going to be really, really a problem. Is there any way for the Rescue Ace deck to get Fetch that out of the graveyard?
Don't really think so, to be honest.
Yeah. But now he has to skip the battle phase, and so play is back to Luca.
No, this is still Luca's turn, right?
Okay, we got rid of the lovely.
Just a long turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has not even flipped the Turbulence up just yet. Okay, here come. Oh, I think it was Chainlink 1 Turbulence, Chainlink 2 Emergency. So we might see this Turbulence resolve, because we are going to put it to the graveyard on resolve. That would be crazy. And it is resolving, I'm pretty sure. We are going to set multiple cards here. I don't think we're going to get 4, because we already had one of the traps resolving, and usually that's a one-off. But oh, he still is finding 4 different ones, I think.
Well, do you not need 4 different names? It looked like there were 2 copies of the same card.
I think they just looked very similar,
Maybe
to
they
be
just
honest.
looked
If
similar.
Emergency was Chainlink 2, wouldn't it still be on the field when it resolves?
How would it be? Because
how
Emergency
does it-
sends it to the graveyard, and then Chainlink 1 resolves.
Yeah, but cards are still on
card is
if you
still on
activate
the
a card
field,
as part
right?
of a chain, it's still on the field
Yeah.
until the chain resolves.
So you...
But it is sending it as part of the card effect. So it's not about the
Oh, but it
emergency,
sends
but
the
about
monster,
the
it doesn't send itself, right?
Yeah, Emergency is sending the... So Emergency should still be on the field.
Yeah.
as the
Yeah,
chain
yeah.
resolves.
Oh,
you
okay,
can
so we
only
cannot
set
set
3.
4. Oh,
Yeah.
oh yeah, true, you're right. You're totally right.
It can be a bit confusing sometimes, like there's not...
So
Yeah,
it's
I
not always
totally get your
obvious.
point now,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
sure,
Yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
yeah, yeah.
So we should definitely check on that. So I think judges have now picked up onto it.
It shouldn't be too difficult to repair, right? You just pick 3 instead of 4.
Yeah, I'm sure they...
Yeah, yeah,
will
they are now
they are now
noticing
catching
it.
up on it, so he will have to give up one of these.
So what did he have? He had Alert?
I mean, he's just gonna get rid of one of them, I guess. Yeah.
It doesn't really change too much, it's true.
No, but still, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Might
He
as
has
well.
one last card, for
Yeah.
sure. And I mean, it kind of looked like it was going very much into the direction of Tom, but now with the resolve of that Turbulence, it immediately feels like a tempo shift, right? Because Luca has so many cards available to him now just for free, and I feel like he might be in a good position there.
Yeah, definitely. We mentioned it. It's a back and forth, and already 20 minutes down the line, and this game does not look like it's over at any point soon. So yeah.
Totally. Very, very much a grind game. So what other cards that we have there? That's Alert, I'm pretty sure, right?
So Alert can add a... I think it's going to add a rescue. Does it add a card from the grave to the hand, or a
And
monster?
no, it's just a monster from the graveyard.
Okay,
to the
I
hand.
really wanted him to be able to get that HQ back, but I'm not sure it's possible.
Yeah, I don't think he can. Oh wait, but is this maybe Rescue even? That looks like Rescue,
Yeah, Rescue.
right?
That
Oh,
can
he got
summon a
Rescue.
monster from... it can summon a monster from your graveyard, and if you have the Fire Hydrant, then you can summon one from either graveyard.
Yeah, true. So now we have figured this out. We have indeed only 4 cards in our back row, but still Tom is just going to pass it back over to Luca because there was no battle phase and also no monster he could even attack with. So Luca now with a bunch of options.
Yeah.
And
It just
it looks
revealed-
like, yeah, there's a Heavenly Prison, right?
Yeah, he revealed the Heavenly Prison, and that's about it. Yep.
The Extinguish trap, does that just destroy monsters? So I think that was the trap card that was set.
Yeah, pretty much. He destroys. Yeah, so he. But it's a monster. Yeah, only monsters.
That's still pretty useful.
Yep.
Definitely is. So Luca now in the driver's seat, having the Turbulence still on the field. Now also another Preventer out there. preventing all kind of things, as he usually does, right? Just preventing Tom from having a good position here in this game. But as soon as he resolves that Lord of the Heavenly Prison again, he might be turning it around once more. Let's see. There is now, first of all, the big welcome.
Is Tom going to be starting to run low on like just cards and traps and things, monsters in his deck?
I think
like
monsters, first of all, to be honest.
Going, yeah.
He went through multiple monsters already, and I mean, there aren't that many in the Labyrinth deck. He's on 1 Lovely and only 2 Lady Labyrinth, and I think, is he through both of them? Like through all 3 of them already?
I've definitely seen both Ladies hit the graveyard, and Lovely is also in the graveyard.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you can summon them back with Big Welcome, but instead he chose to summon a Ariana from the deck.
Oh yeah, true, that was the Ariana.
From the hand.
I guess we could see a Chaos Angel maybe later on in this duel, which could be a good way to, you know.
So then there's Ice Dragon's Prison being set. Now we activate the effect of Stovey Toby, just getting another trap card. Checking our graveyard first to know which cards still are available. And yes, there is still another Welcome Labyrinth to be set to that back row.
I think he really just wants the Kuklok back.
And there it is, just returning to the hand.
But the problem with the Kuklok at the moment is you need a Labyrinth in play to be able to activate its effect, which he doesn't have.
Yeah, but he has double welcome, so for next turn at least he can do some interesting plays. So
yeah, totally.
So do we think we're going to see maybe the Extinguish activated here, just to get some damage through?
So Luca thinking about it, that's for sure. Yep,
he does.
There it is. Extinguish onto the Lord of the Heavenly Prison. Resolving as well. And I mean, Tom is down to 6,900, and that Turbulence is big, so...
A lot of damage coming his
way.
way.
This is just such like a classic Yu-Gi-Oh game where your opponent's just got like 5 traps and just like, let me just attack and see what happens.
Okay, so we use Kuklok first of all, so we can trigger our...
But that's huge,
Lady.
Ice Dragon Prison is huge here.
Definitely helps, yeah. Oh, both Turbulences are going to be gone. And they are now.
Is that, I mean, the Turbulence can still come back. So, thanks to the preventer.
But apparently it's seen enough.
Is over it, yeah.
Wow. That is the game. Tom Kleingribber does not stop winning. Last season he was in all kind of top cards and even finals, and he's still here on his way to also win our feature match in round number 4 with, for him, a completely new strategy. I mean, he could have still played Kashtira, but Tom, what do you think? Would have that been a reasonable pick for the event, just still playing Kashtira even without a Rice Art?
I was really interested to see if people were going to do that. I don't know if I'd have been brave enough to do it myself. I mean, I'm not even brave enough to enter the event, so you know, don't listen to me. But yeah, I was interested to see if it was going to happen. I've not seen. I mean, you know, the other category we saw in the deck breakdown was very large. Maybe it's got a couple of Kashtira players.
Probably, yeah.
It has changed a lot nowadays, and as you mentioned, he picked up on the deck he lost to the finals of German Nationals, and he's making it work. So now he's 1-0, only 1 game away from advancing to a solid 4-0 start. But still, it was a very close game, and now, as you mentioned during our little break, Luca has a pretty solid side deck for this matchup.
Totally has. So we are going to see Cosmic Cyclone evenly matched and all that kind of stuff. Probably not evenly matched when he's going first, but still. But one card in the side deck of Tom is also kind of interesting because he's piloting a deck which kind of has problems with Ash Blossom and Joy Spring onto the Welcome Labyrinth cards. But funnily enough, he's also playing Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, and that is pretty good versus the Emergency as well of the Rescue Ace deck. So I think we're going to see him bring in the Ash Blossoms, because sometimes Vigilance can completely stop the turn there.
I personally, I'm not super familiar with the Rescue Ace decks. I don't know if you open, you know, different types of cards. Maybe you open the Fire Extinguisher as well. That can be enough to keep you going, but maybe that's not.
Usually it's quite crucial.
Okay.
Usually it is.
I'll take your word for it.
Thank you so much. But I mean, also it's kind of interesting because there is Nightmare Corruptor Ibli in the deck as well, which is totally not an option to be disregarded here. And there is actually a funny way to bring it out, isn't there? Oh yeah, it's normal summon Linkuriboh. The funniest way ever. No, but at 40s... Wait, yeah, there is a Gigantic Sprite as well.
Yeah, Linkuriboh is 1, isn't it?
Yeah, so there is Gigantic Sprite, and he has a funny way to even get to that Gigantic Sprite, because I think, yeah, you are going through Puzzle Mino, and then you make it a level 2, and then you can actually go for Gigantic Sprite, which then brings out the Ibli. That's all theory, though, because we are not sure that is going to happen here, but we will know in only a couple of seconds because the players are ready. We are as well. We've waited long enough in between the games, so let's go for game number 2 here in our round 4 feature match.
Ibli is like a cool card. I've not seen anyone try it against Labyrinth.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like crazy, but it also doesn't seem super bad, honestly.
There is like skill drain. The only thing I would think is Labyrinth have got a lot of room in their extra deck, and you often don't want to commit to an Ibli if you think your opponent's going to just have an easy, like, just one card in their extra deck.
He's running Liguri, but to be honest, so it really isn't recommended to do that here. But let's see. We will see a couple more cards here for Luca because he is starting off with the Pot of Prosperity, the also powerful card.
So what in his side deck do you think he'd bring in when he gets to go first? Because obviously we see like Lightning.
This one as well. I think we've seen some cool options. Also, Ash Blossom is amazing. And, I think just Ash Blossom as a backup seems great.
I'm surprised Droplets managed to stay in the deck, in the side decking.
Fair.
But yeah, that's
okay, just taking the Harpiest Feather Duster, so Tom knows his destiny. He knows he cannot play into it too much.
But I mean, I mentioned in the last, he's got a lot of responses to Harpiest Feather Duster. He's got Lord of the Heavenly Prison, and any copy of Flashing Fire will also do the trick. So I don't think he should be too upset by it.
Yeah, there's Fenrir now as well. Looks like a very solid opening for Luca if he also has access to Engine, because I think even through Prosperity there was no access to Engine, right? I didn't see any, so maybe he's lacking Engine.
And oftentimes when you start your turn with a Prosperity, it means you don't have Engine, because otherwise you can sort of
Agreed.
go through your Engine and then play Prosperity afterwards, so you have a thinner deck to search for your non-Engine cards.
So is there any kind? Yeah. Oh, he just passes on the Fenrir. That is huge for Tom. I mean, he now knows there is the Harpiest Feather Duster, but as you said, if he has a way to play around it, that's massive.
I think that is a really cool innovation. I mean, it doesn't deal with evenly matched, the Flashing Fire, but I feel like a problem that a lot of Labyrinth players talk about is cards like Harpiest Feather Duster. So having an extra 3 ways of dealing with it that's also versatile and can be useful in other situations is a really cool innovation.
Yeah, definitely is. So Tom is just going for 6 cards that is going to resolve. What are we seeing? So that's Engine. That's the card that just won you the last game, Skill Drain. And also an answer to the Feather Duster if we take the Lord of the Heavenly Prison. So that's actually like really good there.
This looks like a very good end, actually.
Yeah, you can just take this as his hand for sure.
Swap it.
There he
Makes
is,
sense.
Lord of the Heavenly Prison. And Luca is laughing, so already immediately playing around that Harpiest Feather Duster.
Is he going to say 5?
I think so. I think he enjoys it too much. He is going to do it.
Labyrinth combo.
What classic. I think he's shuffling his hand right now, just randomly setting all 5.
There they are.
Oh, baby, we love to see it. All 5 cards, back row is full and loaded. Let's see where this is going. And he's like, he's holding up his hands. Yeah, what am I supposed to do now? Of course it's your turn. All right, so that lonely Fenrir staring down all this back row.
Yeah, the rare time the Fenrir just kind of lives and searches another one. Normally you think you'd be winning in that situation if your Fenrir just sticks and you get to search again.
Yeah.
But maybe not in this situation.
Do we just have another skill drain? Okay, welcome Labyrinth first of all.
No Ash once again.
Yeah, honestly, I even think the deck of Tom has more answers to Feather Duster than it has to Ash Blossom, right? I think we may have just had to pick the Ash Blossom there.
Yeah, with full knowledge, yeah, we could be a better choice.
Yeah. I mean, true. He does not know. I mean, he now knows about the Flashing Fire because he saw it last game. So
yeah, which would probably confuse him more than you know.
For sure, he
realizing what version it is, but
he also saw the Lord of the Heavenly Prison as well.
Oh, he's going for it. Wow.
Is there? Oh, maybe there's Eradicator for spells.
Yeah,
next
maybe
off?
he wants to go for Eradicator, or he has. Does he play Solemn Judgments? But like going second, you would expect them to not be in the deck, I guess.
I don't think there is Solemn Judgment, but
yeah, it must be he's got the Flashing Fire face down because this does switch off the protection effect.
So
you
he
can't
cannot
target
that.
But there is a perfectly good.
Oh, but it is Eradicator!
Wow.
Okay, he lost the trick. Dinkabu used it versus Tom, and now he wants to enjoy it himself. Of course, calling spell cards. Oh, but there's one spell card ready to be chained. Funnily enough, Tom did the exact same in the finals of
one more
of German nationals, chaining his own Cosmic Cyclone. But there's another one, and I mean that's trading. Oh, that's not a Cosmic Cyclone. That's Emergency.
But does he have another Rescue Ace to tribute? No, because it might be that he had it before and just it didn't have a Rescue Ace.
Potentially, yeah.
So he's resolving the chain now.
Oh, he does, Bo. He does.
What did he get?
Oh, he knew that because that was what was set off of.
And there is DD Crow Fenrir and
interesting.
The one-off Feather Duster, which is now in the graveyard officially. Okay, but I mean, we have the good old Hydron on the field now. We have Fenrir. So I think we right away kind of have to take care of the Hydrant here. Otherwise, it will just get the engine going there.
Hopefully one of his 3 traps will be able to step in and do some work.
You would think so, right?
Yeah.
With a Labyrinth deck?
You've got 3 traps and none of them are doing anything. I think you need to reevaluate what you've put in your deck.
Absolutely. So it is going to be...
Daruma.
Oh, it's Daruma Cannon, yes. Very nice way to immediately set a monster that was only summoned this turn, and therefore it will not be able to be flipped back up again this turn.
Yep.
He's already... No, that was set from Lord of the Heavenly Prison. It wasn't set from Lady.
What did he set? With the lady? I couldn't quite...
I think it was Welcome.
It might have been Big Welcome again.
Probably
or maybe a
welcome.
regular Welcome.
One of the Welcome traps for sure.
Yeah.
So we are able to flip our Fenrir back up, that's for sure. But it's not doing that much. There are no face-up cards we can banish. Sure, we could search out another Fenrir, but it's also not great because it cannot be summoned. So not really a card to be scared of.
You could tribute summon
I think
it
he
if
just
you wanted.
passed. So this looks brutal at the moment with full knowledge of the end and just a DD Crow to protect himself. It doesn't look like that does much.
Yeah, Eradicator even going second, just a super powerful card, taking out that Feather Duster. So that was even another option we didn't even think about. You can take care of the Feather Duster there.
And this is an easy Lovely if you want. Let's see.
Yeah, it's just free, right? Just take one card out there.
Yeah.
Oh no, okay, yeah, first of all, we're setting Terrors of the Overroot, and there, of course, is the Lovely.
This is
looking nice for Tom. He just does not stop winning.
Yeah, this just feels kind of like Labyrinth 101, isn't it? When you get to like resolve a Lovely, then set a trap, it's just completely... There's one trap's gone
there
like...
is the DD Crow, so probably the trap he was about to set is going to be banished here now.
Yep, but this makes it so that the other card is
you lose the last card in your hand. And
Yeah.
then you still get a set from Lovely. It's just brutal.
And yeah, you lose whatever card you draw to the Lovely in the draw phase. So
yeah, and Tom even gets to see what it is first.
Yep. It seems like Tom has lined up a checkmate almost like scenario. So
you can't line up checkmate unless you're running Archfiends. that's the other fiend.
Okay.
Archetype.
Hydrant is being run over, and it looks like we have responded to the summon of Lovely there, because we are still going to set a trap card here in main phase 2.
Yeah.
All right.
Not even bothering. Yeah, just doing it from the end.
Again, sitting there with 5 cards in the back row. We will even see what that is. That is probably not going to be a card that can turn around the entire game here. That was just Rescue Ace Impulse that he picked up. He's going to set it. And yeah, I think Tom has plenty of ways to deal with this.
One of his many cards.
There's Ariana. Lovely is going to trigger. Ariana is going to trigger. Luca is just nodding his head, getting the fist bump over. And it was a very long game 1, but still a swift 2-0 for Tom Kleinegräber here in round number 4 of YC's Dortmund 2023. Impressive stuff. Maybe Labyrinth, another contender for the top cut?
Yeah.
For sure.
I thought after the first game, it was such a grind. It looked like such hard work, even though you kind of like they had the ideal opening for Tom.
Yeah.
Maybe, it was going to be a really tough second game, but no.
Great effort, as mentioned, especially in game 1. We thought the opening was promising because, the Prosperity, you get the Feather Duster. Maybe it would have been a different game picking the Ash Blossom, but I mean, you never know. And it was enough, the game 2. Sometimes that's how it goes. You mentioned in game 1 and throughout side decks that Tom prepared his deck to beat the Feather Duster.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened,
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be the Eradicator that beat the Feather Duster.
Yeah, but to be fair, he had the Heavenly, so nobody forced him to activate it. He could just keep that in hand, and that would have been fine. So I think, his deck looks good, and we'll see whether these Runic Flashing Fire will get him more or a spot in the top cut tomorrow. But regardless, great stuff.
Will be interesting to see for sure. And one card we saw here in the match that had no real big impact, but was pretty much off the radar for a while is DD Crow. Do you think DD Crow is a good card again now in the format? Because we just saw it in the side deck of Luca here.
I'm really interested as to why you'd run that rather than like really popular at the moment is the Bestials.
Fair.
And I don't know. I mean, maybe there's obviously it's more versatile, right? You can target things that aren't light or dark monsters. Like in this case, we targeted a Welcome Labyrinth. But I feel like the upside of having a 2500 attack monster is possibly more than the versatility. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a close decision, I'd say. Maybe. But I mean, with Magnamut being at 1, maybe if I just wanted to play DD Crows instead, then yeah, that's. I mean, there are a few differences, of course, in very niche matchups. We talked a bit about Sky Striker. Maybe that's the reason behind it.
But
yeah.
especially with Druid Swarm being so good versus Unchained as well, because it doesn't destroy but send to a graveyard. Druid Swarm just seems like the best Bestial overall at the moment anyway, so the loss of Magnamut doesn't even hurt that much, because you would rather play with Druid Swarm and just have it instead of the Magnamut. So interesting to see that we saw DD Crow there instead. Maybe we're going to see that more throughout the weekend, who knows? But for now, we're going to hear from our round 4 feature match winner, Tom Kleinengräber, and of course, Ad.
Thanks very much, Basti. Yes, I am here with Tom, who's just won our round 4 feature match. Now, you are no stranger to coming into these feature matches. We saw you in the final at YCS London, top 32 at YCS Lyon, but you had different decks back then. You're running Labyrinth right now. Before, for your YCS final, you were on, that was Kashtira. Exactly. And then Tia was when you were in Lyon. So we know why you've moved off Kashtira. Now, what's made you choose Labyrinth for this tournament?
Well, I really do think Unchained is the best deck. And Labyrinth honestly does have a decent chance of beating them just by drawing Lord by itself. And I didn't feel confident enough to play the Unchained mirror match because there's simply no edge if the opponent plays properly. So I just was looking for a deck which can beat the best deck, and don't lose to Flunder. And yeah, flipping Scaling is always great, and yeah, that's why I chose it.
Do you have anything spicy in that deck that's maybe slightly different from regular builds, or is it just pretty straight down the line Labyrinth build?
Well, as you already saw in the feature match, I play a Flashing Fire, a Runic Engine. Yeah, it's pretty great. Can disrupt the opponent. You can crash against Caesar, pop the Escape, and keep playing from then. And yeah, that's actually pretty much it. Yeah, I mean, Lord is the best card of the deck. If you have it, you win. Yeah, I had it.
You certainly did. And going through that game, there were quite a lot of moments. I mean, Skill Drain came down turn 1 in game 1. That's always going to be a strong start, especially against anything like that. There was a lot of gear grinding in game 1. There were some issues, I think, going on. And then there was the Ice Dragon's prison and things, so Luca just scooped. So what's going through your mind in game 1, especially when there's some stopping and starting? How do you keep composed?
Well, I knew I will outgrind him if I get rid of his headquarter. So I had to think how I get rid of it and don't lose to his speed sticks. And I knew Terrors of the Old Root and Ice Dragon's prison is my way to win. And then I just had to figure a way to get it under Skildrin, because honestly, Skildrin did hurt myself more than him. So yeah, just chaining a big welcome and graveyard to resolve ladies. Yeah, that was what I was thinking.
And then game 2, there was the Harpy's Feather Duster of Prosperity. So obviously when you see that, that's immediately a slight worry against such a back row strong deck. But you had the Lord of Heavenly Prison, which just protected you against it. So when you've got that there, do you feel pretty confident against something that could possibly completely disrupt a back row deck?
Yeah, I had Strike as well, and I do it for turn. I was like, yeah, Harpy's not that great, because if he ashes my welcome, I don't have Engine. But since I do Strike for turn, I was like, I can just play in draw phase, get rid of all the spells. Even if he chains Cosmic or Ash, can still strike. And then he's just on Fenrir and 1 blank. And yeah, that was.
Brilliant. And there we go. Now you're 4-0, aren't you, at this point? So is there anything over these next, how many more have we got today? We've got 5 more rounds of Swiss. Is there anything you're worried about going up against for the rest of the day?
Well, I don't want to play a mirror match. Yeah, but no, the rest is fine, I guess.
Well, we'll see what happens. Good luck against those things that you've built this deck for, against those Unchained. Hopefully you manage to get through those. We'll see how you do. Possibly we'll see you in the Top Cup. Best of luck, though, for the rest of your next couple of days. Congratulations again. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got loads more content coming your way. Our Round 5 feature match is coming up very shortly. But before that, we've got more Master versus Caster. Welcome back. We have now had 2 of our Master versus Caster duels here in some of our pre-recorded Time Wizard segments for you, which means it's probably about time to welcome back another one of our Masters. Please welcome Mr. Gabriel Susi. Now, Gabriel, how are you doing, sir?
I'm fine. Very excited. I love the venue here in Dortmund, so it's going to be a great weekend.
Fantastic. So, you know how this works. You have to pick one of these 3 cards from me right now, and that's going to assign one of these. Which card would you like? Okay, so show it to the camera. You have got Rescue Cat, which is, please step forward, Nadir. Okay, so you are up against Mr. Father himself. Nadir, how do you feel with this matchup against Gabriel Susi?
I'm terrified. I'm so scared.
Are you confident in the Time Wizard format?
Sure.
Okay, good. Now, how do you feel going up against Nadir?
I think it's going to be all right. We're going to have fun, so great duel.
That's what we like to hear. Right, let's get started.
All right, well, it's time to go. Susie, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, good luck. Let's begin with a dice roll, I suppose.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. Can you beat that? Let's have a look.
I think my deck is better going second.
Okay,
so
okay. 10, well, I mean, I would have
That's
expected
all
that start. All right, well, let's begin. Let's do.
Let's go.
So I think I'm going to start first here. And I have 5 cards. And, of course, draw phase.
Draw phase.
Get to have one of these. It's been a while. It's been a while.
I never played with the old rules of 6 cards in my life.
Oh.
I wasn't born, almost.
I wasn't born. Okay, you're making me feel really old now. Thanks. That's,
nah, it's fine.
It's a good start. It's a good start. Interesting. All right. Well, I think we'll begin with a normal summon of Substitute.
Okay.
You know this card?
Yeah, I know this card, unfortunately.
Right. Yeah, well, not once per turn. I don't get to do anything super crazy here, so I'm going to go Tribute, Substitute effects. No Ash Blossom?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Let's go and Special Swap Frog and use the effects.
Yep.
I will send Treeborn Frog from deck to the grave.
Frogs are like one of my favorite archetypes ever. They look so cool.
Did you play Paleo Frog?
Yeah, I did.
Incredible deck. Love it. Okay, so I'm going to return Swap Frog to the hand with its effect. And I think I'm actually just going to go and pass to you.
So this is a card that can come back to your hand?
So Treeborn Frog special summons itself in the standby phase.
Okay, yeah.
Not once per turn.
All right.
If that comes up.
That comes up, maybe.
As long as I have no spells and traps.
Okay, main phase. I'll try to... Okay, I will normal summon... So I don't know how to say this in English, but it's like...
Flamvel Magician.
Yeah, alright. And I will enter battle phase and attack.
Attack for 14, yep, I'll take that. Just bringing it up on Neuron here, okay.
Set a card, and end my turn.
Set 1, pass. Alright.
If you don't summon a monster, I'm just gonna kill you like this.
No, okay, well, we'll see. I'll draw for turn here.
Yeah?
Okay, interesting. Well, standby phase. Let's bring back the Treeborn Frog.
Yep.
Nothing here?
Nothing here.
Let's go. Yeah, sure, why not? I think it's time. Let's Tribute Summon Caius the Shadow Monarch.
That's a good card.
I will activate his effect and target the Magician.
Alright, so it's banished, right?
Yes. I don't think you take damage because it's not dark, but
Am I supposed to put it here?
Yeah,
or here?
that's fine.
Alright.
You can throw it away. It's gone forever. It's banished.
Yeah, it's gone forever. Literally. Cannot interact with it.
So I will attempt to go to the battle phase.
Okay.
24.
Now I'm gonna... Nah, it's
Mirror
too much
Force
attack.
Caius.
Yeah.
I think I'll take that trade quite favorably, actually. All right.
I need to put some pressure.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, it's going to be enough for me. Go ahead.
All right. Drawing.
You've taken 24 here. How do you like this format compared to modern? You know, it's a whole different kind of
I feel like it's a lot more
you know?
relaxing, you know?
Yeah.
It's like something you can play with friends. Even though you don't know the decks, you can just pick them up or like have it at home. And when a friend comes to your house, you can play it. It's almost like a board game to me. It's very cool. All right. I'll activate Gold Sarcophagus.
Sure.
But
all right.
I don't think I have anything to interact with. I think it's like I can search a card from my deck.
It's a very slow Rhoda, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not banishing Thunder Dragons.
But like in my deck, I have cards that are very good. Like
Okay.
this one, for example, I think.
Rekindling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It summons every fire monsters that has like 200 defense from my graveyard. That's a very good card on my deck. And then I'll summon another
Magician.
And I'll attack again.
All right, 24. I'll take it.
And end my turn like this.
All right. Let's draw off turn. All right, standby phase.
Yeah.
Bring back the Treeborn Frog. I need to think of some maths here.
I'm at 5/6.
You are at 5/6, yes. Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Oh yeah, so I'm at 8,000 actually.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are full. Yeah, we're just inventing numbers here. Sorry about that. All right. Okay. Yeah, so I think we'll just do a little repeat here. Let's go and tribute summon Caius.
All right.
Yeah, and I'll banish the Magician.
That's like the same turn.
Yeah, I'm not very original. I think, yeah, so 24 okay?
Yeah.
All right, okay. So let us see what we want to do here. I think... I'll set one card and pass to you.
All right. So I'm drawing one. Should we use a dice for the...
yeah, sure. We got
Gold Sacrifice?
one
Yeah.
on the Gold Sark here.
So standby, main phase.
Mm-hmm.
I'll set a monster and pass my turn.
Pass turn, okay. Let's draw. Draw phase.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. I'll just go to main phase, so no Treeborn because I control a spell and trap.
Yep.
Options. I'll just normal summon the Swap Frog, activate his effect.
Yep.
Send from my deck to the grave. And we'll just send another copy of Treeborn Frog here. And you're not looking too good there, are you? Setting and passing, are you?
It's all right.
I have a European champion against the wall. I love it. All right, let's go and just attack with Caius.
All right, so that's Rico.
Raiko. All right,
Raiko.
nice.
So I'm gonna use its effect.
Mm-hmm.
So do I have to use both? Yeah, it's like simultaneously. Yeah.
So it's
Alright.
strange because in Time Wizard there's like 2 or 3 different versions of Raiko, but I think the general gist is you destroy a card and mill 3.
All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna destroy the Caius,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm gonna mill 3, of course.
Sure.
All right. So yeah, brain
Got a
control.
dog there.
Button this.
Okay, so Raiko dies, and I'll attack for 1,000.
Yep.
All right. I will. I'll return the Swap Frog to the hand, and pass it over to you.
All right. So I draw a card,
So you
and
should
now
get your rekindling.
yeah, now I'm much better in the game.
Okay.
But my Rico didn't mill. Oh yeah, it milled this one.
Just
that
dog.
I can reborn. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
So I'll set another monster, and I'll set a back row and end my turn. That's scary.
Okay. Oh, you were just sending.
If I don't do anything, these don't move. That means your frog cannot come back. So it's like,
you can. If you want to take that risk, you know,
I'm taking
by
that
all
risk.
means. All right, let's draw off turn here.
Yep.
Let's have a look. All right. I think I'll just. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go to the end phase.
See, it works.
I'm gonna discard a card for hand size and pass to you.
All right.
Go ahead.
So this ends the battle phase completely, right? Or it just...
Yeah. So when you declare a direct attack, I can discard it from my hand.
Okay. Draw. So standby phase, we can remove that. It's not needed anymore. All right, just checking something real quick. Okay, I will set another monster and my turn. I'm
You're
like
passing
very
turn,
scared.
really?
Yeah, I'm scared, yeah. for real.
Okay.
And that can be any very strong card.
Oh, it is. It's a good one. Let me tell you that. All right. And what I'm gonna do is, in your end phase, I'm gonna activate Treacherous Trap Hole.
Okay, so that says
destroy 2 monsters on the field.
No!
As long as I have no traps in my graveyard.
Okay, that's fine.
So I'm gonna hit
All
both
right.
your set monsters.
All right. Yeah, this one was very cool.
Wow. Okay. Spy and a dog. Let's go. All right, you're getting low, 46. You better have something good back there. I'm gonna draw for turn now. Okay.
I think it's gonna keep me alive.
Let's go standby.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go standby phase, bring back the Treeborn.
Okay.
Okay, I was checking for a second. You couldn't summon multiple Treeborns. Yeah, okay. Main phase.
Yep.
Normal summon a Caius. Tribute summon.
I don't know what's the effect of this one.
Sorry, not Caius, Mobius.
Yeah.
Target up to 2 spells and traps on the field and destroy it. So I'm going to target your back row.
I'm going to chain it to remove your
Torrential
Mobius.
Tribute. Okay, all right. Okay.
I'm alive.
Yeah, that's what matters, I suppose.
It is.
Okay.
At some point, you're going to miss Monarchs, maybe. That's my plan right now.
Yeah, I think I'll just pass it back to you. This is a slow one, all right.
It is.
I'm worried about this.
Set one? Pass?
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I summon too much and I try to attack you, I know you have like those kind of cards to stay alive. So it's hard for me.
Okay. All right, I'm going to draw for turn here.
Yep.
Let's go standby again.
Yep.
And one more Treeborn.
Yep.
All right, I feel like you're being a little annoying now with
I'm trying. I'm trying to be annoying, to be honest.
I'm just reading my card really quick here.
No problem. I feel like I'm okay. I might win. Maybe.
I don't know if I'm giving you too much time here. That's what I'm worried about. I'm just gonna set one and pass to you.
That's good for me. That's good for me. All right, I'm drawing. Enter main phase.
Sure.
And I'm gonna flip and use the effects. I'm not even sure that I have a target, to be honest.
Okay.
Because I don't know if I'm playing 2 or 3. I think I'm playing 3.
Okay. Well, I mean, I will have to call a judge if there's no target. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
I think it's gonna be alright. So it says I can summon any
Gravekeeper. Yeah.
Yeah, that has like 15 or less. And I have one, of course. So I'm gonna summon this one.
All right. So my alternate win condition has not worked out, I suppose.
So this one says I can tribute one. I don't know how to say this in English. I'm sorry.
Gravekeeper.
Yeah. To destroy a card that I control. That you control.
Yep.
Of course. Yeah. All right. And I'm gonna go. Well, I'm gonna use the effect. Tributing this one. And I don't know if this targets because it's an old card. I suppose it would.
I'm sure it targets. Yeah.
All right, so I'm targeting this, of course.
I'll chain enemy controller.
Okay, that's
fine.
fine.
Treeborn Fog and stealing this until the end of the turn.
That's fine. That's a good card.
Yeah.
It's funny because we see old cards that still have impact in today's formats.
You know, stealing Gravekeeper's Descendant, I think his name is. Descendant and stealing a Rise Heart, you know, very similar. Although not anymore, you won't be stealing the Rise Heart for a while.
It might turn like this.
All right, take your card back. All right, let's draw.
Yeah.
Okay. Standby.
Yep. You're giving me too much time.
Yeah, maybe I'm starting to get a little bit.
Yeah, you're worried now. I know you are.
Trying to capitalize on this, you know.
That Treeborn summoned like 4 times. It's awesome.
It's a good classic, and not once per turn as well, so you can do fun things in the standby with Econ.
Yeah, and then reborn another one.
Then
Yeah.
bring it back.
That's funny.
Yeah. God. All right. Well, I guess we'll just do this again. Let's go for another Morbius.
So you're using the effect?
Yep. I'll target your back row.
I'll try to destroy it.
Bottomless
Banish
trap
it.
hole. All right. Okay. There goes my Mobius, and with that, I think I'll just have to pass my turn.
Yeah, and I'm in a good spot right now. All right. So I'm at 4-2. I'm at 4-2, and I can start attacking your life points count. I'm gonna enter battle phase and attack.
15?
Yep.
All right, we'll take it. What was I at before? I was 42, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. 42?
Yeah, I think I was at 42, right?
52 maybe?
52?
Yeah, 52, yeah.
Okay. All right, and then I go down to 37. All right.
All right, and I'm gonna end my turn like this.
All right, let's draw.
Yep.
Let's go standby.
Yep.
Treeborn comes back.
Now is like the big turn. Am I dying this turn? That's the big question.
Yeah, that would be really good.
I think I'm all right.
Yeah,
a lot of monarchs has been used. I don't know.
I
how
know
much
you've gone
playing.
through them. Like, maybe I haven't done a good job of capitalizing on this. This
Maybe,
is
I
unfortunate.
don't know.
I think I'm just gonna have to.
Ooh, that's good. That means I'm in a good setup right now.
A monster.
I'm very happy about what I'm saying right now. Is there two? Yeah, there's two of them. All right.
Let's activate terraforming.
What? I didn't. Yeah, okay. I don't even know. What field are you
It's
playing?
at 3.
Yeah, true.
My field spell should be. I mean, let me just read my card here. All right, we're gonna add Gear Town.
Yeah.
From my deck to my hand.
So that gives you like a tribute summon for free almost, isn't it?
It lets you tribute summon Ancient Gears with 1 less tribute. But that's actually not what I'm going to use it for because I'm going to activate it here.
Is it for the destroyed effect when it's destroyed?
I am indeed going to Heavy Storm.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
All right, so this special summons 1 Ancient Gear monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard.
Okay.
Let's bring out the Ancient Gear Gadgetron Dragon.
Yo, that's so big. Okay, what does it say?
If it attacks, your opponent can activate spells and traps till the end of the damage step. This
Okay.
gains the appropriate effect if you normal summon by tributing, which I didn't. So
Alright.
basically, little
It's already
Armades
very
style
good.
monster.
A 3K monster is already very good.
Let's hit for 15.
Yep.
All right. And pass to you.
Okay. Draw phase. All right. Now I'm gonna use one of my most powerful combo, I think. Or
is it the
maybe
rekindling
there's
turn?
something good. No, I think I have something better. I'm not sure.
How do you have better than rekindling?
I think it's better. I'm not sure though. I'll check. All right. So I'll do special summon.
Oh,
yeah. I have 3.
3 darks in the grave. Yep. Okay. Dark Arm Dragon.
My Gravekeepers, they did the work.
All right.
So now I'm gonna use the effects. Banish to pop.
So this doesn't do anything when it dies, I'm pretty sure.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. It was my
Effect
Gadgetron.
pop. Effect pop.
I guess I'll use Swap Frog to search for a
cool.
frog.
That's cool. Dupe to search for dupe.
Yep.
That's so cool.
Wait, no, I don't think it
I
can
don't-
search itself,
I don't
right?
know,
It's
I'm
gonna
not
search Add a
sure.
frog from your deck to your hand, except dupe frog. Oh, that,
That's
was,
cool.
that was my only
Do you
target.
have any?
That was
I'm supposed to call a judge now. That's here. Oh my god.
I just called you out on this.
Oh my god. Okay, that's
All right,
fine.
I guess I'm banned.
Anyway. All right, I'll normal summon my wizard.
Yep.
And I'll try to enter battle phase. Now you're gonna have to use your battle feathers and stuff.
Okay.
So I'm attacking at 1/4 because I'm scared of gores. Is that the name of the card?
That is the name. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take it.
And now I'm thinking, if I attack now, yeah, I mean I'm attacking as well. No way! Yes! Yes! My ace card. I
didn't
kept
even
it
use
for
the
nothing.
rekindling.
I was. That means I could win.
How did I lose?
Before. I
How did
don't
I
know.
lose?
I don't
Oh,
know.
no.
I had good traps, to be honest.
Yeah.
I had very good traps to like control the pace of the
Yeah.
game, and.
Oh, well played. Well played.
Curious. I had this combo that I wanted to put up, but
So are you playing this because it's similar to Salmon Great?
I'm
It's
playing
fire
this because
monsters.
it's fire, and I love
Yeah.
fire monsters.
Okay.
And also, I like this card. It's like very good, to be honest.
Wow. Well, you didn't even need it to beat me, apparently. So,
That's fine. It's all right.
ladies and gentlemen, the casters are now 0-3.
Oh my god, no!
We're gonna need some real help here as we go on to our next match. Susie, thank you so much for joining.
Thank
It's been
you.
an absolute pleasure. Thank you. What an
It
amazing
was.
duel. Guys, tune in just a moment. We're going to be having our next match upcoming very soon. Thank you and stay tuned.
Rush Duel has been added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Accelerate with Rush Duels from the get-go! Normal summon or set many monsters from your hand! You can draw each turn until you have 5 cards in your hand! Load your road to victory! Let's start together! Flip the tables with Rush Duel! Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Duel even more with Rush Duel! Campaign underway! What is this place? It's Duel Links. It's a digital world. I see, it's a digital world. Like a smartphone? Are they related? Not quite. Never mind that. Let's rush duel in this world. Bring it! I won't lose no matter where I am! That's the spirit! Let's go! Rush duel! Here I go! I summon 3 monsters! What? 3 monsters? You're allowed to do that in Rush Duel. I set 2 cards and end my turn. Ha, interesting. Then I will do this. I summon 2 monsters, and then I tribute them to Tribute Summon. Let's go! Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius! I summon another 2 monsters and activate Dragius's effect. Double Doom! I attack with 3 monsters! Concussive Electrostatic Shock Ball! And there's more! Dragius can attack twice! Dragius can attack twice! Inferno of Infinite Destruction! Ah! You're doing great, Luke! You know it, you so know it! That ends my turn. Now what are you gonna do, Yuga? Isn't it against school rules to be this powerful?
Come on! Do something!
I'm not giving up yet! It's my turn! I draw! What? You can draw 5 cards at once? You can draw cards until you have 5 in your hand in Rush Duel. You can always turn the tables. I summon Strange Cat and Mystic Dealer. I tribute 2 monsters to Tribute Summon. A wall, a mountain, not even a planet can block my way. Nothing will stop my road to victory. Seven's Road Magician. I send the top card of my deck to the graveyard to activate Seven's Road's effect, Elemental Road! Seven's Road gains 300 attack points for every different attribute in my graveyard! Seven's Road Magician attacks Dragius! I'm loading the road to freedom! This is Rush Duel! Rush Duel has been added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Duel in a new way!
And here we are back with round 5 of YCS Dortmund here in Dortmund. Funny that, isn't it? In front of me are my people here ready for their round 5 feature match. I have Simone Verlanger and Benedikt Rutter ready to get started. Gentlemen, we are going to do a dice roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. So who would like to do the dice roll? Okay, so that is a 10 from Benedikt. And from Simone, a 7. You're going to go first? Okay, Benedikt is going to start, so I'm going to hand you over to Leo, Marcello, and Nadir, who are going to be your commentators for this round 5 feature match. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to round 5. Indeed, sometimes you just get lucky because you look for players, and obviously we have been monitoring some of the top tables for those unique decks that are performing well, and Simone was the one that caught our attention, but, well, we couldn't see this one out, and what a match is ahead of us, right?
Yeah, these are definitely cards and decks here for us today. We've got such a mishmash of different archetypes in Benedikt's list. What do you think about it?
It's gonna get really crazy. I'm a bit afraid because looking at all of those cards, putting them together, I have no idea what's gonna happen.
Yeah, there's so we're playing what appears to be primarily a Dynamorphia deck, utilizing also Cyberdarks and Exo-Sisters.
Yeah, I think that the Exo-Sister part is the biggest one, but we're not playing all of the cards.
Yeah.
We're not main decking Vadis, which I always thought was a really good card for the deck. But the Cyberdarks are really confusing. It seems to work. The player is 4-0.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the logic is that you're just setting up that Dynamorphia back row with the skill drain-like effect of Rex Term. And then I guess we'll figure out what the rest of the engine does from there. But yeah,
On the other end, though, we have Simone.
Yeah.
With also a unique deck we have not yet seen. I guess compared to this one now, it's kind of like a normal deck. Yeah. But no, it really isn't, because he's on Vanadium, and we really haven't seen much of the deck. He's also playing a lot of different engines. He has some Scarecrows and Elemental Hero Prisma in there. So, I mean, a lot of different engines. I'm down for this one. So it's the clash of the archetypes mismatches. So let's see who will be the winner of round 5.
You thought you were just about done with the journey of Visa Starfrost, but he's got one more little planet to travel to, as we have the Calarium in the deck here. But unfortunately, he didn't win the dice roll, so we're going to find out just exactly what Benedict is playing. So it's, as mentioned, there's Dynamorphias, there's Exo-Sisters, and there's Cyberdarks. And we're going to start with Shifter. So
okay. That is the glue that made us stand. Okay.
Okay, that's really strong. Therizia starts off with the search of a Dynamorphia trap card. Probably going to go for the domain here to get our engine running with the... Okay, we're actually going to go for the Frenzy.
And those are the only 2 cards that he's playing.
All right, yeah, so this is pay half your life points, and you can fusion summon on your opponent's turn here. But we're also playing a rank 4 sort of esque style engine with the Sakitama reveal itself to normal summon, and that is going to allow us to access... I think we're going to go for the search of the... Okay, no, this is what actually gets you into the Exo-Sister bridge. Okay.
Okay.
That's one way to access the part there.
It works.
Well, yeah, okay. I mean, you might as well just play Kage Takage at that point, right?
I don't know. I mean, I was more surprised that Simone didn't even read the Dynamorphia card, but now he's actually reading the Exo-Sister ones. And yeah, I mean, this is an impressive opening.
Is it? Do you know where it's going?
I think so.
You think so?
I mean,
okay, Searching Martha is obviously really powerful. The one card Exo-Sister portion of this deck is really strong. So normally this will lock you out of summoning other monsters for the turn, just Exo-Sisters, but that's why we can just set the Frenzy for the Dynamorphia portion of the deck. And that means you can basically get the best of both worlds here.
That is true. I'm just missing the Cyberdark so far, but for now we're going to reveal the Martha special summon. I think it's Elise, yeah. And we're going to go into the next rank 4, which is Michaelis, and this is going to search out a Returnia, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he gets to set both of the trap cards from their archetypes, and yeah, seems very impressive.
Yeah, I guess if you get to lead with the best of both archetypes, then you're probably going to be able to do some sort of disruption against the Vanadium deck, but I think the real kicker here is going to probably be that Dimension Shifter that's resolved. That's a huge portion of preventing your opponent from playing the game, and Vanadium is a deck that does really need that graveyard to get those destruction effects of cards like Meek.
When the most represented decks are Unchained and the Tier Element, main deck in Shifter sounds real nice if you ask me.
So just to clarify, we have 5 Cyberdark cards in the decks. We have Claw, Edge, and Cyberdark Realm as well. I could not find the Cyberdark Dragon in the extra deck, unfortunately. I was really looking forward to see this. So I'm more than excited to see what he's going to use those cards for, because this is just an extra normal summon that...
Yeah, we've sat here analyzing for a good portion of the 10 minutes or so leading up to this feature match, and we couldn't really figure out what exactly Edge, Claw, and Realm are synergizing with together. Feel free to let us know in the chat, but as far as we could see, it just looked basically like some sort of level 4 extension play. But we're going to go up into the Magnifica here, so this is a bit more familiar with the Exo-Sister strategy, being able to tag out on the opponent's turn, and then essentially swap out to go into Michaelis for the Banish, backed up with the Returnia. Decent amount of disruption here, plus Shifter. It's going to be really hard for Simone to fight through this, I think.
That is true. Now let's take a look at the deck that Simone is running, the Vanadium deck. I have seen multiple players opt to go for hard-going second cards in the main deck. He's running 1 Thrust, 1 Talent, and I think yeah, the double book package with the triple Book of Eclipse and triple Book of Moon. No droplets and no multiple copies of Thrust.
That's going to help out a lot versus something like Rexterm if that's going to hit the field, but obviously there's still 2 banishes on in front of us, as well as the shifter in play. I'd be really impressed to see how we can deal with that. But in terms of his starters, I mean, you know, the Hero Lives with the Prisma is a really good sort of segue into the Vsauce portion of the deck, because you can reveal the fusion, become Vsauce. Yep. And that's going to allow you to copy the name, but I don't actually know if you can even use Prisma under Shifter.
I was going to check that as well. Do you have to send to the graveyard for cost? It sounds like you would.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, it's then. No, wait.
I'm pretty sure it's cost. And it changed, but it changed from back when it was in Time Wizard 2010. The text was errated later on, so...
A little bit of history there, huh?
I guess so. I'm old, yeah.
Hey, that's not what I implied.
Oh yeah, it's cost.
All right, so special summoning, and then we get to go into the Reichheart as well. That's a decent start. Being able to search out the Reichphobia. So the Vanadium archetype does have the you know, a lot of lore elements to it, going between all the different planets and archetypes, from Kashtira to Tyr to Scareclaw, now Vanadium. But the Vanadium portion does tend to synergize particularly well with the Scareclaw aspect of the deck, rather than Tyr or Kashtira. And so the Scareclaw archetype in itself, I don't think has done too many waves in the meta over the last year, but it does work out really nicely in Vanadium. But as we normal summon this, and on resolution, we're going to be using the Magnifica to tag out, probably to try and go into Michaelis.
Maybe afraid of an exit on night or something.
I mean, that would probably help out, to be honest. Right, there goes the Magnifica Resolve in here, banishing the Reichheart, nothing to link up into. Usually you go into the Scareclaw Link 1, but I don't even know if it really does too much, honestly, considering how we can't really use our Grave under the Shifter, but we're still going to keep playing here.
The one-off, right?
The one-off is just looking really good right here for Simone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, typically Thrust is like you play 3 and then 1-and-1 targets of whatever in the main deck, but Simone looks like he's got that ratio the other way around, so that's fair.
He's running 1 Talent, 1 Thrust. I think Talent looks really good right here, because it's not a targeting card. So even if you want to tag out with the Magnifica... Oh, we already went into the Michaelis. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so he's using this preemptively, probably to just play around something like searching anything that like immediately deals with monsters. And so if you tag out preemptively, it means you can chain to that rather than waiting for the actual search to complete here. But there's probably a lot of different options to go for in this scenario, and Simone is just trying to think of like what exactly can I search that is good under Shifter.
Talents. I want to read Michaelis for this one, because I want to know if it is, as we call it, hard once per turn. So if you could take it with Talents, that you could also activate the effect of Michaelis?
Yeah, so I see what you're saying, to steal and then, yeah. So the way it works is hard once per turn effects, once they've activated on your opponent's side of the field, you are able to then use that hard once per turn effect on your side of the field if you steal with Talents. But if it's just a regular, normal, like kind of once per turn effect, then technically that's locked up for the turn here. So that's kind of what looks like the players are debilitating right now.
No, it definitely could. So sounds like a good option, right?
If you're confused what hard once per turn means, it means that the card basically states that you can only use the effect of this card's name once per turn.
And the you there refers to the player, so if it switches control, then that doesn't apply to you.
Not you as a viewer as well. Oh, and we're going for the Talents draw too.
And that's it? No, okay, never mind. For a moment I thought you picked it up. Yeah.
Just rearranging his deck.
Wow, Brave actually going for the draw instead.
He's going to try and play through it. Okay, Terraforming. That's
another one-off.
Yeah, that's... I guess if you play enough one-offs, you will draw some of the cool ones, I suppose. Oh, there's even a one-off Small World. That's that's great.
That's your favorite, right?
Oh, that's in the other deck. This is in
Benedict's list. Okay.
Fair enough. Does it make it better? Okay.
What did he pick up there? Was it the Calarium or the Reichphobia?
Calarium.
Calarium. Okay.
I'm way too focused on reading up cards. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Okay, so we're immediately getting rid of the Calarium. No Searchies right here for Simone. And this is already a big pile of banished cards for Simone. You can only use that many cards in one turn.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what other options are left at this stage. Just looks like 3 back.
And now we switch strategy even in his deck and just set 4.
Set 4 here, all right. Will we see that end phase Frenzy potentially?
I want to see it.
I think we might need a graveyard for that, but let's double check.
Use 1 monster from your deck and 1 monster from your extra deck as fusion material.
Okay. Looks like we're going to go for Returnia as well. This is going to be another removal. So just working out really nicely with the search from the Caspatel, initiating this whole line of Exosister plays. It's really interesting how he's managed to formulate this deck together and just have it synergize so well. So 2 banishes going to be able to resolve here. Yep, there goes the Vanadium trap card there. The Omni Negate, it's able to be searched with Visas Amritara. Is it Visas Amritara or Vanadium?
I think so. It should be Visas, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a part of a long combo line here, which we might be able to see in this match at some point, pulled off by Simona. But yeah, Vanadium is like a sort of a classic style combo deck that sort of wants to go all in with 3-4 card interactions to end on multiple disruptions. Apollousa, Baron, sometimes Dissipator as well as the trap card. Does insulate really well against Dart Ruler, so a lot of different ways for this deck to set up, but sometimes it can struggle going second, although you do have to admit what deck doesn't struggle under Dimension Shifter.
Flu.
That is not wrong.
Gotcha there. Okay, so now we are having the Impermanence there on the Michaelis, and this actually pressures Benedict to activate the Frenzy already because it is in the same column. Keep in mind, if the Frenzy is activated after the Impermanence in the same chain still, then you can activate it and it's not going to be negated.
Yeah,
chain links.
Exactly, that is indeed how we link our chains. Perhaps we might be unchaining at some point as well.
Did we have an Unchained on stream so far?
No, we're saving them. We're saving them. Okay, so the Frenzy is activated in response here, and just waiting to see if Simona has anything to do with that. Doesn't look like it, so we do get to send from the deck here. And it means that we can put up that super large Rex term.
Wasn't it only during your opponent main phase that you can use Frenzy?
Ah, correct. Yes, it is in fact main phase.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
so I think they'll catch it and just now...
Yeah, so it looks like Benedict has reset the card there.
Yep.
So Imperm resolves, that calm's negated. Won't be able to use it for this turn here.
I mean, what I would have liked to see is just not activate Michaelis, but go for a Zeus line.
Oh, yeah?
Okay. I could see that.
But now it doesn't really matter anymore. But it would have also lost to Imperm.
Yeah, that's a good point. Realistically, I don't know if Benedict particularly focuses on OTKing. I want to say it's a control deck based on the Dynamorphia Exosister synergies, but I mean, those options are there available to you, so looks like we're just going to set and pass. And Simona, low on resources, only 1 card in hand, will be drawing to 1, but you just got to wonder if maybe it's too little too late now. You do need a lot of cards in Vanadium to sort of get your engine going. Now that the shifter has...
oh, we're picking up the deck.
Now
this Michaelis that has no material is apparently way too strong for Simone. There's also always the threat of having a Cyber Dark normal summoned into your face, and you don't really want that.
Absolutely, and we haven't seen that yet in action, so it was an impressive opening, and he showed the synergy between Dynamorphia and Exosister, at least in a way. And in a way, it did. I mean, to be fair, the Frenzy face down was a scary threat, you know. So it worked, and now it's back to Simone, who is actually gonna try and set up his own combos going first, hoping his opponent doesn't get the shifter again. Let's say.
Yeah, the Dimension Shifter, I think you can really agree, is what the pivotal point of this deck was. Not being able to use the graveyard. Arrival, for example, once you search that out, does want a reborn. So do you think we're going to be able to combo off and show off the true power of Vanadium?
No, I think we're going to get shifted again.
All right.
All right. But what do you guys think they might bring? So I guess from Simone, I mean, they're both probably just adapting right now on the fly, right?
Simone is running a triple cross or designator in the side deck. And Draw and Lockbird, I don't think that those are coming in. But Designator is quite interesting, trying to play around the Joels, the Nibiru's, the Ash Blossoms, so many hand traps in the side deck as one-offs just to be cross-outed.
Generally, as a combo deck, you probably want to be able to just go first and do your full line, so technically there isn't really a lot to side if your deck is designed to do what it can. So protecting yourself maybe with cross-out against Nibiru could be something that he does, but overall, if you get to go first, you're generally going to feel quite safe, especially if Vanadium can set up that counter trap, which not many sort of historical combo decks are able to do. They are very sort of monster heavy reliant, and it means that because you can search a counter trap, it does kind of circumvent things like the Dart Ruler and stuff. But we do need to get to that point in the first place.
And yeah, it seems like instead Benedict does change his deck quite a lot when it comes to siding, a lot more focus on trap card in the main deck, and switches over to end traps in the side deck. So it will be interesting whether Simone actually reads into the strategy and sides those cross-outs. Otherwise, we might be in for a short one. But regardless, it seems like our duelists are basically ready, so we can jump back into game 2.
I think as a general rule of thumb, when you come to an event, you don't really want to be, at least this format, being in the position where you're so reliant on Droll and Lockbird, which is one of the most devastating hand traps in the game. And what I've noticed is Droll is in basically everyone's main or side.
Which makes you also wonder if that's the reason why these Labyrinth, Dinomorphia decks, and so on are actually being quite successful right now. So,
yeah, I mean, if you can just not really deal with your opponent stopping you from searching, you're going to be in a really good position to make a lot of their side deck cards dead. But generally, having protection from, hand traps and disruption is a really good strategy. Just set 5, right? So someone's going to start off here with Hero Lives, going for that Prisma play. This one's actually going to resolve this time.
He's going to keep the dream alive. And there's Dimension Shifter. No hero plays here.
Simone is smiling at the camera. He knows that this is quite tough.
You did have to call it, didn't you? You really needed to do that, didn't you, Leo?
I mean, to be fair, Nadir, you did mention it, resolving it this time, so you also both kind of jinxed it. But I guess that sometimes how it goes. And yeah,
poor Simone. All right, so
I like that Simone asked his opponent if he could activate his card.
Fair enough.
Okay, so the Hero Lives is definitely in the grave because the shifter was used on summon of the Prisma. Not that that's going to make too much difference. I think that's an Obsession being used. Yeah, so the Vanadium Obsession, because we have already activated Prisma. I think that's what we're clarifying with the judge here. Let me just double check.
He did not activate Prisma, yeah? So yeah, he is gonna destroy it to instead get the Peaceful Planet from deck to end.
Yeah, sure, so just destroy a monster and then add Calarium.
Exactly.
And that is exactly what happens. Now we are not in danger of Drawn Lockbird anymore because this card has to be discarded to the graveyard for cost. This is why it's not going to be able to resolve. And now we're adding a Reamheart right here.
Small consolation prize, we could say.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can still do some pretty neat combos just with a single Reamheart, but the issue is this graveyard is now switched off here, so we'll have to see if we can do anything through this. Typically, Reamheart gets you into the Obsession line, but we've gone around it the opposite way, so let's see if someone can figure out some sort of baby combo, shall we say, to set up here while under Shifter.
And we are searching for a Meek now. Simone, actually, he was kind of smiling, like he's really put on his thinking hat, and I think that he's going to tinker out a little combo that can maybe like stop Benedict in his tracks really early. Like just a Baron can sometimes be enough for those slow decks to just stop the first turn.
Yeah, you're right. It's just a single negate when you've only got like a set or so is pretty rough.
He does have devices.
Yeah, so at least the consolation here is that while the graveyard is off Meek and the other Manadium, when they are destroyed by Battle Lord card effect, they do still trigger even when banished.
Does Calarium summon from the graveyard?
I guess we'll see.
We will find out. No.
No, it does not.
Okay, not too bad.
So this is actually looking huge right now. We have 4 monsters on the field after this resolves. 2 of them are Meek.
Yeah, Meek brings itself back, floats into another copy of itself. We've got Visas. Normally you would go for the graveyard component of this deck here with the Scareclaw package, but I don't think we're going to be able to really do that under Shifter. But yeah, I mean, you can still do something.
I think this is Gachi Gachi Gantetsu Pass, right?
I mean, that would be something.
Boost all the monsters for 400 attack and defense points? That's insane.
You've been around. Yeah, so I think you're probably going to try to consider going to Amritara as well, which is the synchro monster that allows you to get the counter trap. So that's something that we can also try and go for here. There's also level modulation potentially possible with the Meek here. So there's a different line as well, depending on how
you know
someone
your
wants to play the
Manadium.
song. Sure.
Okay.
So let me read up on Meek. When can you modulate the level? Ah, yeah, you can just up the level by 2 of the Meek that you're summoning from the deck. And I think that was the one. Riemhard is definitely not a tuner, so you can just go for...
Yeah.
Ooh. That is really interesting. We're going for the Axel Synchro while there is no monster in the graveyard.
Okay. I mean, I guess, yeah, to access Baron somehow, if that's what he wants to go. And instead, no, he does have the Despair line. Makes sense.
I mean, there are plenty of banished monsters now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Despair is a good interruption on the opponent's turn as well, just because our opponent has banished a lot of our own cards here. At an absolute minimum, we can use the effect to destroy.
Yeah.
And eventually, if Benedict gets any of his own cards banished on his own turn when he tries to play, you can also use it to negate an effect. So a little bit of diversity there if we can get lights and darks banished. Brings back the Riemhard, and that is a potential level 10 as well here.
Yep. Impressive stuff through a shifter. Yeah.
It is something. It's not too bad of an end field, all things considered, just how devastating this can feel. Looks like he's going to pass turn here.
That's it.
And now Benedict will have to find a way to play through this. I mean, he also cited other cards that are strong going second, but I think those were mostly hand traps. He is running a...
But there is an evenly match to start things off and just force out. Let's see if there is a second copy once this Baron will negate it. If he does negate it.
Yeah. There's I was going to say there's a couple of decision trees you want to maybe think through here, because while you can Baron protect, you're essentially just trading Baron for keeping a Dissipator, or rather you could just remove your Baron. The main problem I'm considering here is Thrust. So if you do choose to negate here, you are risking hitting something like that.
What if you keep the Baron?
Yeah, I would go for that as well.
And that is actually what he's choosing to do, yeah. So Simone does read that potentially a Thrust play could come down, so hoping that a Omni negate will be enough.
Oh, perfect line for Simone. Caster approved as well. He keeps the Baron, now has the aggressive effect of popping a card on his own turn as well against just one set. What a coincidence. It's just one card that you have to pop.
Unless it's Waking the Dragon, I think this will feel pretty good.
I mean, that you can negate then.
Yeah, I guess. It's that back row here. No chain. Picks up. Okay.
Okay. So it seems like Simone played it really well by deciding to keep that Baron.
I'm just curious to see if there was actually a thrust in hand there, sort of contributing to maybe a brick of sorts by Benedict. That's the thing with something like Talents and Thrust. They're either the best cards ever or the worst cards ever, you know? Like that's kind of how it feels like.
I feel like it's not, you know, 50-50. It's often that they are really, really good. But yeah, true. There are a few of those matchups and situations in which you will end up drawing a bunch of them and they don't do much. And yeah, I mean, it was very convincing stuff through that shifter. So now it's looking good. I wanted to say he's not going to draw it 3 times in a row, but that's a big jinx.
It might just happen. But
Yeah,
guys,
exactly.
I have a serious question to ask you guys. Where's Cyberdark?
Where are the Cyberdarks? Yeah, we haven't used that portion of the engine yet.
Wait for it.
Yes,
Come on,
of
they're a
course.
little shy.
He's saving it for the grand finale of Game 3.
You know the script we read before coming here? Yeah. No, that's what's happening. Okay.
We're actually not live. This is pre-recorded content.
Yeah. Let's see. But yeah, regardless, yeah, we are gonna see those Exo Sister Dinomorphia combos come in, and hopefully.
Don't forget Cyberdark. Why are you always forgetting Cyberdark, Marcello?
Okay, we get it.
Cyberdark. I would never dare.
Thank you.
So anti-spell fragrance in the side deck, that is really powerful against Vanadium. A lot of your combo lines do require you to use the multiple different field spells, not just the Calarium. You have to go through Rykar into Ryphobia, the Arrival, Abscission. There's a lot of lines that are connected via spells, so that's another card that you can flip here that hurts you. Droll Lockbird, Anti-Spell Fragrance, Dimension Shifter. By my math, one of those 9 cards could win you the game on the spot. And going first, that's if you build your deck like that, then chances are you will be able to shut down combo decks quite easily.
That is true, but guys, what is your thought on combo decks like Vanadium for this tournament if there are so many cards that just shut your deck off entirely?
I'm not a fan personally.
I see that. That's one way of seeing things, but on the other hand, we saw a lot of Unchained and a lot of Unchained without any Entrap. The same goes for Tier Element, so I can see also another way of seeing the tournament as they're not going to play any Entrap. If I win the Darrow, I just straight up win against them regardless. And when I go second, I can try to play. So I think that's probably where Simone mind was at. And for now, he's still from 4-0, so it's working out.
It's definitely not over yet, but I think, as mentioned before, when everyone seems to be running Droll and Lockbird, it really shuts down a lot of these heavy combo decks. I think if I was personally playing, I think I would have... Can you guess which deck I would have brought? It's not what you think, I promise. So I would have been a big fan of Dart World, personally. I think without the Arise Heart in the format anymore, I think that's a really scary deck. Something that loses very hard to Droll, very similar to Vanadium. You have to do a lot of searching, so I just think with a card like that in the sides, it's going to be quite hard.
The last time I went to a 4-round local tournament where I was playing hard going second sprite without any hand traps and just lightning storms, I played versus Dark World twice. And I got hand looped.
What's your thoughts on Silva?
Silva is a fantastic card that takes 2 cards out of your hand if your opponent plays it correctly.
You should go play some Master Duel.
Why did you discard it? Why did you discard that card,
Why did you discard
Leo?
that?
Why? You should have learned from game 1. Why did you do it again?
I just talked to Ceruli and he advised me to,
Okay. I see how it is. But yeah, regardless, it seems like our duelists are almost done with their side decks. It all comes down to game 3. Who is going to advance on a 5-0 record? Let's find out.
I think there's just so much consistency in Benedict's list that when you play like 3 different engines, I think you're more than likely to draw one of them, coupled with 9 blowout floodgates as well as the prosperity. You just have so much access to basically instant win buttons that can really, really win you the game here. And I guess we'll find out just exactly if that's what's going to play out here, as Benedict looks to be beginning with Martha.
Prosperity is such a fantastic card, especially after siding, because it really, really ups your chances to draw into those also powerful side deck cards.
Hear me out.
Okay, let's go.
No. We have a Marcello bit. Oh no.
Is the best pot card ever made. Even better than Pot of Greed.
100% agree.
Okay.
100% agree.
Oof, but we see an Ash Blossom.
Ash Blossom is pretty strong against Martha, but there's so many just different engines that Benedict can pull out with the stops here to deal with that. Are we normal summoning Martha?
Normal summon Martha.
Martha. Evil Exosister players be like, normal summon Martha. Yeah, you might actually finally see it.
Where are
Come on, hit us with the realm. Realm. I see Pax. I see Pax.
No.
Oh, it's Ellis, right?
Yeah.
I think.
Pax
Ellis. I think he's drawn way too many Exorcister cards, right? Because like typically you just want to open like the one Martha, and that kind of gets you to the rest of them.
Yeah.
So Simona could be a little bit fortunate here, maybe.
Typically, you really want to have the Cyberdark Realm in your hand.
Yeah.
Or Claw.
Yes,
maybe.
Leo.
I don't know.
Yes, you are correct. He will be ending on Cyber Darkness Dragon. I promise you by the end of this turn.
Thank you. This is very comforting.
All right, Pax is pay 8, feel great, and search for a Exo Sister. Just any name. Search another Marfa, okay?
Seems like Benedict really enjoys playing Martha.
Yeah, best starter card in the entire archetype. It's what you want to see. One card combo with a bunch of defensive cards backing up here. And it looks like we do get to go into Michaelis. Any responses here? Not a lot of hand traps you can really play in Vanadium. Typically in combo decks, you do just want to have like blowouts, like Go Second, Dart Rulers, or the books. Something like that can really help you out. So just a simple Ash Blossom, I think, sometimes I feel can be quite underwhelming in a format where Thrust is quite popular.
Yeah, but I think that's the genius right here, because people are playing around Thrust. People are cutting on Ash Blossoms, going second after siding, because they know, hey, there are like at least 5 talent cards. So the players with the talent cards, they are starting to side out those cards because they know there aren't going to be any hand traps. And now look at this.
4-dimensional chess, exactly. Like, I see it.
Always be 1 step ahead. If you're 2 steps ahead, you're going to lose. But 1 step ahead is just like the perfect amount of steps.
So if you're 3 steps ahead, you're back to where you started.
Yes,
so now you're no
exactly.
longer.
That's just basic Yu-Gi-Oh! That's Legend of Blue Eyes.
All right, we got Caspatel detaching here to search, and it's going to give us the Returnia, I think. Or although I think we might have drawn it. Okay, we're just going to... The third Martha. All right. Benedict is Martha's strongest soldier. I really respect it. The dedication he's shown to this one card is amazing. Okay, so here is Magnifica. Similar to last turn here. Will we also have Frenzy? Deja Vu. 2 set cards.
This looks like it's a really solid Cyber Dark opening.
And no shifter this time. This is, I think, the most important part here.
At this point, I'm convinced it's a decklist error.
I hope it's not. I really do hope it's not.
All right, Simona is going to have 5 cards here to deal with this opening, and that's a Hero Lives. Is that 3 games in a row? Not bad.
Yep.
I came up with a perfect pun for the card 2 games ago and I forgot about it.
A Hero Lives?
Yeah.
I'll try later again.
Okay. So, I mean, my question is, do you think the 3rd Plasma is like the one that resolves, or...?
I mean, the 3rd one is the one that didn't get shifted.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No shifter here. Will we be banishing it on summon, potentially?
3rd time's the hero's shot.
1st time's the shot? Yeah. Let's see.
Half your life points.
I'm skeptical that it will.
Isn't half your life points really good against Dynamorphia?
Wow, synergy.
Yeah, so like typically you want to have significantly less life points than your opponents because it creates a deficit with Rexsturm or Kentragina, I think. But I'm not even convinced we play Dynamorphia cards. I think that Frenzy that was set last game was just a bluff.
And there goes the 3rd Prisma. 3 times in a row, Hero Leaves is open. Not once those
Prisma just can't catch a break.
Yeah. Give the guy a break.
Also, it's one of, so it's always the same Prisma.
Yeah, it's always the poor guy, yeah.
All right, Magnifica is still sitting strong there. Returnia, also a fantastic removal.
Interesting that we're reading the materials of Magnifica.
I was going to say the same thing.
Okay.
Probably trying to see like if there's any bonus effects and influences on this.
Yeah, you could switch out, so I guess.
It's not a Zodiac Whiptail, right?
I wish.
Marcello remembers that card.
Yeah, I wish.
Why does he remember that card?
I don't know.
Remind me.
Did you win a tournament or something?
I don't know. We can ask Tom. Sending love.
Okay, Calarium is a nice little follow-up there. That's the Rhoda of the deck. You can get to Visas.
So 3 cards in hand now. After Calarium, it's 4 again. But
yeah, it's not looking too bad here. This is still anyone's game to play. In response, we're going to use the Magnifica.
at this point, it feels like Benedict is just throwing his interruptions at the first thing that he's encountering.
That sometimes works.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to like spreadsheet and think about like, you know, under this portion or this line of play, you can stop this choke point. Sometimes you just activate your cards.
Sometimes, but not all the time.
Exactly. And then you your opponent runs out of gas.
Never once in my life have I used this pressure. You heard it here. So, yeah.
And there is
there
the
it
triple
goes.
tactic thrust, which is looking fantastic now. Simone has his game face on, staring down his opponent and now just casually going through his deck, finding a possible Talons or Raigeki or Harpy's Feather Duster or everything, basically.
Reassure me, is he signing at least more copies or is it still the one?
He's signing the second one.
Okay. Feel better about it.
So 1 and 1 into 2 thrust. Okay, that's fair. I mean, hard ones per turn. I guess maybe you don't want to draw them too often in tandem with each other. So, yeah, I mean, it must be said, thrust is definitely a highlight of the format, right?
Yeah. For sure. I mean, I think very few cards have had a similar deck building impact, I feel like, you know. One that was close was probably Diablosis in terms of extra deck, where, you know, every deck had to adapt to it, and Thrust really has an impact. I love that deck building aspect of it. And yeah, we are still going for that talent. Makes sense.
I mean, you don't have anything on your field, so you can just simply talent take Michaelis and start to do link plays with it later on and just get rid of the banish effect.
Is he on Zeus?
I don't think so.
Simone is, in fact, not on Zeus.
Okay.
But he has some link monsters.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Crush Heap I see there. You're hovering over that. That's part of the combo, but we'll see if we actually get to that point in the first place.
Okay, he's
so
gonna
yeah,
use the effect.
Yeah, he does go for the Talons take because it's just the easiest one-for-one trade for the disruption here, and you can hopefully try keep going.
I think he can banish the set card as well, right?
And he goes to banish the hero leaves just to even send a further message to that Prisma.
I might not win this game, but this Prisma is not going to have a good time here. So the question now is, can you banish face-down spell trap cards with Michaelis?
There he goes, for everybody to check. You can target indeed any card.
Oh, and Frenzy is chained to this. Now we are going to see if this Frenzy was just a bluff before. I think we're going to see a powerful fusion summon here, and this might change the game again.
Yeah, we didn't get to see it in action game 1. But now we are indeed in his opponent main phase, so we get to resolve it, and he's also gonna pay half of his life points.
These fusion spells, well, trap I suppose in a way, but these effective fusion summon, I mean, these cards just keep getting stronger and stronger. I thought we peaked at Branded Fusion, but we have a trap card that summons a skill drain on the opponent's turn here. So that's gonna be pretty good. Rexterm is, yeah, one of the most important pivotal parts of the Dynamorph strategy here.
Yep. You heard it here first. Dynamorphia Frenzy is better than Branded Fusion.
I said what I said.
Okay.
I love that with those rogue decks that have really powerful boss monsters, you can see the reactions on the players' faces when they try to grab the card and start reading it, and they're like, "Oh, this is trouble. I did not expect this."
Totally, and it is a pretty good card, to be fair. Yeah.
So your opponent can activate effects of monsters they control that have an attack greater than or equal to your life points. So Benedict's on 32 right now, which means Simone can't use monsters that are 32 or higher, which shouldn't be too much of an issue because we do have a bonus effect of Rexterm, which is pay half your life, and then the attack of all monsters your opponent controls become equal to your life. So we can divide by 2 on the 32 here and prevent those from being used, but this is a decent start here with the normal summon Meek plus Reamheart. Meek triggers to special summon a copy of itself, as well as Ream can get a copy of a spell here.
And Ream is also at 1,500 attack points, so even if you're halving the life points, it's still going to resolve.
Yeah, exactly. Although Rexterm is a bit of a nuisance to get through. It's huge, and generally you want to, like, I don't know, maybe try pop with the Baron or something, but obviously that's just not going to be able to work under Rexterm.
Yeah, but you need to be careful because it says they cannot activate the effect. So if you wait for the effect and you chain the card, that effect still resolves. So, you know, you need to pay attention to that when you're playing the Rexterm.
Yeah, similar to the way that Dweller works, but I guess the Dynamorphia version of such.
Yeah, and I think Ed is cheering in the background with this, you know, Rex, a huge dinosaur monster on the field. So
some representation is important for our fallen Dino heroes. Have any of you read Misk at all?
I have read Misk. There's all kinds of different effects. 2, in fact.
Miscellaneous ones.
Exactly. All right, so now we're in kind of a stalemate right now. We are just, as Simone, analyzing the state of the game right now, as there is now a Rex term on the field, and we're summoning... Oh, that is, I suppose, the...
Fearless.
Torrid.
Torrid? Fearless?
This is Torrid, yeah?
Is this one Torrid?
This is Torrid.
It is Torrid.
They look very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one with a little turret in the bubble.
Is that what that's called?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm learning architecture today.
I don't think it's a turret. It's just a building. And Meek just has a little Meek on it.
Yeah, there's the Amritara, so it's going to be able to search here because it is above 32 attack points currently.
Simone goes to grab his deck, and he's going to get another spell trip card. I mean, it's not over 3,200, right?
25, so we can resolve it. I'm just wondering why we didn't use the other effect of Rexterm.
It's the same issue that either you use it right away, preemptively, or if you change it to the effect still resolves. So basically you need to use it.
Oh,
yeah.
But why didn't we?
Good question. Well, I guess he's still fearing that there was something else that could have gone there, but I don't know.
Right, Phobia is really good right now, and I'm wondering why the Amritara wasn't summoned in defense position.
Oh, we're going for game at some point, that's why.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, don't forget about the second effect of Frenzy. I think Frenzy is banished, so that does not work out that way. Okay, I think you can banish Frenzy from the graveyard if you're about to take damage, and then you don't. Something like that?
Yeah, all the Dynamorphia protect yourself from being burned. Pretty much the logic is that if you're going to be at, like, 17 life points, actual real numbers confirmed, that you can reach in Dynamorphia, then your opponent can theoretically just go Ukazi. Not very popular right now, but a couple of decks have burns in them, and so it's just a nice little defensive way to protect yourself from that. But looks like we're going to pop off here with Visas plus the Manadium cards here floating into themselves, getting searches, getting another copy of itself, and we have tuners, we have modulation, we've got the whole Scareclaw line remaining as well if we want to. So Simone's in a really good position here.
Yeah, and Simone, as you might have noticed from the clock, increasing has been issued as low play warning. So we got a 3 minutes extension, as there are about 6 minutes and a half remaining in the round.
So Phobia now is being read right now. If you have 3 defense position monsters on the entire field, not only on your field, you are able to destroy 1 card on the field as well. And this is going to be the Rex turn. Benedict is checking his graveyard. Is there any protection effect? We are now reading the other fusion monster, Stealth Bergia, that was sent to the graveyard, but no, Rex turn is going to be sent to the graveyard, and it is triggering.
Yeah, Threatzia gets to come back here when a dinosaur is destroyed, so at least that gets to float, potentially set another card here, but it's a really commanding position here from Simona, despite having to deal with Rexterm and all of the different exorcistive disruptions we've got being unloaded there. It's also pretty tight on time, only 5 minutes remaining. Slow play warning was issued, but is ahead currently, Simone, and still has a way to keep going here.
Yeah, too bad, as you mentioned, maybe if you use the Rex at the very start of the turn, you could have prevented this planet from being added, but now it seems tough to recover.
It's really strong that this planet is going to actually also play through your opponent's field as well, instead of just adding cards. And now we're seeing a cross sheep. We were talking about it. He found something for the Michaelis.
Yeah, so the yeah, that's a good use there. Really cool interaction you can do here with Cross Sheep, because it has one of the more powerful effects of Cross Sheep is when you summon a fusion. It allows you to reborn from the graveyard, and Visas Astralaud is something you can actually contact into from your graveyard. So I think we're definitely going to see that happen at some point here by Simona.
You were talking about great fusion cards, but what about a fusion that just summons itself by banishing cards from the graveyard without even having to do anything? And now we have the Apollosa as well.
Doesn't seem necessary, however. We're actually going to link up into the Apollosa with the Cross Sheep instead of using the effect here.
Yeah, he might find the way to just...
okay, now we're
the
making the Astralouds. Interesting.
This is it, right?
This is looking really good for Simona. Astrolaut is popping the Theresia, and we are offering the fist bump. Simona wins this one. Plays through the craziest deck we have seen this weekend so far.
Yeah, there it is. Simona has managed to convince Vanadium lovers all around that despite Shifter for 2 games in a row, you're still able to pull it back and do a little bit of a combo there and end the game.
Yeah, pulled off the comeback, and it was a very, very tough match for both, honestly. I want to say the most back and forth we have had all day. It could have gone either way. They both playing unique decks.
Yeah.
No Cyber Darks, unfortunately.
No Realm Unleashed.
Maybe he wasn't saving them for the final game 3. He's saving them for the YCS final.
Maybe next format.
Okay.
Maybe that's it. That's
Fair
true.
enough.
So we couldn't figure out what the engine was there for. We won't find out in the interview, but I'm sure that he's going to have a really good tournament run, and we might see him later again.
Yeah,
For
so
sure.
Vanadium did a pretty impressive job there. I was genuinely a bit fearful of its ability, but despite double Shifter, pretty convincing by Simona.
To be fair, we never got to see what he actually wants to do when he's interrupted.
The full combo.
Yeah, the only time he got to go first, he got shifted, and he had to improvise and still ended on, the Dispatter plus Baron, which was quite impressive. But all of the other duels were, a grind going second kind of like style, and he still managed to do it. Obviously, the trust into talent was a huge part of it, helping out there, as you would expect. But the rest, was a pretty solid deck. And now he's up with an undefeated record, 5-0. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, I mean, just judging by the way that he was navigating through those combos, I feel like Simona really does kind of have a decent handle on this deck, right? So generally, archetypes like this tend to have quite a dedicated fan base, I want to say. So he might be one of the more favored among Vanadium players. I think...
For sure.
He'll make him proud. That was a really, really good display of the deck.
Yeah, we also have other Vanadium players in the room. I have already scouted someone. I don't want to give the name away yet, but really strong player, really strong performer. Shows you that the deck is also popular amongst pro players as well. So I think we're going to see some more Vanadium. We are also going to see some in the top cut. Those combo decks, like the players who are really dedicated to those decks, they just spend hours and hours to just combo off. And if you're facing one of those players, I don't think that there's much in the game that is scarier than facing like the complete combo head.
Yeah, especially when you build your deck and, once you submit it, that's it. If you don't have Entraps in the deck and you face off against it, it could come down to a die roll or even worse. So sometimes that's how it is, and I mean, Simone made a brave miracle and it's working out for him. So once again, congratulations to both, and thank you guys obviously for being with us. This was pretty much the end of round 5, but we have 4 more rounds of Swiss remaining to find out the end of these first 9 rounds of Swiss. But obviously we will hear about it with the winner of round 5, Simone Falanga, and we have Ed ready to interview him. Let's hear him from there.
Thank you, Marcello. Yes, I am here with Simone, the winner of our round 5 feature match. Congratulations, Simone. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, the tournament is not over, but yeah, for now it's fine.
So now you're 5-0, correct?
Yeah, but 5-0, 3-2 is nothing until you get top.
True. Now, you were up against quite an unusual deck. How did you feel?
Honestly, I had a regional some week ago, and I lost to a Dinomorphia.
Right.
Yeah, and today when I saw the normal summon monster at the trap, the Dinomorphia trap, I was like, again, here we are again. But fortunately, game 2 and game 3, I can I take it. I don't thought that I can won the game 2 with just Baron. But that's enough, so I'm happy.
That's all you needed. So let's go through the game, actually. So Benedict started with Shifter turn 1. in 2 different games. So in game 1, how does it, when you see Shifter come down, what's that like in your head? How do you try and play around that?
Honestly, I go second during game 1, and I have not a lot of spectative. Shifter is just one overkill probably. I have not so good end, and that Shifter probably killed me totally. In the game 2, I thought a different thing, because in playtesting, I thought to put in Industrial deck Omega to can end loop under Shifter. But I prefer not respect too much Shifter personally, and I prefer to have an extra deck with more with Borrel's Word that can OTK when you go second, basically.
And then let's talk about game 3, because you ashed Benedict at the start, but he managed to sort of play around that a little bit. But then you had thrust into tactics, and then you took the XEs, the Exosister XEs monsters, and you basically took control. So how were you feeling in game 3 when you saw thrust and things?
Honestly, I don't know perfectly my opponent deck, so I cannot be too much confident. But when I took that XEs, for me the game is over. I just thought that. So I happily this gameplay.
I mean, it went great for you. You're now 5-0. Congratulations on winning this. It was a great game to watch, especially as quite an unusual deck for you to be up against. Are there any decks that you're worried about playing against over the next games of Swiss today?
Flow 1 there is. Flow 1 there is, because I choose to not respect it so much. Because if he start, you can do literally nothing. And if you can side in, but RP the RP trap can over the game in just a sec. So I choose to not respect it too much. So I hope to not found other, because one round ago I found Flander.
Right, well, best of luck in the rest of these Swiss games. Hopefully you don't go up against any more Flu under E's, but who knows? It's all about the luck of the draw. Congratulations again, best of luck. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got lots more coverage coming your way. Round 6 is going to be here soon. We also have lots more pre-recorded content for you with our Master vs. Caster series. And also coming up soon, some Speed Duel. We'll be right back.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage of YCS Dortmund 2023. I'm here with Jonas Koscio. So how are you, man? First of all, how do you feel?
I'm great, thanks for asking. I feel hyped for this weekend, even though I'm not comfortable with my deck choice, but
Okay.
I think every YCS it's just a pleasure seeing everyone again and playing my favorite game. So
Yeah. It is kind of like that for sure. It's great seeing a lot of familiar faces, getting to play with friends, and in any environment. But you do have the home turf advantage for this one. So maybe, how do you feel? Do you feel that affects you in any way, like playing, in your own country?
honestly, I don't think it affects me that much, but it's way more comfortable going home and sleeping in your own bed. But yeah, I think it's like everywhere else. I even, like, when I leave the venue in the evening, I'm used to talking English because
that's fair enough.
and then I almost forget I'm in Germany. But
that's cool. Pretty good way of seeing it, I guess. But yeah, obviously, we'll wish you good luck for the event. But
Thank you.
we also want to talk about something special, because you were one of our representatives for the World Championship in Tokyo. So first of all, how was that experience? It was your second World Championship, but quite different, I assume, from the last.
Yeah, the first one was in Berlin, which is also a home.
Exactly.
But like, I feel like Japan and like the whole event was insane for me because it's just a very great like experience, and it can't be like compared to other events you usually go to. And since I've never been outside of Europe that much, I've been to America once, but never to Asia. And it was just a pleasure seeing like all the different culture and meeting a lot of people, and then playing Yu-Gi-Oh with all of them.
Yeah.
And we even got to play with just ordinary Japanese people that came up
cool.
and played us. So it was great.
On the Sunday, for sure, it is a unique experience, and as you mentioned, it's the dream for a lot of players. And yeah, to qualify and do it twice, it's surely impressive for you. So outside of that, obviously, as you mentioned, you got to play against it's the only tournament really when you can consistently play against people from all different regions. And did you notice any differences? Did you get to play at the World Championship any OCG players?
Yeah, I think I played against 2 or 3 OCG players, but and the Worlds in 2019 I also got to play against some of them. But I feel like when we're playing Yu-Gi-Oh, it's very familiar. Like everyone uses the same terms.
It's a universal language.
Yeah, kind of, and everyone knows most of the cards anyways.
Yeah.
And so it's a universal language, and we all talk that. But besides that, it's way harder communicating, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, and it's a lot on the line, so the pressure is there, of course. Every single match mattered. Although this time around it was a little different. It was the first time we had 7 rounds of Swiss instead to the 5, and it made it even tougher to get to the top cut spot. What do you feel about the tournament in general, the experience? Obviously, I guess you wish you could have gone better, but I mean, still you had a lot of fun, I guess, right?
Yeah, I wasn't very happy with my performance, but yeah, I feel like my deck choice was probably not the best as well, bringing Labyrinth, because everyone was expecting people to play Labyrinth and prepared for it. So yeah, but other than that, I feel like the experience was great.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
because like you get to play so many insane players from other regions, and you get to chat with them and just meet and like so many people I would never meet in my entire life if Yu-Gi-Oh was not a thing. So that's great.
It's kind of like a butterfly effect kind of thing, and it's it's amazing. Also, obviously, also getting to enjoy Japan. I assume you got to see around, eat some of the food. How was that part of like enjoying the vacation kind of there?
Honestly, it was just insane for me because I was traveling with I brought my brother with me.
Oh, nice.
He also like stayed in Japan for like a week, and we were traveling around Japan a lot just in Tokyo, and there was so much to do and so much food to eat and so much to see and so many card shops to visit. So
absolutely, it's a whole different all different background, a whole different story. And as you mentioned, you have basically entire neighborhoods, mostly Akihabara, like dedicated to you know, a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh shops everywhere with like floors, and that's a lot. So it's a lot of fun for us, and obviously, I mean, it's a great experience nonetheless. So can we say, what is your goal now? I guess are you willing to go back to the World Championship?
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, going to the World Championship has to be a goal, right?
Yeah.
But maybe I think the next goal is to maybe get to a final of a YCS or something again, and maybe even win one. But
yeah, you got close in the past, so we could say you are still one of the most consistent players. So it's a matter of perseverance, and at some point, I mean, I'm sure you get,
I'm gonna try
for sure. And we'll thank you for being with us, of course. As mentioned, we hopefully get to see you in action in one of our future matches this weekend.
I'll give my best.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But thank you guys again for being with us, and thank you, Jonas, for releasing this interview, we could say. So guys, keep watching again, because we are coming back real soon with more action from YCS Dortmund 2023.
Welcome back to round 6's feature match here at YCS Dortmund 2023. In front of me, I have Batuhan Senkerson and Ruben Lima Rabago ready to take this match underway. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. So that means Batuhan is going to roll first, and that is a 10. And for Ruben, that is an 8. Who's going to go first? You're going to go first? Okay, Batuhan is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to our wonderful commentators who are going to take you through this round 6 feature. Guys, we've only got a few more of these today. Let's get on with this.
Thank you so much, Ed. We have the spice once again for you. And before that, we saw some of my favorite decks. But now Sebastian has a special connection.
Sometimes it just works out in a very special way. We were looking for one specific deck, and we wanted to feature that very, very heavily. You may have seen him before on our coverage, that Batuhan guy. He likes to fly with the birds, he likes to play with the black wings, which we early on also showed in our timers at tournament, which was quite fun as well.
I was going to say, I think the deck has changed
quite
a little bit. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think, like, you know, you only normal summon once per turn then.
But on the other hand, for some reason, the deck I topped a remote YCS at some point with, Virtual World, undefeated currently in tournament. So we have two complete rogue decks facing against each other here, still top of the competition. I cannot wait. I hope you guys at home are also really, really hyped for this. Let's get into the playing action. Round number 6 coming up now.
All right, Batuhan is going to open this game, and if we have learned something from previous YCS coverages, it's that the first turns of Blackwing can be crazy if uninterrupted.
Oh, I can't wait for this. I can't wait for this. He's the master of Blackwings. You could tell he's already using the Blackwing Dragon Sleeves. There's a small world to basically get him into any line of play that he likes. So let's see which one he chooses. And Batuhan lately has been a little bit unfortunate because, for example, he traveled all the way over to YCS Vancouver not too long ago, started off with a strong 7-0 start and then managed to lose 3 in a row to just miss out on top cut. So he really keeps on trying with his Blackwings, and maybe this event is the event again with a super, super promising 5-0 start here.
You know, actually, back then I made a big mistake because I actually told him, hey, if you win a YCS with Blackwing, you can get my Starlight Rare Blackwing Dragon. You can just have it, and now he's coming dangerously close.
I mean, I think he just has more motivation because of that. Since then, he wants to win it even more.
He's very committed. I love the fact he's so committed to the Blackwing brand as well, that he's got the sleeves on his main deck.
Absolutely, it's great.
I feel like if I was playing a very rogue deck, I wouldn't I wouldn't put it on my card sleeves and let everybody know.
He just commits, like, there's no way back for him. He's going to play Blackwings for forever, or at least until he tops the event that he desires to. And now we have added Blackwing Sudri, first of all. And Sudri has already led out to the good old Shamal there. And then Shamal is going to activate the Black Feather Wildwind here, if I'm not mistaken. There it is. And of course, Ruben is going to read up on those cards. And he's going to be the one with the rogue deck that does not get to play first. And there's a new addition to the deck of Batuhan. We did not see that lately, but now he's on the good old Assault Synchron. And I really like that addition. It gives him even more ways to Synchro Summon. And the Blackwing deck already has so many ways to Synchro Summon, so it's great.
Yeah, Assault Synchron's got to be such a great addition to any Synchro-based strategy, especially one that wants to summon dark monsters. You just special summon it from your hand. I mean, that's already a straight up very powerful effect. And then as another effect, you'll be able to banish it from your graveyard later to summon a
I love
dragon.
how Blackwing is super rogue and barely anyone knows the combos, but this coverage team is now really experienced because of Batuhan.
Totally, he's teaching us all. All of us have become Blackwings and Joyers. And it's interesting that he decided to play the Assault Synchron, because honestly, it's like the Synchron that wasn't as popular lately, because obviously Revolution Synchron was released just recently, but he found his way to the card from the Battle of Legends Monstrous Revenge there with the Assault Synchron instead. I mean, it just fits better. He wants to go for Synchro 6ers, and he has like a lot of level 4 monsters together with the Assault Synchron that easily gives him access to, for example, the level 6 monster that he just has there on the field, which is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, which one is this?
Was Nothong.
Nothong, right? Yeah, that's Nothong.
And there we also have my favorite birdie. Look at how cool this thing looks.
The gangster is back.
Vata.
Blackwing Vata. He really looks cool. So, Ruben also, in the meantime, already got burned for 800 through the effect of Nothong there, so his life points are down to 7,200. And Batuhan himself also brought him down to 6,600 already.
Well, which was the effect that made Batuhan pay life points?
There are multiple ones, I think, that are doing that. I think Assault Synchron, first of all, definitely lets you pay life points. And then there must be another one. I think it might be Shamal. I'm not 100% sold, though. But there is a Baron de Fleur, which I totally know. So we can keep on talking about the cards I 100% certainly know.
Oh, we have a Zephyrus. That's another 400 life points right there.
I'm really amazed as to how this deck developed, because when we saw him earlier in last season, the deck was going for pretty much only Blackwing cards.
Yeah.
No generic answers to anything, but now the first thing that happens is a Baron de Fleur. This plays around Nibiru, this plays around everything.
Great. It's superb. And honestly, Leo, I don't know whether he even needs your Blackwing Dragon in Starlight Rare. He has a pretty beautiful Ghost Rare version of the card right there, so I think he's happy with it.
That is absolutely true. And now this is Borea, if I am not completely mistaken.
Borea Storm, probably, but
Borea
yes,
Storm, yeah.
That's absolutely it. And Ruben is just carefully reading all of this, and he makes himself ready to also make Batuhan probably read some cards later on. The thing is with Ruben's deck, he is playing quite a bit of Engine, and then also some very interesting going first cards. But going second-wise, his main deck is not super well equipped, because there's Impermanence, there's Ash Blossom, but I think both of those we would have seen already by now. But besides that, there's not too much, honestly.
Basti, there's also a Dispata right now. Do you mind, you have access to the deck list. Is there a possibility to go for a Kali Yuga here?
Let me double check.
Or did he cut it? Because there has to be some space in the extra deck.
There's exclusively Synchro monsters in the extra deck of Batuhan here. This is now a pure Synchro deck. You're right. We also had like Link monsters in there before. We had Dragoon in there. So Batuhan really is trying out all different versions of the Blackwing deck. And maybe he now has finally found the version which will net him a YCS top here in Dortmund.
Are there any Blackwing effects which lock you into a particular type, maybe only Synchro summoning?
I don't think so, honestly, because, I mean, we've seen him doing all the different things, and I don't think there was a way. But look at that. That is now what we have set up. Is Ruben going to be able to go through all of this? It is looking very strong. I think the thing standing out there is double Blackwinged Assault Dragon, which was just casually added onto a field there.
Oh, and now something, you can see something that has always happened when I played Virtual World. This deck is really inconsistent.
I think maybe this is a bluff. You know how players often will just, you know, sometimes, maybe not often, but you will, if you don't think you can win the first game, you don't want to let your opponent just show what you're playing.
It's
just for fun.
such a bait. He's making Batuhan think this is Labyrinth
if you set
or something.
5, then your opponent's going to think, hey, this is probably a Labyrinth deck.
Totally.
So if he wins the game before seeing any of Ruben's cards, then maybe that's the strategy here, which is a very, like, mind-gaming strategy. I love it.
I love it too, for sure. So Batuhan now in the end phase activated and resolved Blackwing Twin Shadow. That brought him access to the Blackwing Full Armor Master now there on the field as well. So we finally have more Blackwing monsters than non-Blackwing monsters on the field, and there's even another one. There's now the Borea Storm coming back too.
Basti, you were talking about the Full Armor Master before we were going live.
Yes.
So can you elaborate why this card is really crazy right now?
It's crazy because it is, of course, still unaffected by other card effects. And when you expect Unchained to be the most popular deck, they usually only have one ray really around this, with is the Underworld Goddess. But this deck can easily put up 2 of the Full Armor Masters, and therefore then after the first one there is no real out of that anymore, and now there's skill drain. So Batuhan is even more convinced this has to be Labyrinth.
I love that. That's
right?
really funny. He's just fully committing fully committing to this mind game by putting... Maybe that's what the skill drain is in his deck for.
But I mean, I'm also like super confused. Why is there skill drain in Virtual World? I actually don't really get it.
I mean, the good effects happen in the hand, right?
Yeah, you can build up your field, sure, but after you build up your field, you have monsters that want to negate or interact with your opponent, so why do you have skill drain? But for now, Batuhan and his Blackwings are going to take down this game number 1. Therefore, Blackwings still flying high and maybe flying to another victory here.
Honestly, this was like... I know this was a very cool Blackwing combo, but the mind game we just saw there was like top tier. I've not seen anything like that. It's just a complete like bluff, because that's not at all what his deck was about, and he's just gone ahead and sold him a good story.
I mean, it partly kind of is about it when you're playing skill in the main deck, right? Like somehow he has decided to bring this, and it's kind of weird. It actually kind of reminds me of myself, because with the YCS, remote YCS I played There Can Be Only One in the main deck of my Virtual World deck, so he's kind of taking the same approach, just with a even more powerful trap card, I guess.
I mean, it depends on the format. Right now, I think I would also rather opt for There Can Be Only One. The card is absolutely insane right now. Which deck can just flawlessly play through it? I mean, Virtual World can't really. Blackwing for sure can't.
No, it cannot. Yeah.
I mean, Virtual World isn't really hindered by it that much. But we have Unchained, which has problems.
Yeah.
Fluwanderies has problems. Telemans is fine.
Yeah, and I think
Dragons.
Rescue Ace, so they have warriors and machines, right? So
True.
But like, it might be okay.
One thing now, though, because Batuhan has decided to now go with the full synchro approach, one side deck card of Ruben is coming in handy, and it's Dimensional Barrier.
Yeah.
We have not seen that too much this weekend so far, but he is siding triple copies of the card. And I mean, if there's only synchro monsters in the extra deck, calling synchros is just brutal.
I mean, back when I played Blackwing in 2011 versus a plant deck, I didn't need my extra deck. You know, I had Sirocco, I had the Bora, and I had multiple Kalutes, and then I would just run over Dandelion tokens.
Cool story,
would you really have wanted a Dimensional Barrier? I thought that was where you were going to go with this. I thought you were going to say...
No, this was a nonsense story.
You were just like, I love Blackwings, go Blackwings.
Yeah. Back then, you probably could play around D-Barrier better than today. I mean, there was no Dimensional Barrier, but I think 10 years ago, 12 years ago... 12 years ago.
Oh, it's so long ago.
12 years ago, the card wouldn't have been that good.
Yeah, probably not, because there was not that much extra stuff happening at all. That's true. But now looking at the side deck of Batuhan, we see a lot of very impactful cards, and also a lot of cards that are good going second. So I've seen a lot of lists that kind of had plenty of going first cards, and this one is really mostly orientated towards going second. Drone Lockbird, evenly matched, Feather Duster, Impermanence, Lightning Storm. Do you just blindly throw in the Drone Lockbirds here versus the deck at set 5? I don't think so, right?
No shot, yeah. No shot are you sliding those in against what you think is a Labyrinth deck.
Funnily enough, it would be good versus Virtual World to bring it in, but that is not going to happen. But what is going to happen is, of course, game number 2. Players are ready as we are, so let's get right back into the action.
How good is Lockbird really versus Virtual World? Because if you're starting with the City Kowloon and you set up your Tuche and you activate Lulu right from the beginning, there's not really that many searches you are denying. Maybe the one from Xinglong?
Yeah, the Xinglong Surge. Also it plays around Desires, kinda. So it does some stuff, but not massively. So let's see. Batuhan now will phase probably just there the first Virtual World card, and Batuhan, he didn't even blink.
I want
he
to
was
see,
like...
yeah, there was not much of a reaction. He's got a sort of mild like...
He totally
is that
expected
what's
this.
Going on?
He wasn't even surprised. Of course, Virtual World, round number 6, we're both undefeated. Blackwings and Virtual World, of course.
Virtual World always sets 5 and one of them is skill drain.
Yes.
Imagine Batuhan going, who plays that now?
Bro, why did you bring this deck to a YCS?
It's so non-meta.
Clearly, Blackwing is the pick.
So we got our hands on the best Virtual World monster in the main deck, which is of course the Lulu, and Lulu is going to send one Xinglong to the graveyard, and now... Oh no, wait, that was
Shanwu.
The one before already, and now we send the Shanwu to search ourselves the Kowloon, and Kowloon of course will now grant us access to Virtual World Gate Shuche when we activate it.
But I'm really curious on how Virtual World has developed, because to be honest, I have not paid that close attention to the deck recently, even though I have very, very much like very powerful feelings for the deck. But recently I've been like kind of separating with it, so I'm very excited to see what Ruben has been doing with it here.
You've been really hyped for Plunder Patrol recently, so
True.
I absolutely understand why you wouldn't play so much Virtual World.
It takes a lot of attention, honestly.
So do we still go for... We go for Coral Drake. This still looks like Ultimaya Zolkin.
He is playing Zolkin, yeah.
But we go for the
oh, that's just Chen-Chen, right? Yep. There it is. And I mean, that's still very much a powerful card. Drawing one of the Coral Dragon there.
Adding the Lulu in the end phase because we used the Juju. Oh, and now we have the Kowloon.
Yep, but it's going to lead to the powerful trap card SHUEISHA. And also, that now secured that we have 2 banished Virtual World cards, 2 different ones even, so the SHUEISHA is even live. I like that, but what else is there? Is that going to be all we have? Oh, okay, we're not done yet. There is Lalo, and Lalo, of course, is going to lead to another Synchro Summon, or potentially an Exceed Summon even. Because Ruben did not limit himself to just one type of extra deck mechanic. He is playing Exceed monsters, he's playing Synchro monsters, he's mixing it up.
I think that we're going to see something interesting now. I think Nanyan is going to trigger when the Juju is summoned. Nanyan is going to be a tuner, so we might see the draw 1 start as Charge Warrior and then an overlay to the new card Evalzar Lars.
Ooh, yep, he's playing Lars. That is pretty likely. But I mean, there are other options in there as well. So regarding rank 6, we could either go for M7, which was like the original, most popular one. Then Wallow was released after, which is also like a really powerful rank 6. And then just lately Evalzar Lars has joined the party. So which one are we going for?
I just think that Wallow is not going to be a great combo with Chen-Chen.
True. Oh, and indeed.
Ptolemy only does something on your turn, so it's not a quick effect to bounce a card. And that's why Evalzar Lars is just like the perfect choice here. It's really nice to see this card have some play. I missed Evalzars.
I was going to say, the main reason is Evalzars are just cool.
Yeah.
Like Lagia, Dolkia, give me some of that. But I mean, now we have a rank 6, and you don't need to make it with dinosaurs, even better.
Yeah. Totally. So Evalzar Lars there. Ooh, seems like we have not even normal summoned just yet. And we have Kranvu in the graveyard still, so we're not done just yet. And I think, are we looking for Totem Bird here maybe as a rank 3 there?
Oh,
it almost seems like it.
Yes.
Indeed, here we go. Totem Bird, I like it.
And in the end phase, we are adding the Lulu back, so it just makes total sense to normal summon that one that we have in hand. Well, crazy!
Yeah.
What is this field? I did not expect that. It's really impressive. You have trap interactions as well, so you do not lose to something like a Dark Ruler no more. You are not forced to play into a triple tactics thrust immediately, which you could negate with Totem Bird as well.
Yeah.
By the way. And you have Chen-Chen, which is a really powerful continuous effect.
Totally. I've been preaching that since the beginning of Virtual World days. It's super nice to have multi-layered fields where you have monster interactions and spell and trap card interactions. Therefore, you don't lose to Dark Ruler immediately. You don't lose to Featherduster immediately. It's good to spread it up a little between spells and traps and the monster section.
Yeah, especially now with like Thrust being one of the most popular options to try and come back against opponents.
So guys, if you have seen the deck breakdown we showed you guys earlier, this is what we meant by 52% others.
Yep. And they are doing quite well in the tournament with both of these guys being undefeated. So there is Chen-Chen now, and Chen-Chen apparently is in Spanish because Ruben is Spanish. And Leo, do you remember the talk we had before the tournament? For some reason, I have decided that my pick for winning the tournament nationality-wise is going to be Spain. And there are not many Spanish players in there.
You know, most of the time when you talk, I really don't listen, but this one I remember.
I'm amazed. We're in Germany.
Yep.
You're
I am German.
There's 50% of the field is German.
Yep.
And you've decided that Spain is the pick.
I was on holidays in Barcelona for a week.
Aha, well that's enough to persuade anyone.
Oh my goodness, there is evenly matched in the battle phase, but Totem Bird right away is going to get rid of it.
Yeah, how do you explain this to your friends after? It's like, oh, I thought I was going to win, but then my evenly matched got negated by Totem Bird.
Yeah. That seems totally made up, to be honest. Your friends are going to be like, nope, bro, you don't have to find explanations there. But how good is Chen-Chen versus Blackwing?
Oh, there is Lubalion in there too. He's playing triple Lubalion in the main deck, yeah?
Oh yeah, of course.
Of course he is.
Why would you mention that before?
Yeah. I mean, it's bestial Blackwing, by the way.
I'm a big fan of Lubalion now. Just chuck in 3 Lubalion. I don't know why you would do this in every deck, but I love it against Unchained because if they make the Griffin, it's just so funny. You just go, yeah, Lubalion, grab Druisworm and then tribute it.
We're grabbing Saronir, which is a spicy choice, honestly.
What has he got to send off of Saronir?
Well, you can send the Regained.
Regained, yeah.
And you set it with Beast if you have both in your main deck.
You have Regained, but you don't have Beast, as I'm just looking through his list.
All right, fair enough.
So there comes...
You banish it with Small World. That's the...
I mean, makes sense. So now your bridge is valid. So we go from Saronir into Assault Synchron into, of course, I would say one of the most powerful Blackwing cards of all time. Blackwing Simoon, the Poison Wind.
Yeah, I mean, it gets Black Whirlwind.
Yeah, which is basically the best spell card of all time.
The most, you know...
For sure, yeah.
Makes him number 2.
That's a matter of fact, absolutely is. So there comes the Simoon effect. We have to give up 1 card from our hand. Also, worth noting is that we could activate the Lubalion, send to the graveyard and resolve the effect, because Chen only provides a banish effect from the field, but all cards from the hand can safely go to the graveyard. Okay, it looks like we're just going to go after this right away with the Shuche. We immediately destroyed the Black Whirlwind, it seems, right?
Yep, and we still did not make Thrust or Talents live. This is really good control by Ruben of what is going to happen.
Thrust is live through the Totem Bird negate, but still no Talents, you're right. But the last still is there is an Omni negate, and it's just chilling there. Okay, let's negate the next Blackwing card that our opponent is playing. Sudri is not going to survive this.
And is Barihan just
out of cards,
got no cards
yes,
left, yeah.
There's no more cards left in his hand.
Oh, but he has ways
is that Chaos Angel? Is that Chaos Angel?
Oh, I think those are level 9 together.
Level 9? Really?
So level 4 and level 5, right? No.
It is Chaos Angel, because I don't think he had a tuner there. And therefore, that was the only card he could really summon out.
Oh, yeah, because Simoon is level 6 and not level 5.
It absolutely is. So Chaos Angel comes onto the field here, but how much is it going to do here?
I was going to say, unfortunately, oftentimes you want to summon it with a light and a dark, so it has both effects, but this time it's only got the 1.
I mean, still, we can banish like 1 card, and the Shuche is gone.
There's also 1 more card in hand, by the way, but I'm not too sure if I'm a fan of getting... I mean, you have to get rid of the Shuche, because otherwise it's just going to pop the Chaos Angel. However, the Shen is going to still be in play.
Yeah.
But what does the Shen do right now?
Not that much, honestly, but the thing is, it does one crucial thing. It provides a virtual world card on the field, so we can just use the effect of our Lulu in hand on the Chen, which is happening just there, so we can still continue with our virtual plays. So I do totally agree. I mean, on the other hand, if he leaves Chen on the field, there's also if he leaves Shuche on the field, there's also a virtual world card, so he cannot really play around that at all. So
and now the Shuche is back. Look at this.
Welcome back. Batuhan not looking too happy about all of this, because Virtual World in 2023 really is thriving here.
Chaos Angel, well, it's only been summoned with the dark material, so that should just prevent it from being destroyed by battle, I believe, rather than also being unaffected by your opponent's card effects.
Yep, totally. And there it is gone. Shuche resolving, and that's a lot of damage on the field already. Is that game? I mean, Totem Bird is kind of small, isn't it?
1/6.
I mean, okay, it's fine.
Does it start as 1/9 and then go down to 1/6 once it's used its negate?
Oh, but this is most definitely game. Like, it's 3-1 between Lulu and the Totem Bird, then 2-8 and 2-6 from Lars.
It is indeed! Virtual World with a party here, equaling the score between Batuhan and Ruben. What a game that was.
Do you think that Evalzar Lars was the thing that elevated Virtual World now?
I mean, it's a cool generic rank 6 which you can just put out onto the field. It also, funnily enough, plays around Nibiru, right? Because the deck could easily be Nibiru otherwise, and now that was a card that plays around Nibiru.
I think it negates a card that is
oh,
on the
true,
field.
it's only for on the field. Oh, okay, then never mind.
It's not that strong.
But Crystal Wing is also a card, of course, you can bring out in the combo if you decide to go for that route, and that card at least plays around Nibiru if you really consider playing around that card. Is Nibiru really that popular at the moment, though?
I think people are talking about it a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know, everyone seems to talk about it in the context of Unchained. Everyone decided, oh, it's going to beat Unchained, and then everyone else was like, no, Unchained can beat Nibiru if you play around it correctly.
Yep. And now nobody plays Unchained.
Now nobody plays Unchained.
Nobody plays Unchained,
and no one plays Nibiru.
So that is really good for Salomon Grade.
All stories that Leo is telling are going to end in the word celebrate this weekend, I think. And maybe the entire story of the tournament also is going to end in that. Who knows? I honestly, with the performance earlier on we had of Salomon Grade in the featured match, I can see it. Salomon Grade looked good, but also I'm very convinced of those two duelists right here. So I could also see just having Virtual World in the finals. I would love that, honestly. It's my second favorite deck of all time. First is Striker, and then there's Virtual World.
Well, then you might be happy to hear that I have earlier on spotted a Sky Striker play who was also undefeated.
Ooh, okay, okay. Maybe we can bring him on later. Also, I was walking through the top tables before this round, so last round, and there were multiple Salomon Grade players. Yeah, you will like that. And also, I've seen quite a bit of Tielemans. And yeah, definitely. At the top tables, there was a lot of that. And also, I don't think we have even showed it yet in the featured match so far. Pearly was quite a bit up there too. I mean, it's the second most represented deck, but still, it was really, really shining there for sure.
I feel like Tielemans, even though it's an old deck and people have kind of been clamoring to play it, it feels very much like a breakout deck this tournament because, you know, it went from pretty much nothing to 9%, the third most represented deck of the field, which is a crazy increase.
Totally, totally. So the lack of a Rysard in the meta game is just enabling decks. I think also Virtual World did not really have that great of a time with a Rysard being around, but now it just doesn't care anymore. Now it can just freely do all the stuff it wants to do, and it's doing it very consistently, very nicely, as we just saw. But now, of course, the major question is it also going to be able to interact with the Blackwing combo of Batuhan here? Is it going to be able to also win going second? Because we saw it works very well going first, but how about the deck going second? I don't think he can afford to set 5 this time.
Yeah, you can't just bluff what you're playing. You actually have to show your opponent what you're playing and try and win the game.
Totally.
So I think that the players are both ready and we are even more ready. I doubt that. I think they are more ready than us, but let's go right into game 3.
But honestly, the Virtual World deck, just engine-wise, has a couple of very cool tools going second. So first of all, one card I always loved with the deck is Vermilion Dragon Mach, which can actually just work through fields very good. And also then, on the other hand, as you're playing so many Exceed monsters, of course, Zeus will always be an option for you as well.
I think, by the way, that we have a really difficult hand for Batuhan.
Ooh, okay.
I think I have seen the Drusbum, Assault Synchron, Ghost Match, and other spells. And now Saranir has to banish the
never feels good. Never feels good. There comes Assault Synchron, activating the attack, paying some life points, bringing itself onto the field.
Yep, but I mean,
this is a good start, right? This is a pretty instant, you know, Baron de Fleur.
Oh, it looks like double Ghost Match in his hand there.
I mean, you can go for a Bestial Disparter route as well, and trying to tribute it for a Lubellion after that, setting up some additional cards and then tributing, because you tributed the Disparter for Lubellion, you can just summon it back with the Assault
I like
Synchron.
that, I like that.
But first of all, we are going to have Assault Synchron being brought back. And is Ruben going to do anything about this? I think I saw a card.
Yeah, I think I saw a card as well.
There is a card. We are not going to spoil it, but I think Ruben may have some piece of interaction there in his hand. Is it going to be used, though? Is he going to get the chance to use it, even?
Oh, and he is going for the slightly bigger combo, which is Bestial Disparter, which is not a so-called Omni-Negate.
It really isn't, and I think Ruben is already like really, really liking the developments of this, because the card we were spotting is going to be the card that punishes people for not putting up Omni-Negates, punishing them for going for the bigger combo route, because it is the Nibiru, and he's still waiting here. Okay, I think
this is the point where you Nibiru, after, of course, the Disparter was summoned.
You have to, yeah, for sure. So, Assault Synchron, just double-checking on the card.
What is the condition for Assault Synchron banishing itself to summon from the graveyard?
The monster has to be tributed.
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah.
That's a very cool interaction. So this combo is just pretty generic, like any. Well, I guess it's exactly Lubellion plus Assault Synchron lands you this field.
Yeah, indeed. So it's tributed or banished. So either or the other thing. So also, oh, but wait, are we chaining?
That's
Does
interesting.
not seem
Yeah, that
correct.
It seems like
Oh,
that
no.
was what was happening, and now the Disparter is on the field.
The thing is, could we have just negated with the Sparter if...
No. You
All
can
right.
destroy if you take your own banished monsters, but you need opponents' banished monsters to negate an effect.
Yeah.
Maybe Ruben was worried if his Nibiru got destroyed that it wouldn't tribute everything on the field, but I don't think that's correct. I think it still does.
It would have, yeah. So Batuan is really confused by what just happened there, because sure, he lost that one card, but that was really not the main thing he wanted to accomplish there. But this Sparter is way more important, I think.
Oh,
And yeah, we're going to get back this Assault Synchron, send the Druid Worm, send the Nibiru.
I don't know if you want to send the Nibiru necessarily, because you have the Gozen match in hand.
Oh, that's very cool.
You can lock your opponent into lights, and then after that go crazy in the turn where you have Battle Phase, after your opponent committed at least one card.
Seems
You
very
would-
good.
I think you would immediately flip it, actually.
Okay, so we are going for a Synchro 8 here. What is going to be the next thing around? Do we finally go for a Blackwing card here?
Who needs Blackwing cards?
I
we
mean,
have
he's doing...
Bisteels, we have Assault Synchron.
He's doing pretty well with the other cards, I will agree.
What level is a Nibiru
Oh.
token? Is it 11?
I think so. Oh, it's Draco Berserker there. Hello. Another non-Blackwing card hitting the field. In fact, it's a Worm that has just been summoned.
And it is summoned in defense position.
So you think this is the plan, to leave the Nibiru on the field? Very heads up, Leo, very heads up.
Yeah, but why do you then go for the Synchro summon anyways if it's just going to run over the Draco Berserk? Like, you can just not make it.
I guess. But now you have like kind of a safety net. Because otherwise, Ruben could have just decided to leave the Druid Swarm on the field and it would have not been really an interaction. But the Draco Berserker, if it stays on the field now, somehow still is an interaction. But there is the Gozen match. And how does Ruben like that? So Batuan gives up the token. I think he will be fine with that. But Ruben will have to stick with the Nibiru he gave himself. And let me tell you, as a Virtual World expert, there is no main deck light Virtual World monsters, sadly.
So, and I think just the Disparter alone is such great follow-up because you have already recycled your Assault Synchron, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
You summoned it back. So then you can next turn again use Lubellion. No, you can't. It's light. You have efficiently Gozen matched yourself out of the Lubellion. But I still think he's fine.
Yeah, that's a good trade, I think.
So we are going over the Draco Berserker here. Do you think we just sided out the Brendan Regain? Because we could have just gotten Brendan Regain for free here, didn't we?
Oh, it got Nibiru.
No, it got Nibiru. It
Oh,
never had a
true. You're
chance.
right. You're right. My bad. So, do we somehow have a way to maybe get 2 banished Virtual World cards here to get rid of the Gozen match? That's probably the plan that Ruben is trying to get to, if he somehow has a way to get there. But then the bad news will come to him as well, that the second set card there, I think it's just the identical. Oh, okay. Never forget about the on-field effect of Virtual World Gate Qinglong, because you can just negate one opponent's monster on the field by banishing one Virtual World card from the graveyard, which just happened.
But it's just until the end of this turn. So
that is true.
It is a way to banish Virtual World cards. It's not nearly enough to use Shuche effect. With not nearly, I mean, there's one left. But it's a start.
It is indeed.
And Disparter can also shuffle back cards from your banished pile as well, if you're not careful.
Okay, and it looks like Ruben is still sticking to the back row strategy, probably not by choice, but because Batuan is kind of hindering from doing anything else there with the Gozen match.
Do you think there's going to be a skill drain? There's going to be a skill drain and Gozen match game. There's going to be even more.
That is not how this works.
That
That is totally not how this works. Please stop this, guys.
Oh, that was a tribute set. It was a tribute set. Okay, let's relax.
Right.
Very good.
That's very heads up then by Ruben.
I was really confused by the emotions of just setting the monster and then sending the Nibiru to the graveyard.
Yeah, same. But
That works. That totally works. So we got rid of the Nibiru, and Batuhan really focused on having that Nibiru on the field for Ruben. So now that we got rid of it by tribute summoning, I'm just assuming that this was either Lily or the good old Laula, which are both level 6 monsters. So they would be an easy tribute set. And oh no, we just summon out the Nyan Nyan and go into end phase.
But we let it get banished, so you can...
Yeah, we are in end phase. That's why it's banished.
That's cool, though. He just wanted to banish it.
And the Disparter was still negated by Xinglong, so very well played by Ruben. However, Ruben does also, I don't really think that he has follow-up as well, so it is basically now a top deck game.
It's a top deck game, which I always love, when both players have had rough openings and now they're just sitting down there, drawing card by card, relying on those heart-of-the-card moments. And Batuhan, did he find something? No, he passes back over to Ruben, who might now, if he picks up a Virtual World Monster, be in the driver's seat, but he passes it back. Oh my goodness! What's
Aura into Lily, that would have been absolutely fantastic. And then Magical Android, no, that does not work. There is Goes and Match. Okay, let's go. We are in 2023.
Oh, that's Kavloon. But that is also not really developing our plays. The thing is, we are actually activating gate after gate after gate, so maybe the special effect of Kavloon at some point is going to happen, because if you have 4 or more gates on the field, you can special summon up to 4 virtual monsters with different names from your extra deck.
That is absolutely insane.
That is actually insane. Yeah, it has multiple effects really depending on how many face-up gates you have, and that's now free. Okay.
Oh, those are the lines I want to see. We're using Shanwu to put the Lao Lao in defense after just banishing one Kavloon, getting closer, getting just so close to that next 2 ball. And
we are living in a virtual world. Ruben picking up another card for turn after Batuhan passed once more, and there is Volunu from the top. We have it finally.
And those are 2 wins.
They are indeed 2 wins. Oh boy.
But I mean, he's immediately grabbing his deck, and there was the... Yes, you have to activate this card first, because I saw the Ash Blossom in Batuhan's hand. You cannot just activate a card and smash it on the field and resolve it. There is a window for your opponent to respond to that.
Yeah, no matter how excited you get.
Yeah.
You think, oh, I haven't been able to play a card for ages, draw it, let's just play it right away. But no, you do have to wait. Give your opponent a second.
Absolutely. So Batuhan double reading on the Lulu, because I don't know even if Batuhan played back in the Virtual World days, because this deck was very, very relevant at some point in the meta game, but it has been basically disappearing from the tournament scene, or from the highly competitive tournament scene at least, over the last couple of months.
This is going to be really crucial right now, because this is the card that you wanted to Ash. Virtual World kind of had same problems as Branded, actually. Everyone who played the deck was like, yeah, if my opponent ashes Lulu, I pretty much skip my turn most of the time.
Yep,
most of the time.
Going to stay in the hand at least, though. Like, at least Branded Fusion is gone after you got ashed on it, but the Lulu will be there again next turn. But Batuhan finally found a monster himself! He gets to play! There is Shudri, and that's a really good pickup for him here. Shudri going to search himself out the Vata.
But can you get this Vata on the field right now? Yes, of course, you can.
So then, Vata effect. Going to Centrum from the deck.
And now this is looking grim for Ruben. If Batuhan manages not to banish any of the Virtual World cards of Ruben before getting rid of the Chuche or OTKing possibly, this is going to look crazy for Batuhan.
It really, really is. So we just go for the Sudri and for the Chinook, which would then enable him to perform a Synchro 6 summon here, I'm assuming.
Yeah, this is his first, like, Blackwing card.
Oh, wait. It's actually the Synchro 8 instead.
Oh, and it is the ultimate rare Blackwing Dragon. So we have one Ghost Rare and one Ultimate Rare. I think he could need a Starlight one.
To finish his collection.
Yeah, to play free. He's banned from there on, forced to play free Blackwing Dragon in his extra deck. Without any choice. Okay, so we have now a powerful monster on the field, but we need more, I'm pretty sure, because otherwise, next turn, Ruben is just going to pop off again.
Is everything Ruben wants to do just with wind monsters, though?
Nope.
The thing is, if we get to activate the Lulu and send one Xinglong to the graveyard, we get our Chuche live. Then we can destroy the Gozen match, and again, then we get hit with the bad news of a second Gozen match. But let's get to that point first of all.
The problem that Virtual World has with Gozen match is that all of the tuners are wind and all of the non-tuners are earth.
That's true, yeah.
That is indeed sadly true. Okay, well there comes first of all the Twin Shadow, which just synchro summons there with the two monsters. And we are bringing out the Berea Storm once again. So what's next? Batuhan carefully looking through his deck. And the next move is going to be, yes, that's a very cool one, because you played this Blackwing outside of just Blackwing decks before, and it's Blackwing Shanga, the Waning Moon. And you have been playing this in some kind of sprite strategies because it's a level 2, but you also have been playing this in like kind of funny synchro piles in general.
This is adorable.
Yes, it is. It really is.
Yeah, normally the Blackwings are kind of more aggressive looking, I'd say. They look like they're gonna fight. But this guy, he doesn't look like he's gonna fight.
Cutest little birdie.
He is in this case, though. He's really fighting for Batuhan, I can tell you that. And, okay, yeah, that's one of the less... Okay, we're not reading Shanga. We are actually just reading the full Armor Master that is on the field now. Understandable. Unaffected by any kind of monster or any kind of card effects in general.
It's not something that you want to necessarily read if you're picking up a foreign card.
And
okay,
now,
what does this do? Oh,
just for free, because we banished 2 from the graveyard, we are going to summon out the Black-Winged Assault Dragon. It's so nice. But it's the fact that it's just for free by banishing cards from the graveyard is just so nice. It feels so beautiful to not commit anything except cards in your graveyard to the summon of this very, very powerful card with 3,200 attack points. Like, holy moly.
Yeah, it's a lot like the Vicious Astroud we saw in the Vanadium deck. Although I'm not actually sure we saw any get summoned.
But don't forget about the Xuanwu, because you can actually put a card into defense position.
Yes, and that is going to happen. Yeah, Ruben is signalizing it. You are getting this card in defense position. So a lot of damage is prevented here. But still, Batuhan is going to take the lead here life points wise. And with less than 10 minutes left on the clock, that is not to be disregarded. Also, we saw the handy graveyard effect of Shangar there, right? Because he destroyed the Lala with it.
Trying to go for a game here, but then realizing, oh, Xuanwu has a really funny second effect.
Yep,
actually,
okay.
It's the first effect.
Looks like we are going back to Ruben, because Ruben just used the effect of Qinglong, banishing the Lao Lao. And now I think if there would not be the second Gozen match, that could actually be insane there. But, oh, okay, let's see when Batuhan decides to flip it.
Actually, we don't know if this is exactly a second Gozen match. We just figured that. I think we...
I think I saw it.
Oh, there is the Gamisiel. Okay, so Batuhan kind of getting punished by not activating the Gozen match right away.
Yeah, I should have played around the Gamisiel.
I mean, this does not look like a Gozen match to me.
There is the Lulu.
That's because it's face down, Leo.
Yeah, it will look like a Gozen match to you in just a second.
Oh,
Never mind, and there it is.
The second Gozen match, just giving you back the Gamisiel casually. Have fun with your Lulu on the field and try to get a non-tuner on the field now.
I think there are a couple of ways to handle it, though, because look at that. There's Nyan Nyan.
Okay,
and now, hear me out. I was about to say, you might go into a Zeus line, but then I realized Zeus is light. So you can summon out the Totem Bird because it's also wind, but then from there on you might be in a bit of a troublesome situation. On the
trouble sunny situation.
Let's go. Maybe we go for Juju, though. Juju is a card we might actually synchro summon out here, which is a wind monster, so we have figured out a solution. Insane. I think there's a way, and there is a Juju as well. So let's see how much this Juju is going to do here, because it cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects, which is already nice, kind of similar to the card you just outed. And then on top of that, of course, even more important here, it is a way to get rid of the Gozen match, isn't it? Yeah, you can target one card on the field, send it to the graveyard. That's music in the ears of Ruben right now as he's staring down that Gozen match.
Yeah, also let him banish more virtual world monsters so he can potentially use the trap card again next turn as well.
Yep. Yeah, this is looking insane. He has just outed the second Gozen match. He's off to the races here. I think Ruben is just grinding into it.
And he's using Nyan Nyan now because he has banished this with the Juju effect, and now he can put back a banished card to the graveyard, I suppose.
No, to the deck.
Oh, to the deck, okay.
But still, you can even take cards you banished with Desires there, which is kind of nice. There's not many cards that allow you that, but Nyan Nyan is one of them. So, Ruben kind of getting ahead here. And I mean, he will also most likely get his Chucho live again for the next turn. So, if he's doing this quickly, I think he's going very much into the right direction here.
Oh, this is all of a sudden looking really good for Ruben. We don't know what Batuhan has in his hand. You already revealed an Ash Blossom. Can you look at the deck list and tell us if there are some possible interactions right there?
Probably not, no. There's nothing I could tell
the
him. There's a Fact Veiler, potentially, but I don't know whether that's still in there.
Didn't he add... What's the copy of the monster on the field, the main deck monster?
Shudri?
Yeah, I think he added another Shudri to his hand.
Yeah, that's good follow-up, actually. So, but now there's Juju. GG, sorry. GG also, speaking of follow-up, and then immediately, of course, GG is also coming to the field because it's the definition of follow-up for Virtual World players. And I think we modified the level of GG to level 6, and therefore we have access to a rank 6 here. And I was dreaming about Zeus early on, but I think we might be going for Zeus line here overall then.
Oh, and Wallow is absolutely fantastic as well. You have access to so many great monsters that you could set to your side of the field.
So also gain 100 attack for every monster in your opponent's grave, or is it every card?
I think it's every card,
and I think all of your monsters gain the attack.
Oh my goodness, that's going to be massive.
Indeed.
The OTK machine.
Yeah, they gain attack and defense for each card in your opponent's graveyard.
So you can special summon it as well.
Yep, we go for Draco Berserker. It's not setting it, and that is a lot of damage.
The extra attack,
yes. Okay, okay. Wallow, we're counting. How much is that? That's a lot of attack points currently there for Ruben. And out of an impossible situation, he's really pulling ahead here.
Even with the Draco Berserker, that we talked about it earlier, maybe was not the most necessary summon in the game. He could have kept the Druiswim, and now the Draco Berserker is going for the 2 attack and the attack game for a lot of damage, and it is actually game. The Draco Berserker comes back and defeats Batuhan himself.
That was such a crazy game. Ruben coming back with his Virtual World strategy. We've been passing for, I don't know how long was it. It felt like 10 turns in a row where we just have been passing back and forth. And now in that one turn where he really needed it, he got to out 2 Ghost matches in a row and just went on victoriously and even ended the game in the turn he started doing that. Wow.
And I love this about Yu-Gi-Oh! Because if you're playing against a rogue deck like Virtual World that you don't really know too much of, you're thinking, hey, I have the Ghost match, I have such a big advantage, I have 2 Ghost matches even, so if he manages to pop one, no worries. And all of a sudden, they summon the Juju from the extra deck that you have never ever seen in your entire life, and it's gone.
Even myself, a Virtual World lover, I forgot about the Juju, and then all of a sudden I was like, there is a Wind Synchro 6 monster, and it's Juju, which actually even is outing the Ghost match.
The problem.
Yeah, it was the perfect answer to the situation that was brought up to him, and honestly, it already was looking great by design, having 2 rogue decks facing against each other, but this match, honestly, that was one for the ages. I love that.
I was also super impressed by the play of Ruben there, the way he played around Goes and Match in that 3rd game. Like, the creativity of like tribute setting a monster and then using emergency teleport, not to do anything, just to banish your own monster, to get 2 monsters in the banish zone. That was really cool.
Yeah, and now there's something happening that I really love in tournaments. You guys can't see it, but we still have the monitor with the table top-down view, and both of these players are just sitting there and they're discussing the game. It's after the game, you're going, hey, could I have won this if I did this, and that? And your opponent is discussing with you, and both of you are getting better eventually.
Yeah.
Totally.
Do you like it when your opponent says yes or no? That's could I have won?
That's a good
Some
question.
opponents will just always say no. Some people will just be like, nope, no way you could possibly have won.
Yeah, because they just assume they were the better one in this situation. Yeah, no way you can even beat me, no way you can even touch me with my gameplay. But no, for real, like, as Leo is saying, it's just all about learning, and learning together obviously is easier than just learning on your own. So I think even if you lose a round in a tournament, you very obviously have to try to take the most out of it, either with your opponent or on your own then in hindsight, right? Just reconstructing how the game went down and thinking about the crucial moments of the game together with your opponent or on your own is super important. If you want to improve at the game, if you want to get better at the game consistently, and maybe at some point also end up in the feature match playing here at the YCS, you know?
Yeah, it's also super important though as well, if you're playing in a tournament, you do that for a bit, but then you stop, have a break, and get ready for the next game.
True, yeah, you can overdo it for sure.
You can definitely overdo it, yeah.
Absolutely, because, I mean, those tournaments, they are long. That was round number 6.
And we already have been doing a lot today, but there's still 3 more rounds to come. Like, they still have to fight for quite a while here.
Oh, and I'm so hyped for those rounds because this wasn't all the spice we had. I mean, of course, this was a crazy round. I don't think that it's going to get this spicy again
Hardly.
soon.
It's tough.
It is possible because early on we had Cyber Dark cards that weren't played, but they were in the deck.
Yeah.
And I know that now. It is confirmed. But, I mean, we still have so many more featured matches, so many more creative players, so many more cool decks. Basti was talking about his second favorite deck in this round. Maybe Basti's favorite deck is also on the line later on.
And you know what? We have some crazy stuff also in the tournament. You know what we have not even seen in the tournament, in the featured match yet?
Yeah.
Unchained.
Oh, right.
Pearly. We have not seen those decks, which is crazy because they are basically the
decks to beat.
Pinnacle of the format right now. They are the decks to beat, but they have not even been present here in the feature match, which is really ridiculous.
We usually love to, at the beginning of the event, just show off all of the cool rogue decks before we get, because we know when it gets to day 2 and maybe deep into the top cut that we don't have as much leeway to pick. So we assume that we're going to start seeing all of those meta decks come up. So.
But still, usually, just by nature, like the rogue decks are going to face off against some of the meta decks at some point. But we just see rogue decks all the time right now, which is quite fun and quite enjoyable. I think, at least for us, I hope you guys at home enjoy it as well. But I would assume so, because how could you not enjoy this virtual world versus Blackwing duel we just had? That was just insanity.
Yeah, I think those games are just inspiring. Just get into your tinkering chamber with your cards, grab all of those, think, hey, in this format, which deck do I like? Which deck from back in 2010 do I want to play again?
Yeah.
See if they have new support cards. Let's go. Just build any deck, basically.
Yeah. That should be encouragement for all of you as well, right? You can top or like go 6-0 with any kind of deck. If you just make it work, if you commit to it, if you enjoy it, if you're having fun with it, and you pilot it well, as we just saw, it's possible.
I love the mixture of the old and the new as well. And the Blackwing deck, we're mixing it with the Bestial engine.
Oh,
gives you
right.
access to all these different synchros and the Assault Synchron. I think it was really cool.
Yeah, and also we have talked to other players. I don't know the score of this one specific player. But there is a really spicy deck winner. You know which one I'm talking about. You know as well. It is going to be.
Oh yeah, I know.
I don't want to take it away.
I
don't want to take it away. You guys will have to see that. But I hope it's going to be on the feature match very soon. It is an absolutely fantastic deck. It is really creative and it's powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. So at the moment, we're just trying to discuss whether we are going to have a winner's interview, because I think Ruben, as I said earlier, is from Spain, my nationality that I picked to win the tournament. But I don't think his English is superb, so we're trying to maybe find a translator at the moment or something. So we're just trying to figure that out at the moment, and we're just having a casual chat. I hope you're good with that, because, I mean, we're talking about the decks you love and how to improve at the game. So, Tom, we talked about many ways to improve at the game. What is your major thing that you would tell someone? If I'm, for example, asking you, how can I improve at Yu-Gi-Oh?
How can you get better at Yu-Gi-Oh? I mean,
just
I think
one thing.
I like to play. You know, I think it's great. It's great to watch.
Yeah.
And you know, it's great to watch because you can watch really high-level players, and obviously you can't just knock up on a pro player's door and say, "Hey, do you want to play with me?" Because they might be busy.
Yeah, for sure.
Or you might not know them. You know, but you know, it's good to practice yourself to make sure you get familiar, because you can watch and it's like a classic, you know, thing. It looks really easy when you're watching. It's very easy from the commentator's booth. Feels like we could do better, but you know, I'm not sure we could.
You're very, very right. Also, a common thing is when you just watch gameplay, when you just stand right next to two top players dueling against each other, you just see their cards. You just see their cards in hand. And you don't have that as a player. You don't know which cards are in the opponent's hand. So, yeah, as you said, for us, it's easy to say, hey, you should play around that Nibiru because there's Nibiru in his hand. But, yeah, the player is like, I don't know that he has Nibiru, so how do I play against it?
Maybe the player did the math already and said, hey, there are 3 different cards I will have to play around. 2 Nibirus are already in the graveyard. I am going to play around, I don't know, Ash or Effect Veiler, and then it ends up being the lucky Nibiru in hand, and you're going to lose against that. Sometimes it's also a game of chance that doesn't really follow the rules of chance.
So yeah, sometimes math and also probability can be weird, because you will end up with the 0.5% chance that he has that one specific top deck, or that just one really weird thing happens. You just cannot always expect everything. You try to minimize the variance in Yu-Gi-Oh! But still, you're drawing cards from the top of your deck. Sometimes there are half of the card moments where you just get the one card you need and it turns around the entire game, and you cannot really predict that. So yeah.
So Basti, you asked me, so I should ask you, how do I get better at playing?
I think I really liked your advice. Honestly, just playing. That's like really nice. But also, I think just connecting to the right people is very important. Just talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! To people that make you improve. I think that's very, very, very important and very, very something to be definitely considered. Because yes, sure, you can play and try to improve to that. And you will improve until a certain point. But you need other people to show you more options to like above that. Like you have to improve from some point on because you are limited in some way, and then someone else has to show you another level to it, and I think therefore you have to connect to the right people that know all the different tools.
So I think that's why you're talking to me all the time.
Exactly, that's why I'm here with you guys.
I thought you were going to say, you know, what you really need to do to meet all of these players is come along to a YCS.
Oh, that's also great. I like that too.
Where
Good
else
segue.
are you going to meet the best Yu-Gi-Oh! Players from Europe and around the world? We have lots of non-European players here as well.
Also, it's lots of fun. I think I have not missed one European. I have missed one European event since 2015.
Yeah, we've been on here on the tour for a while, definitely. YCS is just so much fun.
It's magical.
Always a big family meeting, everyone hanging out together, everyone enjoying high-level competition, everyone just enjoying the talking with friends part as well, of course. It's definitely something very, very cool. But I would say, like, instead of just talking now for the entire time, I would say we either are going to be back with the winner's interview in case it happens. Otherwise, we will just be back with a quiz. So don't go anywhere because we will be back in just a couple of minutes, either with the winner's interview or with another quiz coming your way.
Thank you for your patience, guys. I am now here with the round 6 winner, Ruben, who has just taken that virtual world deck all the way to the finish. Ruben, congratulations. How do you feel?
Fine, thank you.
Good. So just to let you guys all know at home, Ruben speaks Spanish and doesn't have the best English, he's told us, so I'm going to try and speak slowly, but just in case, we have our translator Eva here, just in case we do need to translate from Spanish. So we know how game 1 and game 2 went. There was back and forth and you were one apiece. But game 3, there was a lot of interaction in game 3. So talk to us a bit about goes and match and things like that.
But normally goes and match is not good against my deck because I can play wind or I can play air, but in this situation with no hand was really, really good. That's why I take 3-4 turn. Fortunately, my opponent didn't draw his giant, and when I draw the start, the Lulu, that's all.
And it went incredibly well. And then you had, the Juju and stuff was really, really exciting to see that. And then obviously the last thing you did was with Wallow. So talk to us about people who maybe don't know that card. Talk to us about Wallow and how you managed to win the game with Wallow.
Yes, I know that move because I lose in YCS Leon for that. Right. So I learned how Wallow is, and from that point I play Wallow heavily level 6 because it's amazing, and in one turn you can make 5,000 damage, 11 damage, a lot.
And he had a lot in his graveyard that gave you a lot of effect damage and stuff, so that was how you managed to attack the game.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. You played amazingly. Thank you very much for doing this interview. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got loads more feature matches coming your way for the rest of the day. We've got even more Master versus Caster coming your way, and maybe even a quiz or two. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to more of your coverage here at YCS Dortmund. We have 2 casters remaining, which means we have 2 masters remaining as well. Behind me, I'm flanked by 2 bodyguard bouncers, which does sort of look like the last people picked on the football team. Sorry, guys, no offense. So, only 2 of them left, and we're going to welcome our next master onto the stage, Mr. Vincenzo Orofino. Now, you are no stranger to YCS Dortmund. You were the champion from November last year here at this very tournament. How are you feeling returning?
I feel amazing. I have so many good memories from here, and I like the city in general, so I'm really happy to be here. For the main event, I'm confident, but for the Time Wizard, I'm not the best player in the room, I'd say, so let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes. So, you know how this works. You have to pick one of the 2 cards in my hand. Whichever one you pick will correspond to one of the 2 gentlemen behind me, and they'll be your opponent. Which card would you like? You can see the fingers twiddling. It's a big decision. Who's it going to be? Show it to the camera. You've picked up Ukazi. Will the wielder of Ukazi please step forward? It's Marcello. Now, Marcello. Obviously, we know you 2 are firm friends at this point. How do you feel now going up in a Time Wizard duel against the reigning YCS Dortmund champ?
I mean, I picked this card because I think it depicts very well the situation in which Vincenzo is right now. He's in danger, and now it's up to him to prove it.
Now, how do you feel going up against Marcello?
Not good.
Well, let's see what happens. Guys, take it away.
Hi guys, and here it is, Master versus Caster, or maybe in this case, Master of the Master against the Master. But as we will see, it will be a great match between 2 Italian players, of course, and I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see this new generation showing how flexible they are. So I would say for now, let's jump into the table.
Okay, so we can just play, right?
Yeah, so as we will see, we will have to, obviously have a dial, and you know that there are crucial differences, right? You get to draw an extra card going first. Yeah,
it's not. My situation is not that bad.
Okay, let's see.
10.
Ooh, 10. Okay, okay. Only 2 numbers left. 3, not so much. Not so much. Okay. I mean, you needed it, right?
For sure.
So let's see. Good luck.
I will go first.
Yeah, absolutely. So, how do you feel, first of all? You have the home country advantage, to be fair, because you won YCS Dortmund, so...
Yeah,
right?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think I can do really well, not in this match, but in the tournament. It will be really embarrassing if you lose this one.
Okay, you're trying to put the pressure on me? Okay. Those pioneer tricks don't work on me. But we will see. So what? Yeah.
Okay. I pass.
That it? You sure?
I'm sure, yes.
Are you sure? Okay.
100%.
No takebacks, right?
No takebacks.
Okay. I'll draw for turn.
For sure.
Okay. Do you want to do anything before I move to my main phase? Okay.
No, you can enter your phase.
Okay. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. So how do you feel about 2010 Time Wizard and how different it feels? I feel like back then it will make me sound a lot old, but you were...
I was...
Yeah. How old were you?
I was 6.
Oh, wow. 6 years old. Okay.
I'm not an expert, but I enjoyed the format.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty cool compared to other Time Wizards like 2005.
It's very fun, yeah. You get to still see a lot of different, you know, how the aim was back then, and yeah, but you being 6 is too much for me to handle. Okay.
I was playing already, though.
Yeah, probably
So-
the same level as
now.
no. Let's see. So I'll play pretty slowly for you, okay? So just a normal summon of Vayu.
Okay.
Okay.
No response.
It has a very long effect. I don't it doesn't do much.
Okay.
When,
In the graveyard, you banish it.
For now, it doesn't do much. So with my fierce 800 attack monster, I will try to attack over your Raikou.
Okay.
Oh my god, the punish! Okay, okay. The
So
one
you
punish.
lose 1,000.
Yeah, I lose 1,000.
We can...
Okay.
You lose
let's see.
1,000.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that was unexpected. Not the greatest, but we'll manage. Then... I'll just set one and pass. back to you.
Okay, I'll draw.
Yeah.
Thinking.
So obviously, we know that after Dortmund, and we'll see how it goes, YCS Bologna has also been announced. So I think you'll be pretty excited about that one, right?
Yeah, I'm really excited about it. It's gonna be my first YCS in Italy after like the whole COVID happened. So after I started playing more seriously.
Yeah.
It's gonna be really good to see all the players coming to Italy.
That's great. And at the same time, though, it was your first big event, even though it was a national championship, right? Back in Bologna. So
yes, my first big event as a
as a returning. What do you feel
player.
about playing like in your own country? Do you have more pressure on you because people feel like
I have way more pressure on me.
Okay.
From like mental perspective. For me, it's harder to play against Italians than it is to play against other players because I feel it way more.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Emotional.
It makes sense. Because, I mean, you probably need some mental coaching before the event then, right? Okay. I'll chain Torrential.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Let's see how good you are at milling, especially before this weekend. Okay.
Yeah,
okay, you're good at milling. Okay.
We can see.
We can see something leading into the future, maybe. Yeah.
Thinking.
Yeah. Okay. I see how you. I mean, you won with tier elements. So yeah, you are pretty good at milling. No matter the format.
I don't think I will ever use this one though, because I'm not sure what I can make with it.
Okay.
Normal summon.
Okay.
Grapher. I'll go effect.
Yeah. Oh, I see how it is. Okay. You're preparing for some other matchups in the main deck already, right?
I will send my value.
Okay, interesting.
Okay, thinking.
Yeah.
Oh, I
absolutely.
straight up just didn't know.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll send this.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Let me check my graveyard. Thinking.
You might have needed the Gores for later, you know?
Maybe.
Yeah, but thanks for showing me the pulling the rug, though. That's really kind of you.
You like talking, I see, but I don't think it's gonna
affect the way you play.
I think I'm killing you this turn.
Oh, you think so? You can do math.
So I have to banish these two.
Yep.
I can
and
summon,
that's 5+1. So you can make a level 6 Blackwing, by the way.
Blackwing.
Blackwing. So there is only one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
that sounds good.
Then I will summon this.
Oh,
and
you
attack.
summon like this. Let's see.
I will attack with the Greffer first, as my teachers told me.
Yeah, I take it. I am 200 life points left.
Yes.
Not the greatest at math, maybe.
That's right.
Okay.
Oh, I could have summoned this one.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, I didn't remember the life points that well.
Okay, fair enough. Great play, by the way, from a great player.
From a great player.
You wouldn't expect anything less.
Yeah, but Torrential is here.
Yeah, Torrential
right?
is gone. You have already.
Yeah, maybe committing the dad.
Nah, still.
Yeah, I mean.
Interesting line.
Hopefully, like, no mine. I don't know what other cards exist that are good. I pass.
Okay, you passed your turn. Okay. So you keep the pulling the rug in hand.
Yes.
Another very nice decision. I will draw and enter my main phase.
Okay.
With only 200 life points remaining.
Oh yeah, you cannot use mine actually.
Mind,
brain,
yeah, I cannot use mind control.
Brain.
You heard it here.
Brain.
Yeah. It seems like you really are about to, you know, give the Masters the lead and maybe the sweep of going 4-0, right?
Or maybe not.
Tough. Maybe not. But you still have your trap card. It seems like nothing wrong can happen. Yeah, I don't think I'm able to do much, but we'll try.
Sure, for sure.
We'll try. So, Do you feel lucky right now?
Yeah, but I don't enjoy being lucky before the tournament. I'd rather be unlucky now and be lucky this weekend.
Okay, fair enough.
Also, I think luck is gonna be a determining factor, especially.
Oh, spoilers!
Especially in this run.
Okay, for your specific deck that you will play.
Yes,
maybe.
we can. Maybe
Okay.
we can put it that way.
Okay. Do you prefer playing decks that are quite consistent, or do you usually want to go for decks that have more risk but higher reward?
For me, it's I had a big evolution because I started playing really consistent decks.
Thanks to
with a lot of non-engine, like 15 end traps, those decks. But I'm slowly going for more combo ish decks, as well as consistent strategies, but not excessive. Like I started playing decks like Matmex, Prank Kids, while more I prefer decks like Unchained or even like more combo. I prefer engine more.
Okay, more than consistent decks. And let's see. Seems like it's paying off. I will normal summon Sirocco. Just a 2000 monster. Doesn't do anything.
Okay.
Against your field. I will then use its effect to boost its own attack to 4300.
Yes.
And I will attack over your Dark Arm Dragon.
I'll try to activate my trap card.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Very much so. And I will lose my Sirocco. Okay.
And maybe not only your Sirocco.
Maybe. But now I will move to Memphis 2 and actually set 3 cards.
3 is a lot.
3 is a lot. But then I will perform the difference between your luck and mine with activating a face down Allure of Darkness.
Okay. Yes.
Let's see.
But it's not going to help you.
I don't think so. I was never much of the gamble kind of guy. But unfortunately, this time around, I picked up another Sirocco. Okay. And I think I'm done with my turn and my match.
I'll draw.
But yeah, you can go and draw. So we could say, do you have a favorite deck in general? I mean, you said that back then you were only 6 years old, so maybe your favorite deck is one of the recent ones.
Yeah, I think I have 2 decks that I really loved during my Yu-Gi-Oh career, which are Tier Elements, of course, because it gave me the win here in Dortmund. But I also loved Prank Kids, because when I started, I've been kind of a one-trick pony Prank Kids for 1 year.
Interesting.
I've played only the deck, and I don't think it's a bad way to approach the competitive world, to just focus on one deck and start playing a lot of tournaments with it, just to enter the competitive environment. And then after you know more players and know how things works, then you start approaching the game in its looking at the bigger picture.
Makes sense. Makes sense. But we'll see after this event how it goes with your decision on what deck to bring for this event.
Yeah, but sometimes it's a game. You have to believe in the art of the cards.
Yes.
Stand by main.
That's fine.
I'll try to use the effect.
Okay. Cost and target. I might chain this one.
Okay. You are free to chain that. Okay.
And I will give you back your Dark Arm Dragon. If that works.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect.
Thinking. Torrential is gone.
Is it at 1?
Yes. It's at 1.
Okay. It is.
Let me read. I'll go Greffer.
Okay, cost. Again, pulling the rug?
No, this time is the
Try again.
Sirocco.
Okay.
And I will send the...
Yeah, the pulling the rug from deck.
Now I will use effect of this.
And you send back something.
Yeah, maybe the pulling the rug.
Maybe the pulling the rug, the very useful pulling rug. Yeah, to the top.
On the top. And I'll summon it.
Yes.
And then I have 3 darks, right?
You do.
Can I summon the dad again? The Dark Armed Dragon?
Yes. You
Effect?
can summon it.
I can summon it.
Yeah, you can summon it.
Effect.
Yes, in priority.
Using
Because,
priority.
Effect ignition. Yeah, no.
Back when I was 6
Yes.
at school,
No,
we
I don't
weren't
think
using
so.
priority at school, but yeah, in the game, the priority ruling was pretty
it
different.
was pretty different. It was pretty different. Okay. What would you guess the face down to
I
be?
don't know, mirror force, or just a bluff.
Okay. Close enough.
Okay.
It's a prison.
And then
Okay.
I will enter the ball phase.
Okay.
I will attack
with the one that you should have summoned last turn.
And I will finish the job I didn't
finish last turn. So we could say extended BM.
It works? Or is there any...
It does.
And I win.
Good job. Good job. He wins. He wins the match with very deserving fashion, and now he gets to pick whatever deck he wants to play.
And I keep my undefeated record in Dortmund feature matches.
Fair enough. True. Because, yeah, we featured you back in the top 4 and then in the finals against Mario. And, yeah, you did manage to have an undefeated record. Let's see. I'm pretty sure this match will be actually streamed after your round 1.
It's going to be really funny if this is streamed after a lose.
But, as you mentioned, maybe we'll see if you keep your good chance for tomorrow. But without further ado, it was a pretty good show, not gonna lie. Maybe an impressive one. So we'll see whether these new generations have what it takes to keep staying relevant. And maybe sometimes around I'll get my revenge. So, but thank you. And now it's back to Leo. Leo, you are the hero we deserve. So we need us for one win, at least keeping us in a 4-1 score against the Masters. But this time around, congratulations to Vincenzo. Thank you guys for being with us, and we'll be back soon with more action from YCS Dortmund 2023.
Hey duelists, let's rev it up again with Duelist Nexus. The spirits unite into one and form the road of light. Limit over Excel Synchro. Let's rev it up, Cosmic Quasar Dragon. New tuners, new monsters, the all-powerful Crimson Dragon. 100 new cards, Duelist Nexus. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage for YCS Dortmund 2023. I'm here standing behind the prize wall for the event because obviously we do have the main event going on for the weekend to find out YCS Dortmund champion, but there are a lot of exciting public events as well in which any of you guys can participate in. And why would you do that? Well, you can get and gather a lot of amazing prizes for the event. The way it works is you have a lot of different events scheduled for the entire weekend. Also starting on Friday, and you get to engage in a lot of different Yu-Gi-Oh events, all the way from, you know, the one you love and the one that is the same from the main event, but we also have 3v3 events. We have Time Wizards events, and throughout all those events you can collect some points with which you can come here to the very prepared, better than me Konami stuff, which can handle those points and provide you whatever of these amazing prizes behind me you can get. And I just picked a few ones that are my personal favorites for at least this event. Starting from 2 points only, which is very low, you can get a lot of different sleeves. Here are the Dark Magician Girl ones, but you have a lot of different types of sleeves through different ones. For 3 points, you can get a lot of deck boxes. You do need the whole skit, and this is the Kaiba Corp one, which is my personal favorite back from when I was in Japan. But most importantly, to play Yu-Gi-Oh! You need a playmat to play on, and every single event usually we will have new playmats exclusively where you can get through the points. And for these events, just like you have previous WCQ regional playmats from different years, you have an exciting new one from this event. And this is it, with a lot of those old cards that you guys can get to play through Time Wizards. And I think this looks amazing. And you can get this for just 8 points. So you have a lot of different options. You have even more, you know, high-end playmats for 16 points. But it's just up to you how much you can grind, how many public events you can play. And regardless, as mentioned, a lot of different options. Just another way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! So if you want to come here and maybe you missed out, you couldn't get your ticket for the main event, don't worry, there are still amazing events coming up for you guys. So make sure to come and have a fun time here at YCS Dortmund, just like you will be able to do in a couple of months in Bologna for the next YCS. But thank you guys for being with us, and once again I will leave this prize ball for the much better Konami stuff that is working here. Keep watching and we'll be back soon with more action from YCS Dortmund 2023.
Duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.